What is up, YouTube? Matt McKeever here. Really excited for today's video. We're coming to you live, so yeah, let's kind of explain what today's live stream is all about. So 2020 has been a pretty crazy year in synopsis. Doesn't matter whether it was crazy good, crazy bad, or just batshit crazy for you. Regardless, you've probably got a 2020 story. And a big part of my 2020 story is myself, my business, and my team navigating 2020. And I thought a great way to kind of cap off the year would to be actually do a crazy long live stream, invite and bring on a bunch of my team members, interview them, kind of document how their 2020 evolved, what 2021 is going to look like for them, and just kind of any words of advice that they want to share with you guys, the audience, as well. Beyond that, I thought this would be a great way to highlight, behind the scenes, there's a lot of people that work with me and for me and on all the different businesses. And we're not actually going to be able to have everyone join us today, but I still thought this would be fantastic to at least be able to get a handful of the employees on the live stream and hang out with you guys. And then finally, if you didn't know, 2021, we plan on continuing to grow. And we plan on growing in a big way. So we're going to be doing a lot of hiring. And I also thought by doing a 4 or 5 hour live stream on my YouTube channel, it'd be a great way to highlight the culture here as well. So I'm hoping that this gives an insight into what it's like to work on my team in case you've ever thought about joining us. So that's pretty much it for today's live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you do enjoy this live stream, make sure you smash that like button. Hit subscribe if somehow this is your first YouTube video to my channel. Probably not going to be the best introduction, but again, I hope you guys enjoy it. And then finally, there's going to be a lot of my team members on today. Show your support for them in the comments. If you've been following along with them, over the course of 2020, and maybe you've been a lurker, this is your time to kind of give them a shout out in the comments. Let them know that the content that they've been creating is making an impact on you and your life. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Our first guest today is going to be Mike Nowicki. Hey, Mike.
What's up, Matt? Can you hear me good?
I can hear you. How's it going?
Good. I'm happy to be on your live today. This is kind of a different thing for you, and like I'm assuming not many people on your channel know exactly who I am. So if you have questions to grill me with, I'm here to answer anything.
All right. Well, let's start. Who are you?
Yeah. So I'm Mike Nowicki. I've been on Matt McKeever's team for a year and a half at least now. Or no, almost 2 years actually. Into April or May, we'll be looking at 2 years. But I'm a wholesaler and kind of been one of the guinea pigs with a lot of things in wholesaling and along with Adam Martin and stuff like that. Now we've built out a team and yeah, it's pretty much me, I guess.
So if you've been on my team for a year and a half, why wouldn't people know about you, Mike?
Well, I'm not on your channel now.
Why aren't you on my channel more?
How do you answer that question without sounding stupid?
By talking about 2021.
Yeah, so the goal for 2021, or I guess the plan, it's not really a goal, it's like just gonna happen now. So Matt was generous this year for Christmas and he offered us a media package. So in order to help us kind of be more active on social media and active on YouTube, so he's offering us a certain amount of money to buy like microphones or cameras or things that can help us produce some better content. So that's kind of my plan for this year, is to get in front of you guys a little bit more and kind of follow in Matt's footsteps with what he's been able to do online and the people he's been impacting, because like my life's changed in the past year and a half, like dramatically. So if I've got a story to tell and I want to help anyone I can when doing that.
Awesome, Mike. So yeah, let's jump into it. How did you originally end up joining the team? Do you remember how that all came about?
Yeah, I like to think it was kind of it was really interesting for me. Like I've had a history of jumping around from job to job and starting like mediocre businesses, not even mediocre, pretty shitty businesses, and then just like any young entrepreneur that wants to get into doing their own thing, it takes a few stabs at it before you kind of find something that clicks. So I started getting my body was really feeling it from the like heavy construction and then all the manual labor I was doing. And I started researching some real estate, and naturally I found the channel, found the podcast you've been on and things like that. And then just like Matt always says, your network is your net worth. I found out that one of Matt's business partners, Jeff Weibo, was in the same battalion or whatever they call it in the military as my brother. And I reached out to Jeff, asked him if he knew my brother. He ended up knowing my brother pretty well. And Jeff invited me to OREC. He sent me a link to buy a ticket to OREC. And then I ended up buying one. And it was these guys were really busy at OREC 2019. They were running around like this was a big event. If no one's ever been to OREC, it's a big event for 5 guys to run by themselves, right?
Events are illegal, Mike.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's not talk about events. Anyway, so
you went to OREC, then what happened?
And then I saw you, I saw Jeff, and I asked Jeff, I think I asked Jeff, said, hey, like I want to work with you guys and I'll do whatever it takes to work with you. Kind of just want to be your friends kind of thing like that. And ended up going to the after party dinner. I spent my last bit of money on the ticket. I had $150 left and I spent it.
I remember you looking like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah. And naturally I was the last person there. So since I was the last one there, it kind of all the chairs were taken. There was no chair left. So I had to ask the waitress if I could get a extra chair, and she brought it up for me. But then I got to pick where I wanted to sit, like pretty much. So I sat down the table from you and Jeff, and Adam Martin was right beside me, and I had Sean Allen to the right of me with his wife Jen. And little did I know I was talking to pretty influential people in the real estate space there. And then Jeff invited me to meet you at your house like the next week. And I kind of came over and we discussed the options and how I can help. And you guys took a chance on me, and we're not looking back, and I fucking love it.
Awesome, Mike. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah.
And I really remember acutely the first time like I really met Mike. I would have met him at OREC. I would have met him at the dinner. And I guess I don't actually remember you at our table that night, but you must have you got the good table, because I mean, myself and Jeff were there. I think Graham and Stefan Arnio were there as well. So it was definitely some cool powerhouses in the real estate YouTube space. But the first time I really met Mike was when Jeff brought him over. I'm pretty sure it was completely unannounced. Jeff just kind of walked over on a Sunday, because I remember it was a Sunday. And I was literally just kind of coming off of a mushroom trip where Peter had been kind of trip sitting for me. And throughout the entire mushroom trip, I was just like, what am I supposed to answer to all these young dudes that come up to me that just want to solve their real estate life? I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do, man? And that was really one of the questions I was really exploring on that trip. And just trying to figure out, was I just going to be destined for the next 20, 30, 50 years just to keep repeating what a burr was? And then Jeff came into the basement, flipped the lights on, which was way too bright. And that was the first time I was really chatting with Mike. And I can remember I pretty much asked you, I was like, are you willing to quit your business, right? Because you were kind of running a one-man kind of self-employed business at that point, right, Mike?
Yep.
I was like, are you willing to just throw that all away, come move into the mansion and start working full time as a wholesaler or contractor? And Mike said yes. And very similar to with Adam Martin, you kind of started off a bit. I guess though we knew you were going to become a wholesaler a bit quicker with you than we did with Adam Martin. Just
because of my past sales experience, we kind of had that idea together.
And then when did you do your first wholesale deal? You would have moved in May or probably June, right?
No, it was because OREC was end of April, and then I moved in about May, June, whatever. And then I got a deal in September. So between that time, I remember there was Airbnb was a big part of the business. So I was just cleaning Airbnbs and doing some side work for some of your rentals and things like that. Then I got a deal from door knocking in September, and then that week I got 2 other deals from door knocking, and it just worked out.
Awesome. So
yeah.
where do you think you would be, Mike? Like, what's the alternative reality look like if you never would have came to OREC?
Well, before I started, I had the thought of like, there's 3 options here. If I do go move in with these guys and take this risk that everyone thinks is like crazy, that you're moving in with these random people that apparently are like very well off and like it's like a scam or whatever, and so my options were to go, and if it works, that's amazing. If I go and it doesn't work, I can go back to doing what I'm doing now, and if I don't go, I'll just never really know if it was a good idea. So right now I would be in a position of like, I'm a fucking idiot after seeing the growth of the team this year. I'm assuming it would have had a pretty similar thing if I joined or if I didn't join. But like realistically, I would still be doing manual labor out or just trying to figure something else out. I probably would have ended up buying at least 1 house over that period of time. I just would have been a lot slower grind into the real estate world than I have had with you guys, right? Because that was my goal. I was already looking at some properties, and then I would have fucked up a lot more than I have, right?
Excellent. Well, that wasn't the exact endorsement pitch I was hoping for, but I'll take it. He would have fucked up more without us. So you guys heard it here first.
Okay. I'm trying my best here.
So let's chat about some of your stats. What has the last year and a half looked like, Mike?
Like in wholesale fees, I've grossed over 400K. I've wholesaled over just under 30 houses, and yeah, I've visited cities like Chatham, Windsor, experimented in London, experimented in Strathroy. Now I'm in GTA, so I've kind of been running around the southern Ontario, wholesaling, and yeah, like it took me a while to get my first deal, but once they started coming in, I was able to do a big volume of deals. And looking back at it now, one thing I think I've learned is like not letting other investors walk all over you with your wholesale fees and just kind of sticking to what you feel is right, because I let my guard down so many times and lost or left quite a bit of money on the table. If I were to look back at it, my average is much lower than some other people on my team's average, and I intend to change that. I have been changing that lately. So yeah, the stats were good, but if I kept with the company average with my stats, I would have grossed just under $1 million last year. So I was kind of, when I looked at those stats, I was like, oh, I wish I started off with bigger numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going into a new year now, so.
Mm-hmm. So what goals have you set for yourself in 2021?
Yeah, I like this question. So we set up, like as a team, we set out to do 10 figures. My contribution to that is the goal I wrote down was $1 million, but my real goal is 1.6, just for personal reasons. So I want to hit 1.6 in gross fees, which will net me well over 500,000. That way I can have 250K saved by the end of the year. So with 250K liquid, it'll give me a lot of options to kind of pick what's next. And been looking at some businesses for sale in the city, and there's some interesting things for sale right now that I even would consider taking a stab at these days. But without cash, like I can't do anything. So the biggest goal on my list is 250K liquid.
Awesome, man. I look forward to seeing you hit that goal.
Like all of us, like there could be 6 or 7 of us hit this goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
any other goals on the list?
I'm intending to, last year I read or listened to 47 books, or no, 48 books now. So I want to hit the 52 book a week mark next year minimum. Like I went through my books last year, and like the things I learned, the one I try to take 1 point away from every single book, and like I learned a lot of shit this year from just reading, like listening to books, right?
How many books would you have read in 2018?
3, 4, 5, maybe 6.
That's awesome. 10x
So like,
book consumption in 2020.
well, guess what my first book was? 10x.
There you go.
That was my first book of the year. So yeah, like it's just been a year that if I look back at it, the experience with you, Matt, and Adam and the whole team in general is just like, there will be movies about this kind of shit. Like there will be a movie, and it's going to be quite interesting. So we've all come, like we've got 21-year-olds on our team, and then like me growing up being like just like blue collar average people, right? And it's just it's crazy to see what we've been able to accomplish together. Like and like I stress the point together is like there's been so many times that without some counsel from Matt or Adam telling me to stop being a baby about things, like I would have just lost my shit so many times. But with you guys being so collected and calm and just like knowing, and just like I guess it's the confidence you guys give me to move forward is what helped a lot this year. And just like you're like the backbone of the team. So
appreciate that, Mike.
Yeah.
So if someone was thinking about joining the team, what would you tell them it's like, or what do we need in a future team member?
I think the most important thing is that like I like to have a great, like a friend in a team member, right? Because like, for example, I was watching Vikings the other day, and these guys are they take a ship out west, and they've never done this before, and like they work really well as a team. And then when one of the team members stood up and he kind of like was disagreeing with the journey and stuff like that, it really threw off the whole team. The guy ended up getting killed. But it's like with a good team member, you want someone that's agreeable and like someone you can really connect with. That's what I like. And then like we like to, like when we all live together, right? So we like to do things that move us forward. Like there's very rare times where there's something on the TV that's not like a educational YouTube video or something we can discuss after, or like we're always discussing different books we're reading and things like that. We just need someone that is ready to be a savage in 2021 and really forget about all the other stuff that is distracting. Like for me last year, some big distractions I had were in the summertime, hanging out with some friends that were bad influences on me. I did a lot of shopping, like for clothes and things like that, which is like, for me, I enjoy that, but like it just got out of hand to the point where I was just like buying whatever just to fill that void, I guess. So like it's really good to have team members that keep you in check, because like we're all humans, right? Like there's guys on my team right now that if I see them doing something that doesn't seem right, we chat about it and we move forward, and vice versa. So it's great to have team members that really have that goal in mind to just be the man or woman.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Well, I really appreciate you hanging out with us on this live stream. Do you want to quickly plug your socials?
Yeah, absolutely. I have an Instagram account, and it's Nowicki, which is my first initial of my first name, Mike, and Nowicki is spelled Nowicki. I think you can see it on the little box there on StreamYard. And then the YouTube plug will happen in the next month or so, I guess, right, Matt?
Nice. Yeah. And do you own MikeNowicki.com?
No, I don't, but as of today, I'm gonna go check it.
Someone already owns it.
I hope not. But yeah, I don't have any like social plugs other than Nowicki right now, which is also very embarrassing.
Awesome. Well, appreciate it, Mike, and let you get back to your holiday seasons, and looking forward to you crushing it in January.
All right, Matt. Have fun
Thanks,
today
Mike.
on the live. How many hours do you have left?
Well, you're literally the first half hour, so we're at like I think we've got another 4 or 5.
All right, grind it out. Enjoy. See you guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye.
Awesome, guys. So that's Mike. He's one of the first wholesalers that moved into the mansion with me. So he would have been the 4th resident that we ever had living in the mansion. The first 3 were myself, Dylan McLaughlin, and then Peter the Hungarian Experiment. And if I remember correctly, Peter, you're on now?
Yep.
All right, let's do this.
Zoom out here a bit.
All right, so I shouldn't need these.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Good.
It was a long trip to get here.
So, Peter, let's just do a quick little spiel for everyone that somehow doesn't know who you are.
Yeah, so what's going on, guys? My name is Peter Clco, and the alias that I go under is the Hungarian Experiment. So back in 2015, I started up my own YouTube channel called the Hungarian Experiment, where I just wanted to change the way I saw a lot of health and fitness YouTubers out there were documenting their lives. I think it's very fascinating and interesting to watch them vlogging their life, but I regularly saw them go, oh, I introduced this thing and now I have this result. And I'm like, but how do I go find that? They weren't doing it in like a systematic way. They're just kind of recording themselves. So I was like, I'm going to do this differently and I'm going to challenge this whole way of doing it. And I started doing these experiments on myself, like stomach vacuums. I decided to do the stomach vacuum exercise where it's you kind of like suck your abs in. And this was right at the onset where like Arnold Schwarzenegger was discussing how bodybuilders, they looked weird. They had these big guts, blown out guts. And I was like watching, I was like, man, I feel like society's going to shift. The way bodybuilding is going to change at this pivotal time. Because if Arnold Schwarzenegger says it, like everyone's going to try to figure out how to do this thing. So it's like, oh, I'm going to do this stomach vacuum every single day for a year straight and document and show the results that I had on my body. Along with that, I was like doing intermittent fasting at that point for about 3 to 4 years. And there wasn't a lot of information out there in regards to intermittent fasting. And I was finding fascinating results for myself. So I was documenting that along with just trying to be myself and be as open and honest as possible and share these concepts about my life and the experiments that I was doing. From there, I believe I was doing that for about a year, maybe a year and a half. And I got a bunch of attention. I was like, if I get 1,000 subscribers in the first year, I'll get HE tattooed somewhere on my body. And it happened in the first like 4 months or something. So I have like HE tattooed on my chest. I got, I think, 10,000 subscribers in that first like year and a half to 2 years or so. And in that first year and a half, I was vlogging for my first time out in public. Mm-hmm. And this is the first, like I did a little bit of vlogging here and there, but I was always so nervous. And then I was like, okay, I'm going out in this public place. Like my buddy, shout out to Arthur Gonzalez, a good buddy from high school, was doing a bunch of like political stuff. He was surveying this community event that was going on in the Oldies Village. At that time, I didn't know that you were like a prominent real estate investor in the Oldies Village. And so I go to this event and I'm like walking in, vlogging myself, showing all the people. And I didn't know that you were like a few people behind me. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, you saw me, so you sat like right behind me. Yeah. You can even see him in the vlog, like Matt gotta like hide his face. And that was like the first time like we met. And then since then, it's just been craziness. Yeah.
So before we get into the craziness, from day one, was it the Hungarian Experiment? Like, did you have any other working titles, or was always the brand?
So the way it even started before that is like going back to like high school and college. I really lost myself. I didn't know who I was. I was a big follower. So I was following my buddies, my grandparents and my family. Like they were like, get the money, go do the thing that's going to get you money and go to school and stuff. So I went to school for the thing that I could get the most money the fastest. So I went to school to be a resource drilling and blasting technician. As I'm aware of at the time, it was the only school in the world that has this program. Maybe a few other schools have it now, but this is in Lindsay, Ontario, so just about like an hour outside of Peterborough. And following that, I actually got a job in an underground gold mine. So I was working 7,000 feet underground for about a year and a half, they promised us promotions and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, this is awesome. I'm making, 6 figures a year basically, but like, I'm not happy. I'm not content with myself. I hate my life. Who am I anymore? And I remember reading, I was listening to a lot of Joe Rogan Experience podcasts at that time. This was probably, I was 22, so 2012. Yeah, 2012. And he had Robert Greene on the podcast, and he was talking about his book Mastery. And I was like, man, I need to get this book, because he was discussing how all these great minds from the past, like, they're not geniuses. They're people who just stuck to their passions. And I was like, fuck, I have no idea what I'm passionate about in life.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I quit the mine after I finished that book, and probably maybe a month after that. And I was like, I'm just going to go until I find out what I'm passionate about. And I realized that when I was discovering more about what I'm passionate about health, I'm passionate about fitness. I'm really passionate about just experimenting with things and learning it for myself. And then I have this Hungarian heritage behind me. So at one point throughout, like, I was probably 23 or 24 at this time now. And like the Hungarian experiment name kind of like came to me. And at that point, I wasn't even like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel at this point. Just like the name Hungarian experiment came to me. And I was like, and everything just kind of slowly went into it.
So was that like your handle on like online forums and stuff? Or
no. So I was on the Joe Rogan Experience, the Joe Rogan message board, which was savage back in the day. He doesn't have it anymore because it just got like ridiculous. But I used to go under like Stupid Monkey.
Okay.
So I was always going under Stupid Monkey or my last name. And then, yeah, this name just kind of came to me. And I was like, I think there's something here. There's something here. And then I think 6 months later, I discovered YouTube. And then like the name came back to me again. I was like, oh, like this is the thing. I got to go all in on this.
Interesting. Because like naming shit's some of the hardest. Like when you've got an idea and you're like, I don't know. And I feel like honestly, naming something holds so many people back from ever getting started on something where they want or need the perfect name. So that's interesting that yours just kind of came to you.
Yeah. And then, so fast forward now a year and a half, met you, and then we just been doing some crazy stuff. Like we started up the social lab, which was a failure, but it's kind of led to everything we got here today. So it was a great learning experience. And that whole concept was, how do we find more people like myself who are held back, but are extremely creative and want the opportunity to go out there? How can we allow them that opportunity? So you had a sixplex on Dundas Street and converted into the social lab.
And it turned out no one wanted it.
No. Apparently give people free rent or half price rent, and it's not enough to go all in on yourself.
Yeah. And I think like for myself, there was definitely a big lesson to be had there in regards to culture. And so I think the idea was, if I've got good intentions, culture will just happen. And obviously that wasn't the case. There was really no social lab culture other than like good intentions. That's, if I had to describe what the culture was, I would literally just say good intentions. So that definitely was a huge lesson for me, just kind of realizing that there needs to be a lot more to it than simply build it and they will come. So yeah, that was definitely a big lesson, but certainly the mansion 2.0, everything we're doing here wouldn't be the same had it not been for that property first. And I think that was back in 2017, right?
Yeah. So where do we go from here now?
So yeah, we kind of like the social lab, I think started spring 2017. I think it kind of became defunct by the end of 2017.
Yes.
And then when did you I remember doing Monday meetings when I was living at Jeff's house, and I'm pretty sure that was like, when would that have been?
I think 2018.
Yeah. So like when did that all start?
I know that. So at the end of 2017, I was still dating my ex, and I moved in with her, and I realized like, oh my gosh, like this is not how I expected life to go. And then we ended up breaking up. And then at the beginning of 2018, I was like night auditing at a very prestigious hotel here in London. It used to be like the first mayor of London's house here in London on Grand Ave. And I was still trying to do social lab at the time. And I was trying to do my normal YouTube and still stay connected with like you and Jeff and everyone. And I was like, I was doing it, but it was not good. It was not healthy. And then you offered me the opportunity to come work with you and Jeff and to kind of start up like a social media agency. So to try to run businesses, small businesses, social media. And I believe that was like end of February or like
it was
around
before
February.
OREC, right?
Yeah.
Like you were working full time for us by OREC?
Yes. So I think the concept was let's start up the social media agency. In that time, you'll help us with video work for you guys while we're starting this up. I did a few videos with you guys, and then you guys decided like we're gonna do this OREC thing. And I was like, oh shit, here we go. Like this is crazy. Like hosting a whole conference. I remember like being there for the tours of the place, watching you guys like structure the business side of it, like the money side of it, like all the aspects of it. And that was like fascinating to me. And then I thought it was going to be like, okay, now we got to go back into the agency, like try to build this agency. And then you guys had the idea for like Vegas. And I was like, oh shit, here we go. This is going to be crazy too.
Yeah. Yeah. And Vegas was like a one of a kind event, right? Where we bought out a boutique hotel in Las Vegas for a weekend, turned into our private like playground mastermind for entrepreneurs and real estate investors. Yeah. And then that kind of wrapped up 2018, went into 2019. We did OREC 2019 and Wind City OREC. So we kind of expanded a little bit there. And
beginning 2019 as well, too, we moved in together.
Oh, yeah. The mansion. True.
So, yeah, that was, I think, January.
Yeah, January for like it would have been, right after New Year's.
So, yeah, I've had the amazing opportunity to live with Matt, like mentor under him while working for him. So it's like, if there's any kind of concepts out there, guys, is like, again, I was working like 6 figures, quit all that stuff to find my passions. And the more I went all into my passions, like, and what we've discussed is like, I feel like our journeys are coupled in a way. And that's because we both went all in on ourselves and in on our passions. And we kind of like found each other, like the universe, like put us together. And now like, I get to mentor under you, live with you, work for you. It's like, it's crazy. So, I'm hoping my journey is like a representation of how people should like, I know what we've discussed as well too, is like, we're trying to challenge the societal norms for like, not just men in general, but like how human beings live their lives. And I think that's what we're doing right now. The wholesale house, this house, it's like, I want people to look at what we're doing here and be like, right now, it'd be awesome if they looked at this, but I feel it's gonna be 5, 10, 15, 20 years. People are gonna look at our lives and be like, holy shit, like that's how you do it. Like mimic what they're doing, be open, be honest, be truthful, and like great things will come. And seeing, like, I discussed it last night on my Instagram stories. I helped host the council live virtual event, which if you guys were watching yesterday, that was just on Matt's YouTube channel.
You're getting all the live streams.
Yeah. And like seeing what, like, I was there when you guys met Ben for the first time and like shaking hands. Like I caught that on video. And like, I was in the room when you guys like came up with the name Cashflow Tribe. You were like throwing a bunch of names back and forth. And to be part of this and now to see the amount of lives that you guys are affecting. And again, what I mentioned on my stories yesterday is like, it's not about just financial, like getting ahead in regards to your finances. Like it's personal development, it's mindset, it's everything. Because you can't be successful if you're not being successful in all these areas of your life. And I think that's what we're being misled to, is like, oh, you can just, you know, just go all in this one aspect. So you got to go all in on all these aspects.
Yeah. So what's 2021 look like for you?
So this time last year, I didn't have the intentions to start a business or anything like that. And now watching what you're doing and watching how like Adam's built up the wholesale team, like it's fired me up in a whole different way. So I believe like last quarter of 2020, we decided to shift from just being a media team to like being a media business. So we were playing around with like flirting with finances, and that showed me how much potential we truly have. So that was a fun little project, but I was like, I want to put this on the shelf right now to like build this business. So that way we can just experiment with any kind of project, and we can have the team and the finances and the time to truly do it. So in the last couple of months here, we've got a bunch of clients that we now manage and run their social medias, their YouTubes. And I want to like just manage people in general, kind of like an agency that's more than just, oh, let's run your social media. It's like, let's run every aspect about your public life. And, you know, we got it up to about like 6 figures in just a couple of months. And now I see it's fun for me now. This is like my new experiment where I want to go all in on this. I want to make this 7 figures. I want to have a team of people, because seeing what's happened with COVID and everyone losing their jobs and stuff is like, well, we're creating jobs for people. Like, I want to bring that opportunity. I want to bring that abundance to other people who, again, are truly passionate about themselves and what they're doing in this world. So 7 figures, team of 20 people. This year, I'm a little upset that Mike read like 36 or 46 books, because I only read 21 this year. So I'll have to double that up or something. But yeah, just keep reading and writing and creating and like building and managing. Like, that's what I want to do over 2021.
Awesome. Love it. And so any ideas on who some of those first key hires are going to be?
So I think a big aspect is we need like someone to help be like administrate everything. Because I know for myself, like, I want to manage all this stuff and do the best I can, but I'm also like, I wouldn't say like I got ADD and like, you know, I get distracted a lot, but it's like when I do find something, I'm like, oh, I have to go all in on this, like now, like right now. So it's like someone to help handle the administrative side of things. As we slowly keep building things up as well too. Like, we have Janelle on the team. Hopefully you'll see her later, and Spence on the team, and you'll see him later as well. And, you know, like Janelle's managing like the social media aspect and the posting, and Spence is handling a lot of the backside of the video production as I've started to step back from those. So I think eventually they'll need a person underneath of them, but in between that too, like, I was kind of just mentioning to you earlier, is like, once we get all of those handled, I would love to get like an assistant where I'm just like, hey, I want to know every single podcast in Canada and, you know, the size that they have, the main topics that they discuss. So I can just quickly be like, hey, you know, this client wants to get on 15 podcasts this year, like, and they're real estate orientated, or maybe they're social media orientated, or whatever kind of level they're at. So I just kind of have someone that can do all the research that I want to do, but I don't have the time to do. And I can get all that information without having to do the work, but I still have it there at like a moment's notice. So I think I still need to flush these ideas out a little bit more. But again, I'm just looking to, you know, I see right now taking kind of, you know, expert secrets and .com secrets, like, this is a blue ocean. I know a lot of other people get DMs all the time, like, let's run your social media, but there are people who aren't doing it themselves. I've been doing this for 5 to 6 years now with my own channel, with my own following. Now 2 to 3 years now with your channel and your following. And now for the last 2 to 3 months with several other clients and their following. So it's like, I see and I know what the effort that goes into it, as well as like what we want the end product to be like, and every dimension in between. So I see right now, there's this huge open blue ocean of like media in regards to social media, similar to how I just read Who is Michael Ovitz? And Michael Ovitz is like the guy who's had his hand in everything in Hollywood. He was the guy who brought the whole Jurassic Park together. Like, he found the guy who had the concept for the book. He made sure the guy wrote the book, put it into a script, connected Steven Spielberg, connected the studio, and did all of that. So I want to take like, man, there's a great idea or opportunity here, and be the glue that puts it all together. So I don't know the exact people that are going to need to be on that path, but I want to find that this year. So that way, like, I can just put ideas together rather than having to, you know, stitch it all together myself. And do all the work in the business. Yeah.
Awesome, man. And I'm just trying to remember, was he the one that founded CAA, like the talent agent? Okay. Yeah. I think that he's a great example of, a model to follow. 'Cause like, he really took the talent industry to a whole different level with his model and the service and attention to detail they brought. Yeah.
And that's what I think is like, there's a whole ocean here. Cause I know so many people, like, we're talking to Amir the other day, who we interviewed him for Social Lab Times. And in the 3 years that he's been off on his own, Brampton, I can't remember.
Yeah, somewhere in Toronto.
Yeah. and he's just been plugging away, and he's Persian, and he's really geared his whole YouTube channel to appealing to that Persian audience. And he's quite successful on his own with it right now, versus like if he had an agency behind him trying to get him all the opportunities. Like imagine if he was getting on TV shows, like over
Persian
there.
news networks, right? Like if probably it's all state run, so it's probably hard to get on Iranian TV. But like it's true. There's so much power in these niches now, right? And I think without kind of the back end that you're talking about, a lot of people would really struggle to take their following or their influence to the next level. Like they might become well known in their tiny little niche, but they're really going to struggle to become well known outside of that pond.
And I've had this concept of human experiments for a long time. Like I'm not going to dive into it all, but seeing people similar to myself who are documenting their lives, who are very passionate, and then getting scientific testing done on them if they're willing to participate. And the more I have this idea, the more I see how it can actually come into fruition. But I do now need this whole back end of like, I need to be supporting people who are already successful and helping them get even more successful by getting them more opportunities. And then I can have this, okay, I see this person here who has a great idea or a great vision, but no attention at all. And how can I make them go from zero to like large and actually conduct these kind of experiments with these people? So that's my long-term my long short-term goal, because I have other long-term goals, which I don't think we'll get into here. But like I still want this vision and idea to come to life. But it's now I realize now I need to be the person who has all these connections, who has all these opportunities at a whim, similar to like right now. I just over the holidays I binged Entourage because I was like, I gotta watch Ari and figure out because I think they mirrored Ari after Michael Ovitz, or took aspects from him.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, how do I like encapsulate this with not being like a total dick like Ari? But like I just see like I need to be the glue that brings all these things together. So
I haven't thought about that show in forever. Like in university, that was the show to watch. I always remember that one. I don't know, you probably didn't get this deep into it, but the episode where Ari breaks off to start his own thing, like I always like that was always an intense episode where like, and you think and then the whole hero's journey on launching his own agency was fascinating. And I forget, he had like a Shakespearean word or something that was like the code word where like he drops the code word.
Tsitsi fly.
Is that what it was?
Okay. To get all the agents to go over to him.
Fascinating.
So it's been honestly truly amazing to work with you and for you, and now see the team that like you've created, but I've had a hand in creating and bringing into fruition and bringing into life. And you've discussed this many times, but I feel, and I agree 100%, like this is just the epilogue. Like we're not even into the book that is getting written about our lives. Like Mike said, there's going to be a movie about our lives. Like I swear to God, there will be, whether we create it or not. There is going to be like a book and a movie about everything that we are doing here. Because I truly think that we're challenging the societal norms. And this is why I wanted to title this live stream, like breaking all the rules in 2020. Because like, we're not legally breaking the rules, but like, we're breaking all the boundaries of what people tell you to do. You regularly discuss it like on your YouTube channel about like, you don't have to go through traditional bank financing. There's other ways to go about it, but it's like people have these rules that they've already set upon themselves and these limiting barriers and these limiting beliefs. And I believe with everyone here on our team, like we're breaking those down. So depending on who you want to go watch, like we're farther ahead those limiting barriers, but like follow some of the new guys on the team and they're just breaking some of those limiting barriers. And I think we're going to start, and we already are doing that on a societal level. And I can't wait to see once we have more power and more influence to actually do that like nationally and then globally, where people are like truly following the lead we have. So I'm truly grateful to be part of this and be on this journey and to be changing lives with you, Matt. It's crazy.
Love it, Peter. Yeah, really appreciate it. It's been an amazing journey so far, and it really does just feel like it's the beginning. But it like to me, it's especially special the fact that you and Adam were among the first guys to join the team, and to really see, Peter level up. And, in 2021, we'll be spinning off social mediation into its own separate corporation. And like Peter will become a stakeholder in that business. And this to me is one of the most gratifying parts so far of our culture and our ecosystem, is this idea of taking individuals and helping them become, more well-rounded. The way Peter was saying, like not just crushing it in one little aspect, but being able to become like a powerful business person, right? Someone that's able to really understand and read financial statements, or put together basic budgets and projections, or even small things like understanding the salaries employee isn't where your expense ends, right? Mm-hmm. And the additional charges and taxes and all those different things that really come together into becoming a fully well-rounded like business leader, owner, influencer. Because certainly in our current system and any capitalist system, a big part of the way you vote is with your dollars as well. Big way that you drive impact isn't to necessarily just be involved in social causes, but to actually like start businesses, start self-sustaining ecosystems or enterprises. And oftentimes I think of those as for-profit enterprises. So I'm really excited to see what our for-profit enterprises have done to this point, but really excited to see where we can push the limits in 2021 and beyond. So,
well, I know a limiting belief that I had is like when I first started working for you, and I was like, holy shit, like before I was just going paycheck to paycheck type deal. And then I started working for you, and I'm like, man, if I want someone working under me, like that's if I'm paying them $2,500 or $3,000 a month, like that's like $36,000 a year. I'm like, holy shit, like that's a commitment. Like, you know what I mean? And then like, I didn't have that concept in my head ever. And I always took it for granted till, again, I started working for you guys, and I was like, holy shit, like this is a huge thing that like, I feel so many people in society, because I feel like everyone's just like, well, I'm here at work and I deserve this and I deserve that. I was like, you don't deserve shit. You don't deserve anything.
And that to me is one of the funnest things about being able to create this ecosystem, is truly create a meritocracy where people that want to succeed can succeed, and those that don't want to succeed won't last long. So really, I think that's one of the benefits of being able to be in these positions, to start businesses, to launch companies, is the ability to carve out your own path and really to influence social change, I think, through what would be considered untraditional means and measures. But at the same time, if we look at like the turn of the 20th century, like a lot of those, of the 20th century, like a lot of the 19th century industrialists, right, or the robber barons, like a lot of them and the people that followed in their footsteps, they actually tried to implement their social change through corporate or for-profit mechanisms rather than just through not-for-profits, right? Something we talk about regularly, like Ford or Disney or Westinghouse, those amazing entrepreneurs, inventors, thought leaders that took it upon themselves to try and change society for the better. And I think, in a microcosm, that's what we're trying to do here. And I really look forward to continuing to learn along the way with you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's awesome. I really appreciate it. And I see so many people who are like, want to make a change, but like don't have the systems or the business and stuff. And it's like, your ideas are going to die with you because you're not like trying to encapsulate it all. Like you're playing in this capitalist system. So it's like, you have to participate in it versus like just being angry at the system and trying to, if I'm just disgruntled enough, like these things are going to change. And if enough of us are disgruntled, it's like, okay, I understand why you think that, but like nothing's going to happen and your ideas are going to die with you versus like, I truly believe like shout out to Stefan Arnio, like his ideas are continuing to go on because of his books and the community he's grown. And I can't wait for us to look back at this time 20, 30 years from now and see the kind of change that we are going to create with this, and as well as be like, man, let's like, how long is this going to live on past us?
That to me is legacy.
Yeah.
So impact and legacy.
Well, thanks so much for having me back on. I got to get behind the camera now just to keep the stream going. Bring it in, Matt. I really appreciate you, bro.
We live together, guys, so that's COVID approved. Don't panic.
Family unit.
All right. Awesome, guys. Well, again, this is what I really wanted this live stream to be all about, is just the opportunity to introduce you guys to the different team members behind the scenes and in front of the scenes that are constantly helping out. So I'm assuming you're on time here. Okay. All right. So we've got our next guest already. We've got Amar.
Let's do it.
How's it going, man?
How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Awesome.
Nice.
So do you want to do a quick, although like realistically, Mike Nowicki was the first one on, and he was saying how people on the live stream might not know him, but hopefully they know you because we just did a 4-part series, right?
I would hope so.
Do you want to just fill them in case?
For sure. Yeah. So I'm Amar. I'm the second newest wholesaler on the wholesale team. I think I joined officially May 22nd. I moved into a house. Yeah.
Really? It's been that long?
Yeah. 7 months.
Shit. Okay.
7 months.
That seems crazy.
I know. It feels like it was yesterday. The craziest thing is the first time I ever heard your name was December last year.
Oh, yeah?
The first time I was ever introduced to like this world, and like I dove through your wholesale videos and like all that stuff. So it's crazy how much can happen in a year. And
so what's happened in the year?
So obviously I moved out of my parents' house. I dropped out of university. I was supposed to be in 4th year right now. I was actually a lifeguard before I did all this. So I left university.
What were you going to university for?
Financial economics. Yeah, so I was in business. I was at King's. So it worked out that I was in London, which was pretty cool. And I just gave up all that to dive headfirst into wholesaling, and here we are 7 months later, 12 deals, 290,000 in wholesale fees.
So we'll get back into the wholesaling, but before we do that, like, where were you at in school? Were you crushing in school? Were you failing out? Like, were you just holding your own?
I was decent. Like, I actually got like pretty good grades. It's just that I wasn't really engaged. You know what I mean? And looking back at it now,
did you know what was going to happen next?
No clue.
Yeah.
I had no clue.
I think that's the scariest part for me with so many people going to post-secondary institutions, and like there's certain ones where you're on kind of a clear path to what happens next, which at least, right or wrong, at least gives you some clarity and some comfort towards choosing that path. Where like something like, economics is like, it sounds cool and it's an interesting subject matter, and it technically impacts all of us and all of our lives all the time. And at the same time, as far as trying to tie that to a job, it's a little bit harder.
Tough. And going into university, nobody preps you for it. Like they don't tell you how many courses you need. They don't tell you what credits you need to get. And then going into 2nd and 3rd year, they're like, oh, you have to choose a major, choose a minor. I was like, financial economics, that sounds pretty cool. Sounds interesting. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? But yeah, this is definitely a lot better.
And so what did friends and family think when you decided to leave school? Like, did they already know that you were eyeing the door, or was it a complete surprise?
My parents thought that I was just taking the year off. I was like, you know what? I'll tell them I'm taking the year off.
Small ass.
Exactly. I'll tell them I'm only taking 1 year off. I'll crush it, and then they'll be like, okay, now I get why you don't want to go back to university and all that stuff. And then a lot of friends, they're like, no, you're 3 years in. A lot of them were hanging on to the sunk cost fallacy, where they're like, you're 3 years in, just finish.
Boom, you were able to use that economics knowledge right away.
Exactly. There you go.
I'll never use this, but sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, some stuff I actually learned was really interesting. I wish I paid more attention though, because then I was like, there's actually a lot of, I think studying econ is very beneficial, but getting an econ degree doesn't really, like, you know what I mean? It doesn't really make a big difference. I got an understanding of like how the economy works, obviously, and like the money supply and all that type of stuff. But yeah, a lot of them, they just wanted me to finish since I was already 3 years in. They're like, you're already so close to the finish line, just get it. I'm like, I'm not gonna do anything with it anyways.
Okay, and so fill us in then the second half of 2020, May 22 on.
Yeah, so I started off shadowing Mike, which was amazing. I think I was doing it for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, where I was just answering his phone calls. We did go to walkthroughs together, offer presentations, all that type of stuff. Then I started doing my own thing. It took me until July 26th. So July 26th to get my first deal. And then ever since then, the past 3 months, I think, where I've really caught a lot of momentum. And I remember when I joined the team, my goal was to hit 10 deals before 2020, and I'm at 12. So
nice, man.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting.
So what have been maybe some of the biggest lessons or biggest takeaways so far from 2020 for you?
That's a great question. I just think your thoughts really shape your actions. was a huge one, and just to like dream as big as possible were the biggest takeaway, like new takeaways for me. Because if I had to set 20 deals, who knows? I might be at like 23 deals right now.
Mhm.
Who knows? That was the biggest thing where I'm like looking forward to 2021. I was just scared that I wasn't going to be thinking big enough, and that I wasn't going to be, because I wasn't thinking big enough, I wouldn't be putting in the right level of action. You know what I mean? But that's the biggest thing. Your thoughts determines your actions, and your actions determine your results. I think that was the biggest takeaway for me.
Nice. And so what are the big goals in 2021?
$1 million in wholesale fees. That's the goal. 100%. $1 million in wholesale fees. I want to be able to go into a new market, and I want to dominate that market. So we're thinking like out east more. So I want to be able to, and I also want to flourish into as a leader. You know, I want to develop my leadership abilities and content. So like I told you this morning, I'm going to be writing a lot more. I think the plan is so far the plan, 5 days a week, I'm going to be waking up like really early, like 5 a.m. And first thing I do for 20 minutes, 30 minutes is just write. Whatever comes in my mind, I'll just write it. I'll edit it later on, and then I'll post that stuff on a blog. And then of that stuff, I will create video content. So I was doing the content matrix as well. So thinking like where everything will fit. And I think my strategy for what I'm going to be writing about is I'm going to be going really deep in a couple of books and really dissecting them to the point where I can easily distill that information to, the way that I look at it is like my younger brothers, because they're in like grade 11 right now. And I really want them to start reading. I actually like gave them a bribe. I was like, I'll give you $500 if you do a book report for me.
Love it.
So they sent 60 pages. One of them was 60 pages, but then I went through it and I'm like, you copied and pasted, you cheater. I was like, okay, I'll keep
What book?
Mindset for one of them, because they're twins. So Mindset by Carol Dweck and The 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens.
Nice.
For the other one. So, and then
Highly Effective Teens? Like, sorry, there's, okay. One
Cool.
Stephen
Covey wrote the people one. And then his son, Sean Covey, wrote the teens one. Because remember, like somebody gave it to me in grade 9 and 10, and it like really changed the way that I looked at everything. So I was like, you need to read this.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what do you know what big books you're going to do, like your deep dive
So
into?
right now I was reading Smarter, Faster, Better. I forget who the author was, but it's basically how to be productive in business and in life. And so I just finished chapter 2. The first one was on motivation and how to keep motivation going, you need to have a sense of control in your life. And there's a lot of tips and tricks that you can do to give yourself that sense of control to where I'm actually doing this. And then it's a positive feedback loop to where you get that little spark, but then that action leads into progress, and you seeing that progress gives you more motivation to keep going and going and going. And you have a sense of control over your life. And then the second chapter was talking about teams and how effective teams have nothing to do with who's in the team and their intelligence level. It's more about creating psychological safety and a space where people feel like they're heard. Even they're disagreeing, they're like shouting back and forth, but they feel like everybody's equally contributing, and it's a safe environment for that. And then the third one's on focus, and I'm excited about that. So I think
those are the 3 books you're going to do a deep dive in 2021?
No, that's one book.
Okay.
That's one book. That was chapter 1, chapter 2. So Smarter, Faster, Better. And I think I'm going to do, are you familiar with Ryan Holiday?
Yep.
So I think I'm going to do like the obstacle is the way, ego is the enemy, and stillness is the key. So those are 3 of his books that I love. So I'll do those. And just whatever like I pick up here and there. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. 0 to 1 I think would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Peter Thiel's book. I'm a huge fan of it. We did it in our book club this year. So awesome.
Yeah. Nice.
So what would you say to someone that's maybe thinking about, or maybe they're not loving school right now?
I would say first thing. So what I did was feels weird to say this, but I was really lucky that quarantine happened, because I was able to really utilize that time effectively. So I got the 14-day free trial of Casual Tribe, and I just binged that. I watched a lot of Jordan Belfort. I learned a lot. So I think if you're in university right now, even if you're not, moving forward in this lockdown that we have, just utilize it as much as possible to learn as much as you can about whatever you want to go into. So focus on getting a high income skill. So for me, it was wholesaling, and then
which essentially is sales, right?
Exactly. So I like read The Way of the Wolf. I read Never Split the Difference. I read The Close by Stephen Arnio. So just really use this time during the lockdown going forward to learn as much as possible. And then just doing so, you will learn more about yourself and kind of what you're inclined to like, what kind of topics you like to go down. And then you can really see like what's the next steps moving forward. But I think just relying on university itself and hoping that it's going to take care of itself is a recipe for disaster. Like, I don't think that's going to work at all. Like, just talking to my friends who are about to graduate and they're like, I have no clue what I'm going to do after. Because they were just spoon-fed and they were just told, all right, just take this path that's ultimately like, it's not the greatest path, in my opinion. Yeah.
And so if someone was thinking about dropping out of school, what would you tell them to get themselves comfortable, to get their parents comfortable, to get their friends comfortable? I feel like you probably have to approach each one of those in its own nuanced way.
Yeah. Like, context is huge with that, but I think have some sort of plan, some sort of, like, for me, I didn't know if this was going to bring any success, but I was like, all right, I'm going to go into this team.
Did you give it a clear deadline?
I said, yeah. So I said, I'm going to see how this year goes. Yeah. So I kind of, and even like in the back of my mind, I honestly like didn't think I was ever going to go back, but to my mom, to my parents, I was like, okay, I'm going to only have 1 year. I'm going to take the year off. It's perfect because we're all online anyways. And I know that online school is just it's so garbage. It's horrible. Like, I remember I was doing exams last year because lockdown happened like right before final exams. So I was still doing final exams and I just had the test on one tab and then the answers on another tab. So like sick. Like, I'm not learning anything. But have a clear plan. And if you approach them with a deadline of like, all right, I have 1 year to make this work. And if nothing comes out of it, then I'll consider going back, or we can revisit this conversation moving forward. But just trust me for this specific period of time to know what I'm doing. And even if you don't really know what you're doing, just have that faith. Because like Think and Grow Rich was also another book that I read like a couple of years ago that impacted me. And I always go back to the first step is desire. You have to really, really want it. You have to really want to succeed. And then the second step is you have to have that faith in yourself and your ability to adapt and go through life's ebbs and flows and come out stronger on the other side, better, wealthier, whatever it may be.
Did you have a clear financial plan? Like, were you like, hey, mom and dad, don't worry, you're not going to have to pay for me this year? Or were you like, hey, I still need that OSAP money and I'm going to not go to school?
No, I told them they wouldn't need to pay for me. I actually started contributing more and like started paying for more and more stuff as I got more successful. Like, my dad just came back in December from Egypt and I didn't like see him for like 1.5 years, right? So he just came back and I was able to pay for his ticket, which was like, I felt really good doing that. And I had CERB money, so I can't really like say I was like struggling. But
I guess like I'm curious, did you have a plan for it? Like, did they want to know the financial plan, or were they just like, okay, we trust you, we'll give you 1 year?
They just trusted me. Yeah, they just trusted me, and I was like, just put it in my hands. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. And my mom has like believes in me strongly, and my dad wasn't really there to like contest too much, was kind of a good thing. But yeah, they didn't really ask for a financial plan personally.
Gotcha. And so were they regularly checking in to see if you were going to make it?
Yeah. They were definitely like, I was going to see my mom like once a week, once every 2 weeks. Here
and like, was that hard at the start when it was like, oh, are you rich yet?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, just be patient. It takes a long time. But yeah, they're ecstatic now. And now like my dad, because he's very traditional. He went to medical school. He was a doctor. He didn't want to be a doctor, but he was forced down that path. And so obviously growing up like that, your mentality is shaped a certain way where you're thinking as an employee and you're like, this is the only way to go forward. But like now when I go back and I talk to him and then we're having more intellectual conversations and I feel like it's more of an equal playing field. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like we're both adults here, and yeah, like it's different because now I'm starting to make money, so he's like more and more trusting, and actually comes for advice on certain things. I was like,
That's awesome, man.
The tables have turned. Yeah.
Awesome. So this next part is going to serve two purposes. One, we didn't plan any bathroom breaks for Matt or tea breaks. And two, I want you to give an unbiased opinion. Just share with the audience, what is it honestly like in the culture of the wholesale house?
Okay.
And explain to them what the wholesale house is in case
Cool.
they don't know what it is.
Cool.
Oh, my legs.
Alright, awesome.
It's like in the middle.
Right here? Alright, perfect. Awesome. So the wholesale house. Interesting scenario. So basically, it's we all live in this new build in Lambeth of London, Ontario, and I think there's 6 wholesalers right now. Five. Yeah, 5 wholesalers right now that all live there, and it's just a bunch of hungry guys, young guys filled with testosterone who just want to make as much money as possible. So over the past 2 weeks, like we took some time off for the year for like to just celebrate how good we did this year. But so there weren't too many people at the house. I was the only one. I was by myself. But regularly speaking, we wake up early. It's like if you imagine an environment where the people around you push you to be your best self, and they like you just feel like the only way to get their validation is by actually stepping up and showing that you're working and you're putting in the effort. So it's sick because we have a home gym downstairs, and we wake up early. Like today, me and Jordan went for a run. I woke him up and I like slapped him out of bed. I was like, listen, we're going for a run, buddy. We went for a run. We came back. We read like at the same time. We kind of listen to audiobooks, and I'm the big reader of the house. So what I do is I read and I listen to audiobooks, and then I take that and I talk to them about it. And because Tyler and Jordan hate to read, or they just have a lot of trouble focusing. So I distilled that information for them, and I was like, okay, this is the main topics. This is the key takeaways, blah, 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 all that type of stuff. But it's an interesting dynamic because we have Jordan, who's the mom of the house, and then everybody else who kind of like does their own thing. And he makes sure that we're all in line and that we have food and like the dishes are done and our plants are taken care of and all that stuff. But we just talk about wholesaling 24/7. We talk about real estate 24/7. We talk about how much money we're going to make. We talk about it's getting jacked, bodybuilding. So we just want to, if you imagine a bunch of like 20-something-year-olds who want to get jacked, who want to make a lot of money, and those are their only 2 focuses in life. That's basically what the wholesale house is all about. We just focus on that type of stuff.
What's your life been like ever since leaving? Like you were living with your parents, right?
Yeah. It's accelerated. It's accelerated. The idea of compressing time is insane when it comes to moving into the wholesale house, because when I'm at home, I kind of step back into a lazier version of myself. Like, you know how if you sit on a couch and all you do when you're sitting on that couch is watch Netflix, you kind of get conditioned to, as soon as you sit on that couch, you kind of feel lazy. You're like, okay, it's time to watch Netflix. And then when I'm home and then I see my little brothers who are like in grade 11, they don't have shit figured out, honestly, but who does at the same time at their age? They don't have shit figured out. Like my mom, who's just does her own thing. She works and like, she's a mom, right? There's no intensity. There's no like drive to want to do better. There's no drive to push. There's nobody like, I'm the one that has to like push myself to do other shit. But then when I see Tyler working out, deadlifting 500 freaking pounds, and then I'm like, fuck, I gotta step on my game. When I see him making whatever $175,000 in 1 month wholesaling, I was like, damn, all of a sudden my 80,000 doesn't seem like that big of a deal. I want to step it up, right? So it pushes you to, and it increases the intensity and lights the fire under your ass. And even when because obviously we're humans and we get lazy too, we're on each other. We're like, all right, stop fucking bugging me while I'm trying to read. Or like, stop trying to stop, you know what I mean? Stop smoking all the time, or like whatever it may be. It's accountability 24/7, essentially. 24/7 accountability is what it is. It just lights the fire under your ass, and you just want to keep working.
Yeah, it's very
And
easy
hustling.
in like today's society as a man to, within your own bubble or your own circle of friends and family, to quickly be like the alpha and be the
Yeah.
vet. Like alpha might be the wrong word, but like to, you know, be smarter and more successful than everyone within your group and family and friends. So to be around people who are just constantly smashing goals and passing their limiting beliefs and barriers must be awesome.
Oh, 100%. And then like sometimes I go back and hang out with some of my older buddies and my older friends, and they're still in that 21-year-old mindset where you're like, let's just fuck around, let's play video games all the time. So being in this is like a nice, it's nice because it actually pushes you further and to want to do bigger and better things, honestly.
It's like a real life video game. You're
Exactly.
constantly getting like, I just leveled up today.
Yeah.
Level 65.
And we hype each other up. Like when somebody does well, or like they go and hit a really nice lift or whatever it may be. The thing that I love about it is we validate each other for personal improvement. I think that's the best way that I could put it. Is I feel like the better I do, the more I'm accepted into the group. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And then that makes me want to do better next time and to want to keep improving myself. And it's just a very positive environment. Sometimes it gets competitive and we come at each other's throats. Like we bicker, or not bicker, but like chirp each other a lot. But that's, you know, that's part of being a guy, right? Yeah.
But yeah, like as you said there too, like you guys are always supporting upon your successes versus like, I know like my old group of friends, like we were just talking about like when I went to the mine and then coming back, it was like, none of them wanted to give me that like congratulations. They saw that success, but they're also kind of like, fuck you for doing it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of envy. You know what I mean? But here I think it's just an abundant environment where we're like, okay, this guy succeeding means I'm gonna succeed. It helps, like we all grow. We all succeed, we all crush it. And it's it's amazing.
100%. Awesome.
100%.
Appreciate you being on the team, Mark.
Break over. Oh, me too, man. Me too.
All right. So what's the worst part
of the house?
Yeah.
Being the youngest. Being the youngest definitely sucks sometimes. The butt of a lot of jokes, but it's okay. I'll be like, fuck you guys. I'm making more money than you.
Who's the mother of the house?
Jordan, for sure. I remember one time it was after the wholesale meeting in the morning. I was sitting down in the chair. And so we're in the living room. And he turns me around and he's like, Amar, look at the door. Do you see anything odd? And then I look and I see a bunch of shoes everywhere. I'm like, are you really going to say something about the shoes? It's like, we talked about where I want you guys to put the shoes. And I'm like, oh my God, man, shut up. But yeah, awesome. And then he's like, yeah, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? Just like make sure we're all fed, which is pretty nice. Yesterday he cooked a bunch of chicken, which was pretty good. Yeah.
Nice. Had you lived away from home before?
This is the first time.
This was your first time?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
This is a big transition, but I'm glad I did it. It was like last year, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, somebody my age should not be living with their mom anymore. Like, I just like think it's time to leave. Mm-hmm.
So any suggestions for someone that right now we're actually like going on a huge hiring spree, right? So I think Adam's looking at hiring literally, we're going to double our wholesale team minimum this year in size. So we're going to be hiring at least 5 people. Mm-hmm. Anything you wish you would have known or been prepared for before moving into the mansion or joining the team?
As long as you're ready to go all in and you're ready to be very good, uncomfortable, because you're going to face a lot of your own limiting beliefs. You're going to face a lot of things that you were holding you back, and we're going to force you to just confront them. If you're ready to go all in, and if you're really ready to really be the best version of yourself and do everything that entails, then I think you're going to absolutely crush it. There's not like any magical thing that I could tell you, okay, if you know this, you'll succeed. But like, if you're just ready to transform your life and to really learn a fuck ton about wholesaling, learn a lot about sales, and learn a lot about just interacting with people, if you're ready to do that, then you will just come into this ecosystem. We'll mold you, and then you'll fucking crush it.
Love
Yeah,
it.
Don Trin says, dude, that wholesale house sounds boss. Where do I sign?
Yeah.
How
So-
do people join?
I'm pretty sure you'll have a link in your bio, right?
Rebecca and Adam will. I think I need to add it to my link tree. I'm not gonna lie, but I think it's mattmckeever.com/hiring. So if you just go there, mattmckeever.com/hiring, that should work.
Sounds like a thing we'd have.
Mm.
No, that doesn't work.
Never mind. Okay, I
I'll
will
throw the
figure it out
email.
and then I'll come.
There'll
back.
be a link in my bio. There'll be a link in Adam Martin's bio. And there'll be
Yeah.
a link in Rebecca's bio if you guys want to jump over
Follow me at amar.elm and there will be a link in my bio in 1 hour.
there. 59 minutes of Googling how to change the link. In my-
Yeah. What's the link tree?
Awesome. So, yeah, anything that you wish you maybe would have known or been prepared for moving into the house before you actually did, or for someone that's maybe thinking about joining our team?
I wish I would have known. That like your main focus is gonna be wholesaling.
Mhm.
Obviously that's like the number one thing. If you just know that in real estate, what I'm gonna be completely focused on is wholesaling and really
And
specializing.
just wholesaling.
Just wholesaling. Specializing, not really doing any other side things, not really trying to dabble in this, do this or whatever, but just wholesaling. Obviously, like I'm going to be making content on the side like we're talking about,
Mhm.
but that all adds to that and that all feeds in. But regarding real estate, your biggest focus or your number one, your only focus is going to be wholesaling.
Love it.
Mhm.
Okay. And before we wrap up here, Amar, since you've joined the team, you've seen one guy move into the team and not cut it. And
Yeah.
you've seen one guy move into the team and seems like he's going to cut it.
Yeah.
What do you think was the difference there? Is there a difference? Is there anything that you can identify between the two avatars to
Yeah.
share with the audience?
So I had this talk with Tyler, and we were talking about the guy that didn't make the cut, and he left the team. He had a lot of different focuses on his mind. He had like a networking group in Toronto that he was just focused on, and he was just constantly talking about that. He wasn't really. Jordan wants to be a better wholesaler, and he's constantly asking for ways that he could improve and constructive criticism. But the other guy, he just Dylan, he just didn't want to, and he never like showed the inclination. And the biggest thing that me and Tyler were talking about is if somebody is going to join the ecosystem and crush it, they're going to make me want to work harder.
Mhm.
Dylan did not make me want to work harder whatsoever. He was lazy. Because I think the biggest thing, or one of the biggest things as well, is you have to be a well-rounded individual in terms of you're looking to improve in all aspects of your life. Like we all take we're very, conscious of taking care of our health, and we want to take care of our minds, and we want to take care of our bank accounts with wholesaling.
Mhm.
So if you're that person who you're ready to level up in all aspects of your life, not just wholesaling, then you're going to move into the house. We're going to love you, and you're just going to crush it. So if you're in there and you make us want to work harder and you push us, then we know that you're one of us.
Awesome. Love it, Amar. Anything else you want to say before we wrap up here?
Just it's surreal what's happened in a year. This is exciting, and 2021 is going to be insane.
Yeah. One thing we didn't talk about that I hope Amar has linked in his bio is he wrote an ebook.
Yeah.
Is that in your
Yeah.
bio at least?
He
wrote an ebook.
I know.
We run a social media
know,
company.
I know. It will be my bio, I promise. That one is in the 4-part video series. So check out the 4-part video series. I talk about all about wholesaling. Everything that I wish that I knew is also outlined in that ebook. So if you guys have any questions, hit me up on social media as well. It will be.
Is my buyer's list on here?
It is.
Okay,
it is.
good.
It is. Yeah.
Excellent, guys. Yeah. So if you didn't know, Amar wrote a fantastic ebook, completely free, called "How I Made $25,000 in 68 Days,"
Or how I made $25,000 without spending a dime.
Without spending a dime. Awesome. And so essentially, guys, that's what it is. It's Amar's story of door knocking, joining the team, really focusing on leveling up as an individual and challenging himself. And within those first 68 days, he did land his first wholesale deal for $25,000. Going into 2021, the goal is $1 million in wholesale fees.
million.
How many deals is that?
So that's approximately 4 deals a month or 40 deals per year. Because right now my average fee is 25,000. So if I could do 40 deals in that year with $25,000 a piece, I'll hit that million.
Love it. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing you hit it. If you guys want to follow along with Amar and eventually find links to everything we talked about today, make sure you follow along with him on Instagram. You guys will see it all over my IG. So thanks, Amar.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. This was awesome. Take care, guys.
All right, sweet. So is the next one? Yeah, next one's a call in. So, all right. So hope you guys are enjoying this so far. If you are, make sure you smash that like button. I think I saw 15 or 16 of you have smashed the like button so far. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying this live stream. Again, the idea was I really wanted to share with you that there's a lot more team members than just Matt McKeever when it comes to this entire empire that we're building together. And secondly, we are going to be going on a huge hiring spree in 2021. So I'm hoping this gives you a peek, or at least a better understanding of what our culture is like, so that if this is potentially a good fit for you, then maybe we'll see you apply to our team. So let's bring on our next guest, Adam J.D. Martin.
Matt McKeever.
How's it going, Adam?
And the rest of the world. How is everybody today? I really enjoyed you wrapping up there with Amar and finding out that we have none of our socials in the bio. But if you guys are looking for any of those links, feel free to jump over to my Instagram at Adam JD Martin, where you will find links to everything that you need, including hiring for admin or sales roles. And yeah, what's going on today, Matt?
Not too much. Just enjoying catching up with everyone. So first thing, I don't know if you caught the quick or the first interview I did with Mike Nowicki, but I asked him a question, so I'll ask you the same one. Do you own Adam J.D. Martin?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent.
All of it. .com, .ca, at everything, every platform.
Oh, do you? For some reason, I thought I saw .ca was available, but I could have been wrong.
No, absolutely not. I own every domain possible. The only one I don't own is .tv. So if you're live streaming, God damn it, now I have to go buy it. Right, I'm gonna go buy it right now.
Awesome. Well, yeah, Adam, let's take a stroll down memory lane first, if you're willing.
Okay.
To. So fill everyone in on kind of where you were at before you joined the team, and then I feel like we've covered a decent amount of like your first time at the team. So I'd rather really cover the pre-team and then like what the last years looked like as you really grew the team.
Yeah. So I guess we've done a lot over the last couple of years with the team. And one of the biggest changes in the last year and a bit was just really getting laser focused in on the wholesaling business itself. Because before, like, we had done a lot of work on things like Control Your Property and the real estate Rat Pack and selling those courses and building out content for those types of things. And then sort of Cash Flow Tribe came into the picture around the same time. I really switched my full-time focus to Make It So, which is our wholesaling company. And that was definitely a big change. So went from having a lot of plates spinning and a lot of balls to juggle to just really focusing in on one singular company and trying to figure out how to document, systematize, create the processes to be able to repeat a lot more business in shorter amounts of time. So we were essentially going from, $25,000 a month to now we've done over $250,000 in a single month. And really the only way to get there was to like really drill into some of the culture pieces and making everybody work as a cohesive team. So that's kind of the big change in how we ran the business. And that kind of freed up a lot of your time too, right, Matt, to go and focus on more of the high level, like team building things and how to actually build the culture that we have. I think that's the biggest piece. But for me, the biggest changes were moving from essentially a salesperson to a sales leader, and really leading the company and building out the systematizing and building out the processes that allowed us to do repeat business, right? Because it's one thing to do one deal, but can you have 6 people do a deal every month or multiple deals every month? And then dealing with the logistics that follows that. Like, who's going to deal with the paperwork? Who manages the communications between your service providers and your internal company? How do we keep everybody accountable and motivated? So these were some of the challenges that I faced this year, and I think we overcame fairly well with some hiccups and road bumps and challenges and hurdles and a lot of fun.
Awesome. So do you want to break down for us maybe what some of either the changes you had to make or some of the lessons you learned over the last year? Really, and then maybe before we even cover that, give some context or, the hook to what's happened with the wholesale team over the last year.
Yeah. So I guess just the context there is like, we started out with myself and Matt, 2 years ago, trying out wholesaling, and I hadn't even seen there's craziness going on here. I hadn't even seen a contract before. Like, I literally didn't understand real estate at all. Like, I'd never seen one. I remember you and Jeff walking me through a contract for the first time in your kitchen, and I was like, oh man, this looks intimidating. And it was kind of scary too, because we were submitting tons of offers, and I just didn't really understand how that all worked, and eventually got to a point where that was no longer a challenge, and that made a lot of sense. And then got to the point where it was like really proficient and easy to do that at scale. And then we started by hiring Mike and Shahir. And that was like really interesting, because now there was like 2 other people to kind of think about during a day, and like, what are they doing and how can we train them and how can we share some of that tacit knowledge that maybe both you and I had in our heads, but had never written it down. So I guess some of the biggest changes were making the shift from like knowing things to being able to have it on paper and be able to be reproduced. And that was like a really big challenge at the start, because we had nothing. So one of the biggest things that I learned was that every time you do something new, you should document it and make it available to the next person. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the biggest shifts in mentality that I've had this year is not doing things for myself, but doing things for future me, right? Like future people that could either take my position or people that would incorporate some of my roles or responsibilities into their daily life. And like, what am I actually doing? And how do I catalog that in an easy to share and understand way that should be accessible to anybody at any level of business acumen, right? Because not everybody has a CPA designation. Not everybody has a degree in business management, right? So one of the biggest changes was like, okay, how can we make this simple? And then asking that question that you always ask, which is, what would this look like if it was easy? And then building out those processes so that anybody could take over any position, right? That's kind of what we're working on this year as we grow the team. Mm-hmm. So some of the biggest lessons learned there too, because we've now hired, so we've got 6 guys right now, and we're hiring another 4 or 5, depending on how it shakes out for January. So there's a big difference there between operating as an individual and even operating with 3 people to then doubling that to 6 people. And then now if we're going to double that again, for a total of like 10 or so people that are all sales guys, there's a lot of processes that need to be done. And there's a certain amount of capacity that any one person can have. So some of the things that I've learned this year, like biggest takeaway, is that you literally cannot achieve the amount that we've been able to without living out of your calendar. So I think that was like one of the number one changes that is quick, easy, tactical, but has like by far the largest impact on how much you can get done. So I know that when I schedule out a day and I've got every half an hour, I've got an activity that I need to do, including like simple things like booking in eating or booking in, play that audio book or read that book or, over the last couple of weeks, I haven't really been using the calendar as much, but I've been still thinking about those tactical things like in the morning. Okay, spend an hour writing, right? Make that content for an hour. Because if you don't do it, you won't do it. Like that's the thing, like what gets measured gets done. And so if you're living out of the calendar and actually using that to structure your day, of course, it doesn't always work perfectly the way you put it down. But when you put it down, you can at least look over it. And the way that I do it is I look over it right before bed the night before. So that's probably, I'm sure a lot of gurus would tell you not to be doing that, but I'd love to know, like, what does my day look like the day before? And then I can see in that list what I'm missing. And then at least then you know what you're not doing, right? And you can just say, oh man, I didn't make time for, this piece of business development or that meeting or whatever. But I think that was the biggest change in what I was doing, was living out of the calendar. And then I took a much more delegation focused approach to business this year, to really working on the business instead of working in it, right? Like, I'm not going to go do walkthroughs anymore. I'm not going to go do some of these other activities, but I really did try my best to understand each one of those roles so that I could at least lead the guys with some real experience there, because I think that was important for everybody. But at this point now, like, we have a really incredible team, and I think that it's going to become almost a self-fulfilling sort of thing where the guys can help train the new guys, and they actually have the most access to the recent relevant information. They have more access to that than I do. They do way more walkthroughs. They've done way more fees. They've done way more business in terms of the sales than I have there. So it's actually really awesome that they'll now be able to help develop our new team and bring them forward using all the strategies that we know work. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate it. And one thing I wanted to kind of chat upon too, that I think was a big shift for you in 2020, was just going from that kind of individual or, self-employed aspect versus being a business owner. And I think there's a really big difference there that a lot of people don't understand. The difference between being a high income earner or a self-employed individual and becoming a business owner is actually massive, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And the entire thought process that you take is completely different. So when you're that self-employed or high income earner, to one of your original points, it's really easy to cut corners, not document, and just like pull it off, right? And we talk about this often as being like, magicians versus scientists, or pirates versus a navy. And I feel like 2020 was a big theme for you of really just embracing that idea of trying to build a navy rather than a collective of pirates.
Yeah. And you know what? That actually was not very easy either. Like, it's actually counterintuitive or something. Not intuitive, but like your brain and body don't want to do it, because right away, like, you inherently see losses in some of the more selfish stuff. So like, going from self-employed high earner to business owner, you are almost certainly going to take a cut in pay, right? Like, at least short-term earnings are going to go down, and you're going to have to do a lot of activities that don't necessarily benefit you today, but that may benefit you greatly in the future, as well as your team members. So for me, like, this wasn't easy. Like, it actually was a little bit of pain, right? It's like growing pain, because you're like, holy shit, I hope this works, and I hope I'm doing the right things to ensure that this will go better in the future. But the challenge is always foregoing, a great income today and a lot of money and a lot of short-term success for a longer-term delayed gratification. It's not easy for anybody. And it certainly wasn't easy for me, because, I essentially bought into the company with you and Jeff, and, that came with a relative, like, at least for me, a relatively high ticket price as well. So there's a big investment there. But then you've got to go earn that money. And while you're trying to earn that money, you're not out there doing the high value earning activities like doing direct sales. So that was definitely a challenge. But at the same time, what it does is it shifts your motivation now away from today's money into future proofing and, making sure that you build the systems that, a self-sustaining company can embody. So like, now, instead of thinking about like, how do we get this one deal done? It's like, how do we get 10 more deals in the pipeline while that deal's being done, right? By maybe somebody else. And one of the big shifts that we did this year was move away from generalists to more of a specialist attitude. And this was actually a huge impact on the business, was just moving away from one individual having to wear 1,000 hats, right? And this is sort of what naturally happens with a lot of startup businesses, is you find yourself in a position where it's like, well, we really do need somebody to deal with all the contracts, but I don't think we can afford to pay 50 grand or 100 grand or whatever it takes for somebody to do that. So somebody else would just take over the role. And often it's the business owner or the entrepreneur that takes over a lot of these hats. But then what ends up happening is you're so stuck in the day-to-day business and operations that you forget to set up the business in a way where one person can do the offers, one person can do the walkthroughs, one person can do the selling, allowing each individual to get significantly better at that one role. And I think that was a huge game changer for the business. And it allows everybody to just get so much more production out of their day, right? Because now instead of having these different types of activities throughout a day, like it's a very different type of activity to go from writing a contract to selling a deal. These are two different mindsets. It's two different levels of energy, and it's a totally different skill set, right? One needs to be high detail and relatively, passive, and the other one needs to be like sales and marketing and relatively creative, right? Creating a sales package and marketing it out in such a way that people will be interested in clicking on it and then digging deeper into it. And so really specializing those roles was a key change in the way that we do business. And the other interesting part about that is it makes each role easier to train for the next person to take it over, because it's less pieces that they need to understand. But inside those less pieces, they can get much better at the little roles and responsibilities. So I think that was a big change. And just taking over that mentality of like, how would I set this up if I wanted to, say, for example, like I did, go away hunting for 10 days or whatever. Well, what happens if I go away? And it's actually a really valuable exercise to think about in any business is what happens if I leave? What if I don't show up? And that probably will inform you where your weak spots are, because there's always weakness in the armor. But like, how bad is it? Like if I leave for 10 days, does it stop? Well, no, we made 150 grand actually when I went away. Okay, cool. That's actually really fascinating. So I can just go away for 10 days and really we don't have catastrophic failure. And then the cool thing is that we learned a few opportunities for growth and business development while I was away in what did get missed, right? Oh, this one little thing happened. Okay, cool. We should probably set it up so that that's not a thing in the future. So that was a really cool experiment too, because I know 2 years ago when I went away for the same hunting trip, as I always do with my grandfather, we did have like more of a catastrophic sort of series of events, right? Where like we didn't really make any money, certain things didn't get done, tasks and jobs and roles got missed, and communication wasn't there. So that's probably the next biggest takeaway is like live out of your calendar and like over communicate. Because communication is probably the number one source of failure in any business or relationship. So I think that was another huge lesson too this year is like, don't assume that it will be understood, just make it so that it can't be misunderstood, right? Like, and that's really just about your intent, right? What's the intention of your business? And I think we did a really great job. Well, you did a great job, and then we just freaking lived it out of setting up the core values so that every decision on a day-to-day basis should be very easy to do if you understand how we want to operate, right? And that's improvement, movement, performance, agility, the click, so like remaining in the family, and then truth. And that should really inform how you make decisions on a day-to-day basis. And then there's the intention behind each of those, right? Is it that we move fast and break things so that our intention is to break things? No, it's just that we should be able to make quick decisions based on, following this metric of core values. So I think all of that has kind of happened in this year, and that was a mouthful, but those are the two biggest things I think is like live out of your calendar, and that will allow you to get a lot more done, and then communicate in such a way that things can't be misunderstood, and you have your intention be lived out through your guys, which is really cool because that allows the whole system to grow and build. So yeah, some of my thoughts on the year. Another thing that we did this year is we really tricked out the rewards and stuff, because I know there's a bit of a gap between, the 20-year-olds money hungry, crazy alphas that we have on our team, and CPA fire Matt, right? And so one of the things I did this year was introduce some cool incentives, right? We got the guys Mont Blanc pens, we got them tailored suits, we got them into some Tiger watches and stuff like that, which are fascinating incentives, but they're also all of the spirit of like increasing somebody's professional development, right? Like having a nice pen makes you feel great and confident. A nice suit does the same thing. And I think we've done a great job at really building these guys into better business owners and having them think like that too.
Yeah, that's a point I was hoping to build upon there, Adam, is really talking about the difference between like our team wholesaling. Naturally, it's going to attract a lot of young, aggressive individuals, right?
Yeah.
That want to make lots of money, do in a short period of time, and they're willing to put in whatever level of work is necessary to get the results that they've set out for themselves. Wholesaling, I think, is one of the better avenues available to young people if they want to break into that sort of high income skill set without necessarily having to, spend 4 years at a post-secondary institution. At the same time, there's lots of other industries that in theory can reward their salespeople just as well, or maybe even better than wholesaling. But I think the one thing that really separates our culture and our community and ecosystem from the competition is our focus not on just developing our people into high income, self-employed individuals, but leaving that roadmap available to them where they can actually become a business owner. So would you mind just at least touching upon that, or kind of breaking out what that looks like and some of the things that we make available to the team, whether it's like the book club or the real MBA that we're going to be starting next year, things like that?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to unpack there. One of the most common themes that you'll see with any high earning, young, hungry alpha type is that often they're very jumpy. Their resumes are jumpy. So you'll see them go from door-to-door sales for security to maybe they work for Reliance and they're doing furnaces and hot waters or ACs. Then they're over there doing Bell or Rogers. And then it's like, some other type of sales role. And that's a very, very common theme that I saw when I did door-to-door sales. I mean, anybody on any of those door-to-door teams had already worked in, any number of industries, maybe 4 different industries doing similar roles. I don't think we see that on our team because of what we do with them. So we do daily accountability calls, and that's sort of more of the tactical level. But on a way more strategic level, we're investing a tremendous amount of time and energy into things like the book club. So the book club was really cool this year. We ended up reading, I think we covered 6 or 7 books, I think, somewhere around there. But the books that we chose were very diverse in their base of knowledge. So one of them, for example, was The Rational Optimist. And this book was absolutely fascinating. And it had everything to do with how you perceive the world and what's likely to be the truth versus what you're hearing and what gets, displayed and sort of told to you through the media and other interested parties. And it really touched on a lot of things about specialization and teaching people how technology and innovation came about. We did another one, 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, was fantastic. And a book called Blue Fishing by Steve Sims. Another one called The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team and The Road to Serfdom. And all of these books cover really, really, really different subjects, but it's odd how they all build on each other. And we're not really just teaching the guys, like, none of these are sales books, right? None of these are like how to get better at door knocking or how to get better at handling objections. That kind of stuff we expect the guys to already be doing on their spare time. So what we're doing when we're investing our time with them is really teaching them how to be better at life and how to be better business owners in the future. So, when we talk about Blue Fishing, for example, it's like the ultimate book on networking and building more connections and establishing yourself as a brand and using sort of some really interesting techniques to be able to build massive, massive, massive rapport with anybody at any time without necessarily having to be a millionaire already, right? You don't need to buy somebody a yacht to build a ton of rapport with them. You can actually just understand more about what they know, what they're interested in, and play to those strengths. And I just find we spent a ton of time really teaching them about like how to think, right? And not necessarily just like how to drink more of our Kool-Aid or how to get better at what they're doing to increase our revenue. No, we taught them how to like think about, just for example, one of our guys, Tyler, one of his biggest things that he's trying to work on is like accounting. He understands that he doesn't really have any accounting experience, which is probably normal of most people, right? Most people won't have that skill. And so one of the things that we're doing with him is like encouraging him to go and take an online accounting course, right? And like just sharpen up that skill. And we've suggested books for him and got some easy to read content on that subject. We've given a ton of opportunities for the guys to take over a bunch of different like extracurricular things too. And I think really our focus has just been like, how can we get it to the point where our guys just aren't the best cog at sales? Like they actually understand why we're doing what we're doing. So like, why do we want to build better relationships and not burn bridges? Why do we, when somebody tries to rip us off or do a bad deal with us or kind of take from us or try and do something shady, are we not going to blow up and like publicly, shame this person online? It's like, no, we're actually going to continue doing smart business decisions. And I think we've spent a lot of time teaching them that. One thing you brought up there, which I thought, I think is going to be one of the more interesting things we'll maybe ever do is the real MBA. I think that's going to be so incredible because what we're doing with the guys is we're trying to get them all to a point where they've got enough capital, they've got enough skill, and they've got enough talent to take on a business venture with us. And so, in doing that, we've got to make sure that the guys really understand supply chain management, operations management, marketing and sales, accounting and finance, right? All these different silos of business. And the thing that you've planned out there with the real MBA, to actually do a live case study, breaking down businesses with them over the course of, potentially 3 to 12 months, I guess, to really understand these different silos of business and make it interesting is so fascinating, right? So we've opened up our books. We've always showed our finances and been clear about our finances and our accounting and how we run the business. There's no secrets here. It's all open and available for our guys to learn from. But I think this is going to be a really cool opportunity for them to go and, sort of like Ivy or at one of these Ivy leagues, just go pick a business and let's break it down from all of those angles. So how does it work from a logistics and supply chain perspective? How does it function from a sales and marketing role? What are the operations like? How could we increase the margins? What are the margins? Is it worth doing? Right? Because I don't think anybody is asking those questions in most businesses. So we want to understand, like, is it a good idea to open a Subway franchise? Right? Well, I don't know. Let's break down the business. How does it work? What do we stand to gain? What do we stand to lose? And more importantly, what's the opportunity cost of doing that business versus any other business? These are high level questions that nobody's answering, right? Nobody's asking these questions. And this is something we're asking of our like on the boots on the ground sales guys, right? And I think that's one of the things that keeps our guys sticky to our environment is like we eat together, right? We watch a personal and professional development video every Wednesday and we eat together. We go out and we do functions together. Like we did black tie at the London Club just as something to do. We've got things like the book club. There's a handstand challenge right now. Like we do the craziest things and really it functions more like a family that's growing together to take on businesses. And then at the same time, we're making a lot of money together, which is awesome because we're solving great problems for people. And, but the next step to that is obviously like, what are you going to do with it? And so I think that's one of the things that we do really well is answering that question, which almost nobody else is doing. And I think that's why a lot of companies lose their people is they can go make a bunch of money, then they blow it. And then they're on to the next thing because they're bored and they think that it doesn't work. Where we're trying to get them to a point where each person's got at least $250,000 that they can use to invest with us in a new business. But we're also going to teach them to fish, right? Like You find the business, you identify what works and whether or not it's a great idea, and then have the skills and ability to pitch it to us in a formal way that actually makes sense, where you or I would actually invest real dollars to go into business on a new venture. So I think that's crazy. Nobody's doing that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just really want to hit home on what Adam was talking about there, guys. For me, this ecosystem isn't just about building a high income salesperson. It's not about building someone that's self-employed. It's about ideally long-term building a future business partner for myself. And so, now that we're 2 or 3 years deep into the relationship with Adam or Peter, we're now at that stage where we actually are building towards, businesses together and becoming business partners, right? And that to me that's really the next step on this journey, right? And once our wholesalers hit a certain level of success, we really want to start pulling and pushing them towards that next level of success. It's not just about earning that lump sum of money. It's about really becoming, a influential, powerful person in society and really trying to carry your load or even more than your load. So yeah, again, really appreciate you jumping on the live stream, Adam. Before we wrap up here, any last minute things that you want to share with the audience or any big goals you want to share for 2021?
Big goals. Yeah. I'm going to write several ebooks this year that you will see in my bio. You're not going to have to go too far to find those. Amar, shout out, fix that bio. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to produce a ton of content this year because you've been saying this for years and I've done a bad job at listening in that respect. So I'm going to openly and honestly just take that right now. I did it. I did not produce enough content. I was a complete moron on social media this year and I left a lot on the table. So I plan on solving that problem, or at least working towards solving that in 2021 by producing some ebooks for you guys. So going to write a bunch of content about leadership. I've got a bunch of lifestyle content as well coming out on the luxury brand stuff, because I really think that attention is extremely valuable and something of a currency in today's age. So going to be working on that. And then for the company, we're working on hiring 5 people right now. So we've got sales roles, we've got admin that we're looking for, and dispositions, offer specialist, which is just like a more of an admin type role as well. So we got a lot of roles we're still hiring for. So if there are candidates, please go over to my Instagram. It's at AdamJDMartin, and you'll find the links in the bio there. You can absolutely apply there. We're going to request a video from you. All of it's automated through that link. And then, business goals. I'm looking at doing 8 figures this year. So we hit 7 figures this year, which was fantastic for the year at 1.6 million or so. And I'm expecting to do 10 million next year, but we're going to need an entire team to do that. We're going to need a lot of help and we're going to need a lot of dedication. So always looking for team members to help out with that and people to step up. And hopefully I'll see you on the other side next year. We'll do the same stream, hopefully, and we can talk about how we did 10 million.
Awesome. Love it, Adam. Well, appreciate you jumping on this live stream. Everyone jump over, follow Adam. And if you're interested in learning more about joining our wholesale team, reach out to Adam on Instagram or track down those links in his bio. And really, we're looking for people that want to crush it in 2021. So this is something that you can't fake. There's no sense in even applying if you're hoping that you can just kind of coast through. You won't last long in this ecosystem if you don't have a work ethic. But if you've got the work ethic, if you've got the hunger, that's really the only 2 things we can't teach. Everything else can be taught other than that work ethic and that hunger or spark inside of you. So if you feel that inside of yourself, I really want to encourage you to take control of 2021 and reach out to Adam, because we need to grow our wholesale team in 2021. And if you're the right fit, we need you.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, YouTube. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying this live stream so far. If you guys are, make sure you smash that like button, hit subscribe. If somehow you're new to my channel and you're watching this live stream, that's surprising to me. So let me know in the comment section. But up next, we've got Diego, who's going to be joining me here on the couch. So, hey, Diego, come on over. Yeah, sure. I'll take water. Thanks. Thank you.
Hey, Matt. Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Good. This is mine. You like You brought your own water, or you?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I didn't want people freaking out because of COVID. So, all right, Diego. Well, before we jump into it, why don't you break down for everyone that maybe doesn't know you? Diego's been on the channel a couple times back when we were kind of doing some of those initial presentations, right? So
yeah,
I'm trying to think of what your presentations were on.
so
was one
we
ARV
talked
or?
about the ARV. Yeah, I think we did one on the types of houses that the market has. I think we did several. I can't remember like the topics, but I think the ones that went to your channel were the color calculate ARV, which was I think the most successful one.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Yeah. So if you guys didn't know, Diego's been on the team for a while now. You would have joined
March
of this year.
Yep.
Was it? Okay. That's crazy. Because it was right before COVID. So for
it was
like,
right before COVID.
Amar joined after COVID, so it
Yeah.
feels like Amar just joined. You joined before COVID, so it
Yeah,
feels like
exactly.
a really long time ago.
So it was like a month, and then COVID hit us. Like after a month of being on the team.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And so for everyone, do you mind just kind of giving a breakdown of your journey to joining the team, and then we'll kind of chat about what it's been like once you joined.
Yeah, it was awesome. So I followed you. So if, like to the people that don't know, like I followed Matt. I'm from Guatemala, and I always wanted like to leave Guatemala just because I thought there was always more opportunities on another country. So when I saw the opportunity of coming to Canada, and then I stumbled upon Matt's channel because of that Graham Stefan video. Then I was like, okay, Matt McKeever is in London. And then I just like went all through your channel and I just saw so many videos and I was like, okay, this guy's awesome. And I got an application in Fanshawe accepted and I was like, okay, I'm going to Fanshawe. So then it was back in December, I think, that Adam posted on his Instagram and you did as well, that if somebody wanted to join the wholesale team. And then I applied, and then I had to send the videos, just wait a little bit. And then it was in March, the beginning of March, that I got in. And then COVID hit us. So, yeah, that happened.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, it's been amazing. It's been an amazing journey. I've learned so much about you, from you, and so much from real estate also. And I feel like it's always a continuous improvement that you push on us, and to continue just to learn more about the real estate market and just like keep pushing and working hard and having that speed and breaking things. And I've stumbled to breaking things, put a couple of contracts under properties under contract, and then just couldn't sell them just because of wrong numbers and stuff like that. But it's all been an excellent learning experience, and those mistakes, made me a better wholesaler. And now I can, just do numbers on a property super fast in less than 10 minutes.
And so just to kind of give some context now, so you're about, 9 months into the wholesaling journey.
Yeah.
What does that look like? Have you wholesaled a deal? What are the deals?
So I sent a campaign of merely just 8,000 flyers to Stratford. And from those 8,000 flyers, I got 25 calls. And out of those 25 calls, we managed to close 2 deals, bringing in $65,000 in wholesale fees.
Awesome, man. And so, that was the kind of pinnacle of success. But before that, there was a bunch of door knocking and false starts. Do you mind kind of sharing?
So since it just hit it like with the COVID thing, like people were like really freaked out. So door knocking had to be like paused, and I had to like really be careful with the door knocking. But I did go out a lot of times to door knock, and then I sent out small flyer campaigns. They didn't do well, but pretty much door knocking was it, and then just talking to other investors, going through Kijiji and stuff like that. But like the real bread was on the flyers, like on big, massive campaigns of flyers. That's where the real money is at.
And so, like, what advice would you give for someone that's maybe thinking about getting into wholesaling? Like, what do you think, when you joined the team, there was maybe we did kind of a bit of a hiring spree,
Yeah.
right? And I think you're the only person that's still standing from that little sprint,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. So yeah.
So what do you think separated yourself from? I think there was 2 other candidates, right?
Yeah.
What do you think you had that they
I think
didn't?
there were 3 when I joined in.
Okay.
So basically, this was what I wanted to do, right? There was nothing else that I wanted to do, and pretty much like when I joined the team, I was like, okay, wholesaling is my life now, and I'll do whatever it takes to succeed at it, and I'll don't stop. And like, I think if you see that this is your only option, like it's your only way, then you have to do it, right? So I never gave up, although I had a couple of months that I didn't like, I put properties under contract, but they were like bad or the numbers didn't make sense. And yeah, I got discouraged, but either way, like I kept pushing on it. And so I feel like that pretty much was it. Just keep like hustling, right? Yeah.
Awesome. And so that was kind of 2020 in a nutshell. What does 2021 look like?
So 2021 it's going to be amazing. There's definitely going to be way more marketing going out. There's money in the bank, so there's money for flyers. And then this kind of like off days that we've been having for the holidays have just been like crazy, going through the markets that I'm going to go in and just basically studying every market, because I want to know what each multifamily costs, what a single family costs, kind of like to the street. Like I want to know like, oh, this street, I know it's going to sell for example, $450 or something like that if it has 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, something like that. So I've been really studying the market that I'm going to go, and then just also going to do a lot of connections on those markets, and also going to start pumping more content to the Instagram, hopefully on your channel, and then yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be dedicated 100% to wholesaling.
Nice. And so what markets are you? So you were doing kind of Stratford and London?
Yeah, so I was doing kind of like Stratford and London. Now I want to go to bigger markets. So I'm going to target Barrie, Aurelia, Stratford, probably Collingwood. And then I'm going to keep doing door knocking here in London and St. Mary's.
Awesome. And then so outside of wholesaling, what are the goals for 2021? You mentioned like some content stuff.
Yeah.
What does that
So
look like?
definitely I want to start my kind of like my channel. I will do that one in Spanish just because I see like there's a big opportunity on that side that nobody's kind of like doing that much, like the idea that I want to do. And then just I already started like doing that content because I feel like that back in May and June that we were doing all those weekly videos, it was really helping me a lot just to do that research and actually learn more. So I like using your videos and going back and reading more stuff from other investors also. It just helped me understand so much more about real estate that I want to do this like every 2 or 3 times. I want to have like Instagram TVs, IGTVs on my channel, just like to give value to the people and just create that content.
Awesome. Yeah, I love it. I'm really looking forward to seeing you create that content, and definitely whenever we can try and create content in new niches or new languages, I think that's fantastic. So kind of segueing from that, there's a ton of like, it shocks me actually how many people watch my YouTube channel from outside of Canada. There's a ton of people that, either dream of or they're planning to come to Canada at some point in time, and they want to break into real estate investing. Wholesaling often seems like one of the great gateways or doors or entryways into that sort of industry of, learning real estate investing and then actually starting to real estate invest. What sort of advice would you give to anyone that's maybe, either they're thinking of coming to Canada or they're planning to come to Canada? Is there anything they can start doing before they get here, or do they need to wait until they get to Canada? Just general thoughts on that, Diego?
I would say like your channel has so much information about Canadian real estate that you can learn so much about like Canadian real estate just from your channel. I bet there's more information that you can get from Canadian real estate, but like just this year, you just pumped like 360 videos, right?
Mhm.
So there's 366 videos that you can learn from there. So yeah, if anybody is planning on coming to Canada and you're interested in real estate, pretty much that was my interest when I left Guatemala. I was like, I always been interested in real estate, so I knew that I kind of wanted that because it was the easiest way to financial freedom. So yeah, read a lot, and then try, like, social media is great. Like, you can network with anyone, doesn't matter where you are, right?
Mhm.
So you can start seeing who's in the game and just start talking to that people. That way, when you come to Canada, like for example, if you're coming to London, then you can probably reach out to all of us, like to all the wholesalers here. Follow us, and then just provide value, and that way it's a nice relationship that you can do, and that way you already have connections when you come here to Canada, which is really important, right?
Yeah, I think building those relationships, building those connections, starting to learn sooner than later is critical if you want to set yourself up for success. And certainly, there's no reason to not start learning soon, right? So I would really encourage you guys, if you're planning to come to Canada, there's no reason you can't start learning about Canadian real estate before actually getting to Canada. And then once you find yourself in Canada, even if, like, Diego speaks English very fluently, but even if you're struggling to speak, the native tongue here, I think there's still a lot more opportunities than the average person expects when it comes to real estate. Each large metro Canadian city is going to have like little cultural hubs, right?
Yeah.
So there's like a very strong, prominent Spanish-speaking community here in London. There's also a Portuguese community. There's also, different, like a Pakistani community, Indian, like there's so many different communities that you can still get connected into. Even if maybe you don't speak the language fluently from day one, there's actually a lot of opportunities there. And again, that's one of those niches that you can carve out for yourself as a new Canadian or aspiring new Canadian. So just really want to encourage everyone, because I know I'm always surprised and, delighted with the reach that our channel gets outside of Canada, because to me, it just seems natural that it's probably going to be North Americans and primarily Canadians that are going to care about our little corner of the internet. But it's obvious that there's a lot of people out there interested in Canadian real estate that maybe aren't Canadians today, but plan to become one someday. So really want to encourage you to, don't set limiting beliefs on yourself. Be willing to really push yourself, because I still see lots of opportunities regardless of whatever your starting point is. And I think real estate, business ownership, and just leaning into these opportunities and embracing self-development, one of the fastest ways to try and level that playing field for yourself if you found yourself starting with a disadvantage. So again, I think it's amazing, Diego. I always love, you talking about watching the channel before coming to Canada, and the fact that his choice of school was influenced, even if it was just mildly influenced by my YouTube channel. That speaks volumes to the impact that we can have on social media. And so the fact that you're going to really be taking your social media serious in 2021, think about it 3-4 years from now, whose lives are you maybe going to have impacted in 2021, and what sort of ripple effects are there? And so I constantly think of like the butterfly effect or ripple effects when it comes to the impact that we can create through these social media channels. So I guess as we're just kind of chatting and riffing on social media, let's pivot back into a little bit more real estate. What other recommendations do you have for someone that maybe is thinking about joining our team? What do you think they can do to set themselves up for success?
Yeah, basically, you want this more than anything in the world, right? So, like, I think Amar said it also, like, this has to be your life, and this has to be everything you're thinking about. Like, I sometimes have nightmares of, like, having, like, sellers saying, like, no, I won't sell you the house, or stuff like that. Like, really. Like, I sometimes have kind of like bad dreams about real estate. So you really want this more than anything, and be willing to sacrifice a lot of things in order to succeed on this environment, because it is a great environment. You're gonna love it, but you really need to give it your 120%. Because if you're not at 120, then it really is not, it's not gonna work. Like, if you're just at 80%, that 20% that you're missing, it's really not gonna take you anywhere. You want this more than like breathing. So if you want to be on the team, shows that you really want it and that you're going to do anything to be on the team.
Awesome. Love it. 100% agree. And so as you're researching and learning about your new markets, Barrie, Aurelia, how do you approach learning a new market? Any tips or tricks for the audience?
Yeah,
What do you do?
definitely. So Stats Canada, CMHC, there's L-Star. They all have a lot of data on those cities. So I'm going back even like to see the growth of the cities, who are the best employers on the cities, what new employers are going to be on the cities, or what new developments are going to be in each city, what is going to bring more job growth to these cities, how many people are retiring in each city. It's going to be super important, since there's kind of like this transition of all the baby boomers are going to start retiring, and a lot of them, they want to retire and then go to Florida, or maybe they want to go more to the north, whatever. So there's probably on the next 5-10 years, I think we're going to see a lot of houses that are going to go to the market, just because like all these people, like either sadly they're going to die, or just like they're going to start retiring and moving to other places. These houses are going to be great because it's probably houses that have never been updated in the last 30 years. So lots of opportunity on these markets where you see a big population of probably like 55 up. Those are going to be great opportunities in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely. So just re-emphasizing there what Diego covered, like Stats Canada, one of the first places I'm going to go to. Also, the Ministry of Finance, like for the province of Ontario, is also a great source. He talked about your local realtor board, right? So here in London, it's going to be L-Star. I don't know, Barrie, it's probably like the Barrie or Aurelia or something.
Yeah.
So again, each local region is going to have its own local board. All those boards post their stats on CREA, so you can check out all those stats there.
Even the websites for each city, like let's say the Barrie website, it's really, really well done, and it has a lot of information. For example, they're really pushing for people to convert to second dwellings. So they really make it super easy to find all the information that you need to convert your house to a second dwelling. And I think a couple months ago, they were actually giving an incentive of like $20,000 if on tax cuts or stuff like that. If you converted your house to a second dwelling. So yeah, they're like, and the websites for each city, the Stratford one is good, Barrie one is good, and Aurelia too. So
and often the segments on those websites, like look for business development or economic development council or boards. Those are often what it's going to be called. And essentially what these websites or economic development boards are about is trying to sell investors, usually more industrial and commercial oriented investors. But again, even as residential, there's a lot of statistics and information that's extremely valuable to us that you can really use to inform yourself about a new market when you're looking to break in. So I guess just talking about the Barrie market a bit, what do you find kind of interesting or exciting about the market based upon your research so far?
That second dwelling part is really good because it really won't matter the zoning. You can actually convert it to a second dwelling. So that is really exciting because they make it super easy, and supposedly the permits go like way faster and everything.
Gotcha.
So even if you get a single family, you can run the numbers as a duplex. So getting 2 rents for a single family, it's going to be really good. So I'm excited about that. And there's also a lot of multifamilies. So there's several triplexes and fourplexes that you can see on the market. So yeah, and there's a lot of appreciation on that market too. Like it's been really dragging the GTA appreciation. So it is good.
Yeah, definitely. And as we go into a second phase of lockdown, right, in January 2021, I expect that markets like Barrie and Aurelia are going to do really well because of a lot of that. So anyone that was maybe thinking about moving because of, the recent lockdowns, but we're thinking it was maybe temporary or just a phase, going into a second phase of it, I think is really going to compel a lot of people that were sitting on the fence decide to get off the fence and really take action and look at selling their GTA property and moving,
Yeah.
Outside of the city market.
Yeah, it's just 1 hour away. So there's a lot of people that, like, a lot of investors also go to Barrie because it's just an hour away, and they can, and you have the lake also right there, and there's a lot of like appreciation in that market. So yeah, it's definitely a good market, a lot of opportunities, and it's a big enough of a city to find a lot of opportunities.
Nice. And so if people are interested in buying a deal in Barrie or Aurelia, if they go to your Instagram bio, will they be disappointed by your links?
No.
Excellent. So Diego, where can people find you on social?
Yeah, so Instagram, Diego Deals. That's it. You can find me there. There's on my link tree, I have
link to our private buyers list.
Link to our private buyers list, and there's also a couple of free resources. I have a worksheet, an Excel worksheet, and a Google sheet, so you can run your numbers on the properties. Super easy to use. Pretty much is ready to go. You just need to input numbers, and it'll tell you if it's a good deal or not. That's the one that I personally use every day to analyze the properties that we run. So yeah, you can go there, grab it for free, and yeah.
Awesome. Actually, let's quickly touch about, quickly analyzing deals, because you've mentioned a couple times here, and I know that's an area a lot of people struggle with. So when you're trying to quickly analyze a deal, Diego, how do you do it?
So I want to know the rents. So when I talk to a seller and, for example, they have the place rented, I want to know the rents and their expenses, property taxes, utilities, gas, everything, right? So you want to have all those numbers. Once you have all those numbers, there's actually on the spreadsheet, I put like all the expenses that you can have on a property, right? Even built in like percentage costs of closing and stuff like that. So you can actually calculate your closings and stuff like that. So as long as I have like the income of the property and all the expenses, I can grab the net operating income of the year and then the expenses of the year. And then that'll give me a cash flow. And based on that, if you're going to get a mortgage, then you can also use the mortgage calculator on the spreadsheet, add it to your expenses, and it'll give you the cash flow that you get monthly, your cap rate, and your cash and cash returns.
Yeah. And so again, that maybe sounded a little bit more complicated than it actually is, but the key is having a template, right? A lot of people stress themselves out by not spending a little bit of time in building a process or a system. And then what they find themselves doing is constantly guessing, second guessing, right? Like, oh, did I remember all the expenses? Are there any expenses I'm forgetting? Where with Diego in his template spreadsheet, he can just make sure and be like, oh, I forgot to put in heat expense. Exactly. Well, let's make sure I get that in there. And once you've got a basic understanding of what those different cost categories are going to be, and once you get a basic understanding of what your renovation benchmarks are going to be as well, it's really a paint by numbers process that we're using when it comes to analyzing our deals or opportunities.
Yeah, exactly. So on the spreadsheet, there's three different tabs, and there's your renovations tabs, there's your expenses and income tab. So on that tab, you can actually just put all your expenses, your income, and then get your mortgage. And then you can actually calculate, okay, if I put this amount of renovations, will it make sense for a deal? If yes, it'll actually be on green. If not, then it will be on red. So it's a great spreadsheet. Like I've tweaked it a couple of times now and just perfected over the time while I've been like on the team. And while I've like learned more from Adam and Matt. So it's a great sheet, and you can use it to analyze anything on less than 10 minutes. Like there's actually IGTV on my Instagram where I analyze property. So you can go there and see the video and then use the spreadsheet.
Awesome. And again, just a reminder, there's a link in Diego's bio on Instagram, Diego Deals. You can grab your free copy of the spreadsheet. So awesome. Appreciate it, Diego. And I'm just really excited to see what your 2021 is going to have in store. It's been so much fun seeing you, evolve as an investor over this last 9 months. And, now that we've found our COVID sea legs, there's really no excuses for 2021. So we're going to crush it.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Right.
Thanks,
Thank you, man. Bye, guys.
All right, guys. So that was Diego Deals. So if you guys want, make sure you follow Diego on Instagram. Again, it's crazy to me to think about the impact that we can create on social media. The fact that, Diego literally chose London, Ontario as his home base simply because of our YouTube channel. That's crazy. It's certainly not something I would have expected back in 2016 when I first launched the YouTube channel on, I think it was August 27th. So pretty crazy to think about that. So we've got our next guest ready. Let's bring on Lara.
Hello.
How's it going, Lara?
Oh, I'm so nervous, y'all.
A little more.
So Lara, not a regular fixture on my YouTube channel.
No.
I'm trying to think, have you ever been on it?
No, this is the first time. So you guys will have to comment below. Is this a thing we do? Comment below if you want more Lara.
Like maybe in the B-roll of like a limo tour or something?
Yeah, for sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Where should we start?
You start. Do I talk to you or do I?
All right. So essentially, if you guys don't know Lara's role here at the team, she's like, I think there's a lot of different hats or categories that we could throw on you. I kind of just see Lara as like the second match or like my right-hand person that essentially makes sure that things happen. So there's a lot of times I say things and then nothing happens. And so I see Lara as the person that crosses the T's, dots the I's, and make sure that when all my team members nod their heads on a Zoom call, that they actually write down whatever I just asked them to do. So I guess, do you mind maybe just giving a little bit of a background, Lara, first into your financial independence journey yourself, because you kind of joined our team under different circumstances than what a lot of other people do.
Yeah, so
Real quiet talker.
Yeah, let's put it more in the middle.
I'll speak a little louder. So I would have met you and Jeff. Well, I would have known Jeff for obviously longer, but you, when you kind of first started your journey as well. So part of the OG Fire Network, I suppose. And
would you have been to the first London on Fire meeting?
No,
or like one of the first?
Because I was like, I'm not there yet. I'm not ready. And this is something that Matt always says is like, just go to the gosh darn event and don't wait until you think that you're ready. Or same with the limo tour. Well, I haven't bought anything yet. And so I think that it was probably the second limo tour by the time I felt like I was ready. But now I'm kicking myself because I can't get that cool like limo tour t-shirt, right? Yeah. So yeah, and so I started investing a couple of years ago in multifamily units, and I also worked for a government organization. I was GIS and urban planning, so mapping and urban planning essentially. And I worked with them for about 8 years, and throughout that whole process, it's the typical invest like at night and then go to your day job and do the same sort of thing like you would have been doing before you left your job. I was forced out of my job, unfortunately, because they outsourced it. And so after 8 years, I was kind of like, what do I do now? Do I just focus on real estate investing? Because my husband, Justin, he left his job so that he could focus on real estate investing. And so he became that kind of firepreneur, which was great. But I still felt like I kind of had a little bit more to give in terms of, well, I don't swing a hammer necessarily, and I have some time. So what do I do after that? And so you and Jeff essentially approached me and asked if I wanted to help. And that was like so different because I had to get my not so organizational, well, I guess like big government organization, and then coming to work with you and Jeff was so different. So yeah, that's kind of the Fire journey. And since then, I've sold my portfolio of multifamily units, and now we focus on student rentals. So I've been doing that, been doing some private lending a lot more, and just sort of diversifying all of those aspects. And I also have my mortgage agent license. So like you said, many hats.
So I guess before we move on to kind of your role here, let's just quickly touch upon the student rental portfolio. So what does that look like?
It looks like student rentals.
You got like a couple of houses by Fanshawe, by Western, all across the country. Yeah.
So here in London, we have one just a couple blocks away from the college, and then one kind of a little bit further, and one in between Fanshawe and Western. So that's kind of cool because there are groups, as you know, that they have friends that go to Fanshawe for some of their courses and Western for other courses. So I like that property because we can get groups that have friends that go to both colleges or one college or the other. So yeah, we're just kind of trying to keep that. That's been an interesting journey just this year because of COVID and,
Yes.
everything. Like, students still want to get out of the house. They're like so sick of living with their parents.
I don't think people realize that, even without the educational institution, there's a social norm there that's very strong, that people really still like. That's growing up for a lot of people, is moving out of the house, right?
Yeah. And other than, the typical cash flow reasons or just building wise reasons that I wanted to get into student rentals, was the other thing too, is I really like it because I'm much closer in age to those students than I would be to some of the legacy tenants that I would have inherited, who kind of were like, okay, they're young child, you can't possibly be my landlord or whatever that is. And the other thing too is I just love the idea of being a part of, like, I remember all of college, right? Like, you remember those are like really big turning points. Most of college. And I think that it's really cool that you could potentially be the landlord to this building that, there's all these fun stories at, and hopefully like respectful fun stories.
Like the time that I had students come over and they're like, oh, we've been to this house before. Oh yeah, this was the cake party house. Oh man, we could totally throw cake parties here.
And just like creating those longer lasting relationships. Like, a lot of people that I went to college with, they were in my wedding party and we still talk about those things. So I don't know, I just kind of like that aspect of student rentals as well. The weird thing that I've been finding during COVID though, is that usually it takes them like 3 to 4 months to understand that they don't really get along with some of their roommates. But they kind of just live through it because they have to go to the college. And now, because they live together all the time, they're learning a lot quicker that they don't get along. So there's a lot more mediation that happens, I feel like, during COVID for the student rentals. But otherwise, we just kind of wait until they all go back to school in September and get out of each other's hair, I suppose. But that's been interesting for sure.
But it hasn't been the end of the world for student rentals.
No, it has not, thankfully. So that's a good thing. Yeah,
that is good. Okay, so kind of switching back to the click and the businesses and stuff. So I kind of described how I think of your job. How do you describe it when like someone's like, "What do you do for a living?"
Well,
or are you just like, next question?
Yeah, that's right. Anything that needs to be done, I suppose, right? Like, I would see myself more in an administrative role, and then more recently, you've tasked me with helping Peter manage the new social media business, which I'm really excited about. But then Peter's in the back. But there's all sorts of other things that I just kind of do, and I don't even think about till someone asks me that question. And then I'll be in the shower later and be like, oh yeah, I do that. Oh yeah, I did that. And then I did that today. So I think I would agree with you, I suppose. And I'm glad that you put it that way, because that's really nice.
Okay. So with kind of 2020 coming to an end, 2021 on the horizon, Lara and I spend a decent amount of time chatting about what 2021 is going to look like for us, the business, the future, all that stuff. So we're right now in a bit of a hiring spree. So we've got multiple job ads out. First things first, let's give some pro tips to people applying to the job. One, please read whatever instructions are. I know that you think it's a good idea to DM Matt directly because you saw a job posting. I promise you it doesn't help whatsoever. And in fact, it just never gets passed along whatsoever. So just for anyone that's watching, I really encourage you. There's a reason that there's instructions on those ads. And it's pretty straightforward. One pro tip is, if you're asked to include a video, include the video. Yes. And honestly, you can just include like a Google Drive link. It's free, easy, or Dropbox. That would work as well.
Yeah.
Any other common issues we see when people are trying to apply?
I have so many tips, mostly because we've been, obviously, like you said, hiring a lot more and posting for a lot more. So obviously include your resume, like just do that, obviously, and have your cover letter. I think I did a video for you recently that you had asked me to do maybe 6 months ago, and I finally got to it, to actually hire an admin. And I said in the video that cover letters, I think, are a dying trait. Like, there's not a lot of people that do cover letters anymore, and maybe
because it takes effort. Because you're like, oh, I got to do this specific to this employer rather than just like, here's the generic resume.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I've been seeing a lot too is like, okay, so people that do cover letters, and then it's a generic cover letter where it literally, like the one time I saw, I'm applying for blank position, and it had a blank in there, and I was like, nope, next.
Yeah.
So obviously have your cover letter, have your resume, and the video. That's the one thing that is the easiest, way for me to go through applicants is like, if they have the video or not.
So I guess we didn't really explain this well at the top, but essentially every job posting, every advertisement that we put out when we're looking to hire is going to have some sort of requirement that you shoot a selfie video. Now, I'm not necessarily looking for my financial controller to be a social media star, but what I am trying to get and understand is just like, who are you? What are you about? You know, like, what's your comfort level? And especially now with COVID-19, this is more important than ever, because there's a good chance that we might not ever meet in person until after you become a full-time employee. So like, in fact, just last week, 2 weeks ago, we put out 2 job offers to individuals that like I'd never met in person. And these are for like high level, you know, VP level roles in some of our organizations. So those selfie videos serve 2 purposes. One, it shows me that you can follow instructions clearly. The same way that, like, I'm sure, Lara, when you're posting ads for your student rentals, you might throw in a couple very specific requests, and people don't follow those requests. It's immediately a great sign that you're probably not a good fit, because you're not going to follow instructions. You don't have an attention to detail, things of that nature. But secondly, again, just lets us kind of get a feel. Are you a good cultural fit? Because culture is everything here in this business, and the type of business and industry and impact we're trying to build is so culture driven that if people aren't bought in, if they don't enjoy this experience, like, you know, I talk about it all the time, and Lara, I'm sure you'll back me up on this, like, work-life balance is something we don't use a lot of. It's more work-life blend, right? Where the edges blur and you can't necessarily tell. Does that seem fair?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like before, when I worked for the organization, it was like, there's definitely that they talk about work-life balance and it's very important. And well, we're here on the holidays. I don't even understand what a holiday is. Like, I'm pretty sure I was harassing all of the managers on Christmas Eve during the day. I'm like, why isn't anyone messaging me back? I can't be the only one that's working today. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's exactly like you said. So, and I think that if whether or not you apply for any of our positions, the selfie video is quite interesting because it would set you apart from a lot of people in terms of hiring. Like, for example, we have an admin ad out and I've gotten 170 applicants that I have to go through. And it's like, I know that you think that you're special, but you really have to set yourself up apart from those 170 people, especially to someone who, like me, is going through these applications and has a million other hats that I have to wear that day too, right? So if I can make a quick decision whether or not you go on to the next phase, which is sending it over to Matt and then bugging him to look at it for a little bit, then yeah. So if you can set yourself up apart, not just for our postings, but all the other postings, then that'll really help you.
100%. And so one of the roles that we're currently looking for is essentially like a second Lara, right? So do you want to pitch them on why they should consider applying?
Yeah, we need help. Somebody help. Well, obviously, I mean, I guess speaking to just working with the team. So coming from the corporate world to working with this team has been just like an unreal change for me. So like, you guys have been so supportive, and I think supportive is the biggest word. And the other thing too is I've learned so much. Like, I thought that I had transferable skills before, but now I have learned more about business operations and things that are completely out of my wheelhouse and should probably never be in my wheelhouse. But it's just kind of by way of osmosis from you and the other managers, learning more about social media as well. I'm just helping the social media business. So there's a huge opportunity to learn real estate, social media, like all about money and finance. And there's so many different opportunities, and why not do it with like a great team, right? So.
Yeah. So I think that, you know, if you're interested in once in a lifetime opportunity, I really think that that's what our ecosystem is. Again, it's not for everyone. I definitely don't think it's a great fit for every single person at every point in the journey. But if you're at the right point in the journey, I really think that this is an ecosystem that you can grow with. And so I don't just see it as a job or position. I literally see everyone that joins this ecosystem as a future business partner of mine. And I really look forward to, you know, over the coming year, as we build Social Mediation, the social media company out with Lara and Peter, really seeing how we can grow that together as a business, and all the lessons that everyone's going to learn from all the different angles in regards to growing that business. Because again, I think that the education system does not necessarily set us up well to be entrepreneurs. And this ecosystem we're trying to create here, I think, really does allow people to flourish and lean into those sort of opportunities. So do you mind maybe, like, you've touched upon it or hinted at it, but just the juxtaposition or the distinction between our ecosystem and maybe like the government employer that you were coming from.
Well, there's more Kool-Aid to drink here, so that's very important, as well as that work-life balance. And now I feel like I just completely forgot what I was going to say. So I'm going to just...
do you dread your coworkers?
No, I love them. They're the best. That's why
That's right.
that's why I would come on the holidays and see everyone. And I'm sad when everything's closing down because then I can't see you guys. It's very, very sad. Anyways, yeah. So mostly just the support that you guys offer, like I said, and you're just going to have to keep like, because the hamster fell off the wheel.
No worries. So like what was a typical week at the government employer versus a typical week here?
Mm-hmm. A typical week at the government employer would be very monotonous, the same sort of thing over and over again. And like I said, like little to no support. You'd be having that water cooler talk, and it just felt like
TPS reports, Karens,
yes,
anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Karens, Lindas, things. I'm sorry if your name is Karen or Linda. It's very unfortunate. And it just felt like the other thing too is there's no like-minded people that were like, everyone wanted to go out for lunch. I'm like, no, I gotta save money. I'm gonna eat my Mr. Noodles and talk about my student rentals and just like be done with it kind of thing and do my thing. And here, you know, there's bigger conversations to be had about books that we're reading or bigger goals. And when I come and I'm just like, I want to buy this property, y'all don't look at me like I'm crazy. Like you're like, let's walk through it. And you're really excited about it or putting me into different positions and things like that. So yeah, I really like that.
Awesome. So yeah, if you guys are looking for a once in a lifetime opportunity, a once in a lifetime ecosystem, we really are looking to grow our team. I'd love to find some exceptional candidates that maybe already consume our content. Understanding, you know, financial independence, retiring early, these different concepts aren't critical to your success in our ecosystem, but certainly can be a fast track towards it. So if you're interested in working with myself and Lara, I'd love it. Reach out to us. I don't know what the best way is actually to
on Indeed is
on Indeed.
Best.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, is there a thing they can search? Can you search by employers or something?
Maybe they can message me and then I'll send them the Indeed ad
Okay.
then in that case. And follow the goddamn instructions, people, please.
Hashtag hire me, Lara.
Yeah, there
That's
you
right,
go.
Yeah. We should start that. We're gonna start that. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Do it right.
So what's your 2021 goals? We've been chatting a lot with the team members about 2021 so far.
Yeah. So my goals are very much surrounding, obviously, the clique and the team. So I'm really excited, like I said, to help the media team kind of grow into 2021. Really excited about that. We've already started. It feels weird to talk about 2021 goals, even though we're starting them now, which you all should be doing anyway. Like, why wait until January 1st? Actually, that doesn't exist. So January 4th, because that's really when people start doing shit. And so, yeah, so growing that as well as some of the secret projects that we have going on, which I'm also excited
There's
about.
a lot of them.
And just seeing what you have in store for me for the following year, because it's always something different. Like a year ago, I'm like, okay, I'm going to work with Matt and it's going to look like this. And it's completely different now. So
It is.
I have not, like, I'm not going to really set myself up where I'm like, we're going to do this, because I know that we're going to pivot a million times, which is what we should be doing anyway. And then just personally, just continuing to lend money out and focus on real estate and personal development, which, you know, the team is obviously a big part of as well. And then getting more heavily onto social media. So the last 2 weeks I've been posting my own videos on Instagram. So I'm very excited.
And where can people see those?
On Instagram. And it's just at lara.cutler, I want to say.
Excellent.
Yeah,
So yeah, Peter will throw it in the chat there for anyone that wants to follow along with Lara. And yeah, I just, you know, you've had a huge impact. I think that oftentimes the people behind the scenes don't necessarily get the same sort of recognition, especially on platforms like this. I think that it's very easy for people to know who Adam Martin is. It's relatively easy for you to know who Peter the Hungarian Experiment is. I think it's a lot less common for individuals that don't work directly with me or behind the scenes staff to know who Lara is. And yet there's no way 2020 would have shaped up the way it has without Lara on our team. There's no way we'd be growing the team. I'm pretty sure I would have rage quit at least a dozen times this year, because it's so important to have that person that's helping drive communication and culture. We've chatted about this throughout today's live stream. Like, the culture is what I really think separates my team, my ecosystem, everything we do here. And the culture needs to be bigger than one person. So I've got lots of great ideas and intentions for the culture, but Lara's often the one that actually sees it through. So like this year for Christmas alone, right? There was a lot of coordinating, you know, literally just getting bonsai trees. Turns out way harder than you expect. I might just start a bonsai company just because someone needs to do it. Because for the next employer that decides he wants to make impact in his employees' lives and buy them each a bonsai tree, and then for it to turn into a month-long odyssey and journey is just ridiculous. But Lara's the one that will face those challenges and slay those dragons for us. And then same with like coordinating multiple food orders because we're scared of COVID police, and just Uber Eats report if they think they've got you more than 5 people. It's been a really weird year. And I'm really glad that I've got the team members and the people around me that are willing to support these crazy ideas and these initiatives that we're trying to do. I really think that we are approaching business and capitalism in a completely different manner than anyone else has really tried to do it up until this point. And I'm just so proud of every one of my team members and their contribution to it. So I really appreciate you, Lara. Appreciate every one of the team members that's been on so far as well. We're still going to have more team members coming up, but it just kind of felt like a natural point to really recognize a lot of the people behind the scenes. And again, even today, not everyone that works on my team, not even just everyone that works like in this business, let alone all the other businesses, is going to be able to come on today's live stream, because if we were to give them each half an hour, it would literally be a 20-hour live stream. So that seems ridiculous. But I'm really glad that we've got to share the aspects of the journey so far. And I'm really looking forward to having other team members like Lara, you know, start leaving a bit more of a breadcrumb trail on social media. I think that that's going to be important because, again, there's not a single person that's on my team, or there's not a single person you're going to see on today's live stream that I don't hope is going to be like, I hope that they're going to be on the team 3, 5, 10 years from now. And I really see this as a marathon journey. And so, you know, seeing Lara's evolution from just kind of, we really started off mainly with you just, you know, helping manage my calendar and emails. And it's really become so much more than that. Now we're working together on business proposals, driving projections. Literally even just in the last like month, we would have probably, you know, in theory, tripled or quadrupled the sponsorship revenue, right, from my YouTube channel. And often there's so many opportunities and there's so many cool little tangential projects that I want to tackle. But without more great people on the team, without more people joining the culture, we're never going to be able to see our way through all these different things, like the politics YouTube channel I want to start, or the technology YouTube channel I want to start, or the bonsai business that just needs to get started because someone has to do it. How's your bonsai tree doing?
Oh, it's so good.
Is it?
That's the other thing that I was going to say is the cool thing about working with the team is that although if I were to tell somebody like you said, what do you do, you know, for a living or whatever, they would just be like, this is the most like random, like the things that I get asked to do on a daily basis. I'm just like, okay, let's do it. But now I'm a bonsai expert and we're going to start a bonsai wholesaling business apparently. And so, like I said, just like learning all of those different things that come with, you know, organizing the team and ordering bonsais and dealing with bonsai people who are not so zen after all. No, they are not. It teaches you so much that I would have never learned just sitting at my normal desk job. So I do really appreciate the opportunity. But like you said, Lara needs help, please. Mm-hmm. Good help.
So yeah, definitely hit up Lara. We'll probably throw a link to maybe one of the job positions in the video description after this airs. But again, just really want to encourage anyone that's thinking about joining the team. Let's do it. Let's take this to the next level. I see so many opportunities in 2021, and we just need to have more great people around us to help us take it to the next level. So awesome. Anything else you want to say, Lara?
No.
All right. If you guys have any great off-market student rentals, I'm sure Lara's maybe would consider buying one. So
yeah,
hit her up if you got some great wholesale deals.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Well, thanks so much.
Thanks,
really
Lara.
Appreciate it.
All right. And so we've got our next guest up. Sweet. Let's keep rolling here. So again, hope you guys are enjoying this live stream. If you are, smash that like button, hit the subscribe button if you're new to my channel. it seemed kind of weird to me that you'd be whatever 3 or 4 hours deep into a live stream at this point and not be familiar with the channel, but it doesn't matter to me. All I want is the sub so we can get to 100,000 on the channel. So, all right, let's jump over to Janelle. So Janelle's another person that's often behind the scenes on my social media. Hey, Janelle, how's it going?
Good, Matt. How are you?
Good. Where are you today?
I am currently in Sarnia. Recently purchased one of Amar's wholesale deals, and the fiance and I have just been chopping away at it every chance that we can get. Yeah, I am exhausted and broke, so it's going exactly how you'd expect it to go.
Nice. All right. Well, I'm excited to talk about your role and just kind of what 2020 meant to you in regards to our team. But before we even do that, because this is a real estate channel, give us some more details on your real estate project.
Sure. So, yeah, this was a 3-bedroom single family home in Sarnia. We've converted it into a 4-bedroom. Sorry, Lara. Lara tried to fight me tooth and nail to make it a 5-bedroom, but we're sticking with the 4 bedrooms. Yeah, got it at a good price. I actually purchased a home when I was 18 in London, and that's just kind of sat for 6 years, hadn't taken any money out of it or anything. So once kind of joining your team, learning a lot more about real estate, I kind of realized that I was sitting on a little bit of a gold mine there. So yeah, I guess this year I've decided to kind of kickstart a serious real estate investing journey.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really exciting to see you jumping in to go from kind of more or less, it seemed like kind of accidentally house hacking. You know, your parents kind of pushed you into it a little bit or really helped support you in that regards. And then to see you really lean into it, you know, start making offers, dealing with mortgage agents and all that stuff. It's been a lot of fun this year. But let's start with how you originally joined the team, because, you know, there's kind of 2 avatars I mainly see for people that join our team. People that they've been to the real world and people that haven't been to the real world. And so Lara's been to the real world. You've also been to the real world. So you've actually had a real job before joining this ecosystem. So do you mind maybe just kind of giving some context to the audience?
Yeah, for sure. So I was actually, before joining your team, Matt, I was a director for CTV News in Barrie. So like, you know, I went to school for broadcast television. And when you're in school there, you kind of, depending on, I guess, like your GPA at the time or whatever, you're assigned like certain roles. And of course, like the director / TD, like that's like the highest, I guess, role that you can get in the control room for broadcast television. So that's, of course, like something that everyone strives towards. If you're going to join into a control room, you know, you normally start with audio. I actually started as a video editor. And then, you know, when you get to maybe 40, 50, that's when you kind of start getting, you know, you can get your toes wet in the director seat. But I was very, very lucky to have kind of all the stars align for me. And I was able to get this director's role at a fairly young age at CTV Barrie. So that was awesome. However, I found like that was kind of my ceiling for me. And like after that, I was just like, now what? Right. Mm-hmm. I also kind of started to recognize that TV is a dying industry. You know, how many millennials nowadays have cable, right? Like, Matt, I don't even know if you have cable.
No, I haven't had cable for like it'd be over a decade now.
Yeah, same. I think I had cable for like maybe a couple months, and I was just like, it's not worth the money. And I think a lot of people are kind of just streaming, you know, YouTube, Netflix, all that stuff. That's everything that you need. So, you know, year after year, there was layoffs and all that stuff. So I quickly realized that there's no way that job is going to hold me until retirement, which, you know, a year ago, I thought I would be 65 when I retired. Mindset's completely changed now. But yeah, so I started to keep my eyes open for new opportunities. Again, being a director, that kind of made me hit that ceiling there. I was really hoping to find something that there would be no ceiling. So I was looking, I came across this really funny worded ad for a company called The Click in London, Ontario. I really thought that it was a mistake, and I thought that it was like for London, England, because I never heard of The Click before. I was Googling what The Click was. I forget exactly what the verbiage was in the job ad, but I remember kind of being like, I'll apply, but I don't know how legit this is. And then I ended up kind of going back and forth with Lara a little bit, had a call with you, Matt. It's funny, I was actually supposed to come down to London to do like an in-person interview, but because I didn't know if it was like a legit job or not, I was kind of like, I'm going to go on this ski trip instead. So like, let's make it a Zoom call. So I really appreciate you guys being so accommodating to me, because if I had known then what I know now about this job, I would have dropped everything to come to that in-person meeting. But anyway, so I had that Zoom call with you. And then, it started, the pieces of the puzzle kind of started to come together. I realized that it was actually a really cool opportunity. And then I was chatting with my good friend Jordy, who actually worked with you a little bit. So that was awesome. So then after that, I was just like, okay, now I'm really, really serious about this job. I really want it. Had a couple meetings with you, Peter. I actually came to the mansion once. I think it was after OREC?
You came after the very first weekend boot camp that we had done with Cashflow Tribe. So we were like, myself, Shahir, Mike, and Adam, I think, had all attended that event. And maybe Jeff Weibo too. And the 5 of us were coming back just off of like a surreal high of just like the excitement, the energy. It was something that I don't think we'd experienced before. So yeah, your first team meeting when we used to this was pre-COVID when you could still meet in person, guys. And yeah, share a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Yeah, that was amazing. So like, I'd never been in a room with that before, with that kind of energy. And you guys were just talking about like your goals, like where you want to be next year, where you want to be in 5 years. Jet wealth, you're like, we're going to go to, unfortunately, the Evan Stewart event didn't happen, but you guys were talking about that and you're all fired up about that. And I just remember sitting there and being like, I want to go to that event. Like, I want to be with this team. I want to have like this excitement, this energy. It was awesome. It was so, like, I left there just like praying that I would get this job, because I wanted to be a part of this community so badly. And I'm so thankful that I have been. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it's been a really cool year with you, Janelle. And before we get into that, I'd love to hear, like, what did friends and family think when you were saying, like, hey, I'm going to leave CTV Barrie, which a name that I think most Canadians would recognize, and you're like, and I'm going to start working for this YouTuber?
Well, I'm really lucky. My family is super supportive, and I grew up in a really big family. So there's 7 siblings. And I didn't know what my parents would think when I told them that I was going to quit. But thankfully, they're just like, cool, do what you got to do. Like, I was, even who's my boyfriend at the time, my fiance now, after the meeting, I was like, yeah, so I'm just going to work in this Peter's basement, and it's, it is what it is. And he's like, okay. Yeah, so family and friends, like, luckily they are so supportive. Especially my family, their opinion means so much to me. So I often think about if I was in a different situation with some family that a lot of other people kind of have, where they're just like, obviously they want the best for their children, and I can see a lot of parents with children in my situation being like, what are you doing? Like, this job has great benefits. It's got, a pension. You're basically like at the top there. Like, why would you leave for this job with like no security and da-da-da? But no, my parents are super supportive, so I was very lucky.
That's awesome. So how would you describe this last year of working on the team? Like, or when people ask what you do for a living, what do you say now?
So I would say I'm kind of like a social media manager. I know Peter and I have been working really hard lately to try to kind of build this into more of a business rather than just running your social media, Matt, which has been super great. Learned a lot, just building out like the systems and stuff like that. But at first, I obviously have social media, Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff. But I would never have considered myself like a social media expert. So at first it was mostly just kind of like keeping up with your social media, scheduling posts, trying to post 3 times a day. LinkedIn, we had just kind of started to really go hard on Twitter as well, all that kind of stuff. And then also Project Mayhem, what I think was great for me as well as it was for a lot of your followers. So for those who aren't familiar with Project Mayhem, it was basically a 2-week boot camp to try to get a lot of them were investors or kind of in the real estate niche, to get them more comfortable with being on social media, because that is, as everyone knows now with COVID, that's definitely one of the best ways to network now. So I think by running that's kind of helped to, I guess, what's the right word? To help identify myself as like someone who's a social media expert. And then I think since then it's just been, Peter and I have this course now, and it's one of those things where like the more you try to teach people about it, the more you kind of understand the platforms better. I feel like I'm kind of going a little bit off trail here. I forget what your question was.
No, that's good, Janelle. Yeah, it was just, how do you describe your role to someone if they ask what you do for a living? But certainly building upon that concept there, over the course of the last 9 months, I've really seen your familiarity with social media evolve significantly. So what sort of recommendations or suggestions would you give for people that are maybe looking to take 2021 and their social media content to the next level?
The best piece of advice I would say for that is to have a professional social media account. Or a business account, so whether that's Facebook or Instagram. If you have just a personal one, I would suggest you can easily convert Instagram to a professional page. And the reason I say that is because it's really important to track your analytics. And that doesn't just mean like looking at them, from time to time, looking at how many likes you got on one post, but really tracking them. Because then you can see, week after week, post after post, like which ones are performing better, which aren't. If you had a day where you lost 30 followers, maybe like looking back on that day and seeing like, okay, like what happened there? Was I, did I say something inappropriate? Is this like, was this post in bad taste? Or, if you saw a day where you gained a bunch of followers, okay, well, that was a day I went live. Maybe that's what's going to help gain more followers now, is going live again. Old people love, like we quickly found out, Matt, with your channel, that your followers love to know that you smoke weed, right? And they love memes and they love all that kind of stuff. So then we really went hard with that, right? We started the Monday Marijuana Madness. And that might not have started if we weren't kind of looking at what posts were doing well, what your followers are really liking and all that stuff. So I would say tracking your analytics is probably like the best piece of advice I would give.
Yeah.
Also checking out our social media course.
And then, so kind of building upon that too, Janelle, for anyone that's kind of joined us midstream, or maybe you don't fully know what Janelle's roles or responsibilities are with the team, but a good chunk of my Instagram content, right, is being created by Janelle. So Janelle, do you mind maybe just commenting on when you're posting a post, do you know if it's going to do well? Are you often surprised by how a post does? Do you think, do people need to be really careful about what they post, or should they just post more?
Yeah, I would say posting more is always better than kind of trying to screen your posts. There's definitely, I think, because we know your audience a little bit and what the majority of them like, it's it's easy to kind of predict which posts are going to do really well. Memes, of course, do really well, which I think that's probably, a good meme will perform well. Doesn't matter who you are. And then we also, TikToks do really well. So we've gone pretty hard with that. And we're posting a TikTok on Instagram every single day. But then of course there's always some that surprise me that do really normal. I'm just kind of like looking at your feed right now, and the one tweet, I also realized when you swear, sorry, renovations are still happening. When you swear in either like the post itself or like the description, that always seems to do well. You have a bunch of badass followers, but like the fuck being normal, buying stuff doesn't make you happy. Like that apparently did really well. So
actually, just speaking upon that, like tweets do surprisingly well on Instagram, right? It's shocking how literally Instagram started as this post your fancy, most professional looking photos on this platform. And I would argue that those are the posts of ours that do the least well. It's going to be pretty much anything that wasn't designed for Instagram does well on Instagram. So tweets, TikToks, a lot of the different channels that we use stuff on, even sometimes just wordy posts, right? Like if you post a bunch of words, it seems to do well. So I think it's really important that people get comfortable playing and experimenting when it comes to their content, and give yourself permission to go out there and explore and find out what does resonate with your audience. Sometimes it's combining two niches that you don't think are going to work well together, real estate and weed, right? That doesn't naturally feel like it's going to be a fit. And in fact, you would think that most landlords are going to have a fit if their tenants smoke weed. And yet when we combine those two things, we actually find it resonates really strongly. But when you also look at your competition, how many other people are touching those two niches at the same time? I don't think anyone else is.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a really good point. And I was going to say something to add to that, but I lost it. But yeah, just tracking like what's doing well, what doesn't. But then also, like you said, like just getting content out there is going to, undoubtedly grow your following. Like we realize the TikToks do well, the tweets do well. So we're posting like one of each every single day on top of other stuff as well. So consistently, you're either posting 3 or 4 times a day, which I think has helped to get you to the 10K. Actually, I just saw you're at 11K now.
And we're at over 5K on TikTok now.
TikTok, yeah.
Cool. So we've been talking a lot today about, 2021 goals. So what sort of goals have you set for yourself, Janelle?
I shared this with you guys a little bit this morning, but one of my goals for 2021 is to really start promoting myself as a social media expert. So Peter knows this more than anyone. I have the hardest time kind of being on camera rather than, I guess, like behind the scenes. For the courses that we did, it was so tough just to kind of force myself to sit down and just shoot some damn videos. But obviously that's provided lots of value to lots of people who have gotten the course. So for 2021, my biggest goal is to really start promoting myself as a social media expert. So, sharing little tips. I really want to start playing up on TikTok too, because I've had an account for a little bit, but I'm just one of those lurkers who's not really posting much. So yeah, I would say that's my biggest goal.
Nice. And so do you got anything specific around that? Because it feels kind of fuzzy right now.
Yes, I need to sit down and really do all of the little exercises, but it's going to be to start off just like little tips here and there, on TikTok, and then share it on Instagram Reels and stuff like that. But just little tips that I now think are like, oh, everyone knows that. But then you go and tell somebody in a meeting and they're just like, wow, I didn't know that about Instagram. So just really sharing like all of these little things that I've learned about the different social media platforms. Because then also I think that helps to give our social media companies some more credibility, because right now if someone wants to check us out, we can kind of show them the people's social medias that we have been running. But when it comes to our own, Peter's killing it online, but I'm really not. So why would you want to have someone who's, posting once every 4 weeks or whatever. You know, try and run your social media. So I really want to change that in 2021.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Any personal real estate goals?
I want to add a couple. Well, in the middle of renovations, it's really tough to say like, yeah, let's get to the next one. But of course, we want to. We do want to add 2 more units to our portfolio. We also have a wedding this year, so it's going to be a crazy year for us. But I'm excited. I want to hit the ground running, and I think adding 2 more units is like a really low milestone to try to hit, but real estate isn't going to be my like front of the brain focus this year. I think more the social media business is going to come first, and then I think real estate second.
Gotcha. Kind of pivoting here, but I'd love to, I don't think we've chatted about this. Have you spoken to any former coworkers, like since, you know, like 3 months or 6 months deep into working here? And if so, you know, I'd just be curious how those conversations went.
Yeah. Well, my best friend at CTV, Barry, he actually retired. He was, I guess he just turned 58. But he was my best friend at CTV, Barry. He just retired, and so we kind of shared the same mentality about like the TV industry and stuff. So kind of chatted with him here and there just about stuff, but kind of you know, not so much about work. Whereas I'm still really close with a lot of people at CTV London, and I actually volunteer direct at a church here in London with some of the other people who I worked with at CTV London. So keeping in contact with them, but sometimes when I talk about what I do, it's kind of like I have 3 heads to them. They're just like, well, what? Like, you're running someone's social media? Okay. But yeah, like I wouldn't say they're not supportive. I don't really see them like jumping for joy for me. It's kind of just been like, yep, that's what I'm doing now. And they're all just still at CTV, I think. And the one thing that has remained the same there is they're all still just like counting down to when they're going to shut their doors, which I think is an awful way to, you know, live every day. Is like, am I going to go into work and get laid off?
Mm-hmm.
So, I can still sense that stress for all of them still, which is sad.
Mm-hmm. So for someone that's maybe currently working in the corporate world or a more traditional job setting, and maybe they're looking out the corner of their eye towards a less traditional employer like us, you know, what sort of pieces of advice or what perspectives would you want to share with someone that's maybe thinking of joining our team or a similar type team?
Yeah, I think some perspective would be if you're someone who you find like you kind of get like you hit that ceiling in your corporate job and you're just like, what next? I think that this job is perfect for you because it definitely was perfect for me where there is no ceiling. Like you said, Matt, like you can choose to be successful in this job. If you choose not to be, like you won't last you very long. But you know, for those people who just find like they need to keep growing and they need to keep learning and they need to keep developing their professional goals and stuff, this job's perfect for it because we're constantly growing. It's not the same thing. It's not a 9-to-5 either. So if you can see yourself really making your job also your life, then I think you'll be super successful here because there's no clocking in, clocking out. There's no, I'll get to that tomorrow because I'm off the clock today. At least I find that that's not the case with almost everyone on this team. Mm-hmm. But also, like, I've heard from so many entrepreneurs who have been in that 9-to-5 corporate world. And I think one thing that's super scary for a lot of people is, you know, losing out on like the security, losing out on the benefits, losing out on all that stuff. But I know it's funny, actually, I think there was a tweet on your Instagram lately that it said, you know, you could you could have no plans to quit the 9 to 5, but one day it could quit you, right? So it doesn't matter how much security your job has or the benefits or whatever. It's yeah.
You could be one pandemic away from your industry or job becoming completely irrelevant, right? So I think it's really important for people to understand that even if you love your job, even if you're wildly passionate about it, it can quit you. So it is a two-way street there. And oftentimes people view it as a one-way street where as long as I put in my hours, as long as I don't give them a reason to fire me, they have to keep me. And that certainly is not the reality today. Maybe that was the reality once upon a time in a unionized world, but certainly for the vast majority of jobs today, people are not going to find themselves in that position.
Yeah. I also think, I've definitely known this to be true now, which I never really heard of before, but you really are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Or I guess in my case, the 12 people that you spend the most time with, or however big our team is now. But it's really like surrounding yourself with people. I think this is the same with any job that you're in. Surrounding yourself with people who kind of share the same mentality is gonna what's the word? It's going to morph your mentality into be the exact same, basically. Mm-hmm. So, when I started at certain jobs, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and, you hear the same people kind of like complaining over and over, like, oh, this sucks, blah, 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 blah. And you're just like, it's okay. Like, I'm still positive. I'm new. I'm going to just work really hard. I'm going to,
mm-hmm.
climb the ladder. I'll get recognized for my hard work, da, 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 da. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think so. I find that 9 times out of 10, I'm constantly morphing into the same mentality that those people have. And it's tough not to, and that's all you hear for the whole time you're at work, right? Is like the complaining, and all that stuff. And I find, the click has been amazing because it definitely has the same effect on me. Everyone shares kind of a wonderful mentality of, just like putting in hard work, mindset, all this stuff. And I think it's for sure changed my life and changed the way I think about things. And I don't think that I would have had this mindset or success had I stayed at the corporate job that I had before.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Let's build upon that a little bit more and just talk about, what maybe separates our culture from the more traditional corporate culture. So if you don't mind sharing, Janelle, like what are maybe some of your favorite extracurricular activities we do or things that we do kind of outside of the 9 to 5?
It's really funny that I've had a couple people kind of refer to this job as like super culty, which like I love because it is like any other culture that I've been a part of. And I wouldn't necessarily like describe it as culty because a lot of people kind of have that stigma against cults. But one of my favorite, extracurricular activities has been Impact Night. So I know Adam touched on it a little bit earlier, but every Wednesday we watch a video together. Normally it's Tom Bilyeu, The Impact Theory. I know recently we've kind of switched up the videos a little bit, but it's just, sitting down as a team and kind of watching something that is hopefully changing your perspective, changing your mindset. It's more than just like sitting down. It's more than just like a lunch picnic or something like that, where you kind of just like hang out with the same group of people that you're always with and eat and still bitch about your work and blah, blah, blah. It's totally different because it's doing more than just, like it's shifting your mindset, shifting the way that you think about things. And like oftentimes after Impact Theory, like it's kind of stayed with me and I'm still reflecting on what we've learned, what we've talked about, how I can, take what we've learned and use it for my own benefit, for the team's benefit. And then also like I'm bringing it home to my fiance, Chris, too. And like, we'll often talk about what I've learned and how we can help, in our relationship with our real estate goals, different things like that. And it's really
interesting to hear you use that phrase there, Janelle, like, because so many people I think would have such a strong visceral reaction to their spouse bringing their work home with them, right? Like, I think most people think of like, oh, like you're going to be yelling at me. You're going to be like, bringing the stress from work home, right? But just the way you frame that really stood out to me, where I'm like, oh yeah, like I naturally think of like people bringing their work or their experiences from our culture home as a positive. But I think like 99% of the world, if they heard that phrasing, they're naturally going to think of like, oh, the policeman that brings the work home with them, or like the correctional officer, right? Or this person or that person that must have almost a negative experience from work culture and they're bringing it home, right? So that's actually really powerful. I appreciate you saying that. I've never thought about it that way.
And I'm sure Chris could even attest to this too. Like, even though he's not sitting down with us at Impact Theory, the different things that I've chatted with him about, the different book recommendations that you've said, we've gotten audibles and on our drive to and from Sarnia, we're listening to different books and stuff. He actually, he started reading, or he's read the Stefan Arnio.
Money People Deal, or
no?
Hard Times Create Hard Men. Yeah, awesome.
And he said that's really kicked him in the ass and kind of just forced him to tighten things up. And, he actually says that Stefan Arnio was the reason that he realized that he was wasting time and finally gave me this damn ring that I've been bugging him so hard about.
Interesting.
Yeah. But no, it's been amazing, I think, for both of us. Just me being on this team and learning so much. And I know we're kind of like going over time here, but I had a really good chat with Peter about this too, how a lot of people who kind of come into this culture as a couple, a lot of times, like, you'll see the person in the team kind of, growing, and you can only grow so much far apart from your significant other that it ends, right? And I know a lot of people on the team have kind of come to that realization. So I kind of recognize that right out of the gate, that is like, that could definitely be a possibility. So, I wanted to work really hard just to make sure that, like, as I'm improving, I'm also helping him for our relationship and all that stuff. And it's been really amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important point. A lot of people, when they choose to start improving themselves, they don't think about how that's going to impact their ecosystem or the other people that have major stake in their life. And if you're not careful, you will find yourself having grown too far apart. And I think that's something that happens far more often than people realize. So I think that's fantastic that you recognized it and decided to try and set yourself up for success rather than accidentally stumble into that realization.
Yeah, exactly. So, thanks, Matt, for everything. Also, thanks for giving me the opportunity to kind of put myself in front of your audience. If you guys want to learn some social media tips, follow me on Instagram. It's a ghost town right now, but I promise I'll work on that in 2021.
Awesome. Well, really appreciate you, Janelle. Do you want? I don't think you've actually mentioned your social media handle yet, have you?
No. So it's Janelle Perrin 17. 17 was always just my sports number, so it's the Instagram handle.
All right. Awesome. Well, really appreciate you jumping on today, Janelle. And again, just want to encourage everyone that's watching, right? Janelle decided to step outside of Plato's Cave and join our team, like a lot of the people that you've heard come on today. So again, if you're kind of standing on the precipice, you're thinking that maybe you're a good fit for our team and you've seen one of our ads, I really want to encourage you, reach out, apply, or reach out to one of the one of the team members you met today and chat with them. I think everyone on the team would be more than happy to, quickly chat with you, give you their perspective on our ecosystem and everything we're doing here. So again, really appreciate Janelle, and we'll let you get back to the renovations.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
All right. So yeah, guys, again, smash that like button, hit subscribe if somehow you're new to this channel, but you've been watching along for the extended hours of live streaming that we've been doing here so far. We didn't plan bathroom breaks, so I'm not sure how this is going to go, but Spence is my next guest. So he's either going to just take over by himself, he's going to be joined by Peter, but either way, Matt's going to the bathroom. All right.
I'll hop on there with Spence. Want to go take a seat?
Hello, friends. My name's Spence. I'm a general videographer and content editor, and most recently a TikToker for Matt's team. I've been here about a year now. Before that, I was a service technician at Jiffy Lube, so a bit of a transition there. I originally found out about the opportunity through another editor that worked with Matt, and I was looking at my life from a point of following the Jiffy Lube career path wasn't very fulfilling nor aligned with my long-term goals. I ended up just by chance getting an interview with Peter here. They're in a unfinished basement. I went downstairs and we just kind of talked for an hour or so. I showed him some of my work in the past. He liked it. He said, "When can you start?" And that's kind of how that started, right?
Yeah.
And I've been here ever since. I'm really grateful to be surrounded by a group of like-minded individuals that love content creation as much as I do. And this is my first time in front of the camera on Matt's channel, which is interesting because I've been in front of this exact lens and camera more times than I can think of this year. But yeah.
So what got you into content creation in the beginning? Like, when did you start getting interested in videos and creating content?
So a couple of years back, me and my family moved down south to a country called Ecuador for 3 years. And my first year there, it was definitely like a learning experience. I had a hard time meeting people and obviously finding work. I didn't speak Spanish. And I saw an ad online for a videographer position with like a study abroad company. And of course I said, yeah, that's my thing. I know how to do that. Please hire me. And I kind of picked it up while I was on the job, and I got to travel around with a group of these people for a year. And I just, when I was doing it, I just felt like this was for me. Like I've always felt like one of the things I like to say is like audio is visual. Like when I hear things, whether that's like an idea or like a sound or music, like I see things in my head. And when the people I was working for would explain like, hey, we want this, we want this, we want this, I could see it in my head, and then I could film it with the camera. And I felt like there wasn't anything else in my life that I felt like confident doing that like really fulfilled me. And that experience just kind of like opened the doors for me, I guess.
So before you took that opportunity, you've never created content really before that, or?
No, that was the first time. But it's like once I got the bug going, right, it was like nonstop. I was just looking up every opportunity I could. Just when I was working at Jiffy Lube, I would come home after an 8-hour shift, and I would edit content for friends of mine, my own content, which is now deleted off of YouTube after I got the job. But yeah.
So from you taking that opportunity and going down to Ecuador, how much time passed before you started like on the team?
So I got back. In 2019, I had like at least 10 jobs, just trying to like figure out how to fit back into the mold of, I guess, the 9-to-5 rat race. I felt like that was what my dad did. That's what I was going to do. I can scooch over here if you like.
Sure. But keep going.
And so I had, 9-10 jobs in a year. I was feeling like I finally landed on Jiffy Lube just because I felt like I got the best bang for my time, because at that time I was still, trading hours of my life for a paycheck. And I think it was around January 2020 or 2019 when I had a friend that was already working with Matt doing video editing, and I saw him on Instagram, and he was basically doing what I wanted to do. So I reached out and I said, hey, like, is there an opportunity here? I think I edited some of Anria's videos in the beginning, and then that was kind of like my shit test, I guess, to see if I was serious, and I did. And I've been here ever since.
Awesome. Was that January 2019 or 2020?
It was like I got the first Anria in December 2019.
29. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure, because I thought I heard you say January 2019, and
yeah,
this has been a weird day where people like are dropping dates. And I'm like, wait, no, that had to have been so much longer or earlier. So okay, that sounds about right. December 2019.
This feels really interesting, like being on camera with you, like after all the times we shot together.
Yeah. So have you done? So I kind of walked in. But so you were talking about kind of your experiences that led up to joining the team. So if we talk about really your role so far?
A little bit, but my role is basically I'm in charge of a lot of the editing that gets done, as well as shooting. And more recently, I've started up Matt's TikTok account, which we've had quite a bit of success with.
5,000 followers already.
Yeah, big achievement there on TikTok. It's definitely not the easiest thing to break into, especially in the real estate niche. But I've been like really happy with it, really surprised with the amount of views we get per month compared to something like YouTube, which we've had for years. Yeah, I'm really excited to see where that goes in 2021. I think that, you know, at least 50,000 followers is definitely like achievable in 2021. That's one of my goals.
I see a lot of upside when it comes to TikTok right now. It's the only platform where I feel like we're actually getting organic traffic, right? Organic growth, organic discovery. That's really powerful and really important to me when I'm thinking about trying to capture attention. It's the organicness that we can capture on TikTok versus any other platform. The one thing that I've been thinking about recently, I'm 99% this is true as well. I'm pretty sure I probably got more likes on TikTok than I do on YouTube, because I'm pretty sure some of my most viewed videos have like 2,000 or 3,000 likes, and we're at like 25 or 30,000 on TikTok already. I'm like, shit. Again, obviously different types of attention that you're going to be capturing there. I think each social media channel has its own value in regards to what you can do with it. Now, I want to cover a bunch of different things on today's little section here, Spence. So I want to talk about TikTok. But before we talk about TikTok, let's just kind of talk a little bit more about your background and kind of your growth and evolution here with the team. So you were chatting about had a lot of different jobs, then kind of focused on the automotive. You were also kind of doing a side hustle, right? So like also been kind of running like a side business there. And what do you see this leading to, being part of this team?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, in the beginning, I was working at Jiffy Lube, and I had a side business where I sold military surplus equipment. A lot of you might be familiar with Novax in London. It's a military surplus company that's been there for quite a while, and I have a really good working relationship with the owner. At the time, I was working at Jiffy Lube, and I had this stall out of the Western Fair Market where I was selling my stuff. And the idea was basically to build that business, to be able to support myself so I can make videos and just sell my military surplus on the side. And then obviously I found a way to get an interview with Peter. And I realized that like, okay, this is actually like, this can be a reality for me rather than, you know, you watch YouTube videos saying like, this is what it takes to become a full-time videographer or to do this. It's a very hard business to break into, right? And find something that's consistent. And I remember one of my reservations in the beginning was like, okay, this is great. They're promising, you know, this much work or that we're going to do this, but I had to experience it and be part of it to really like buy in and realize that this is like the real deal. Right.
So yeah, talk about the last year, kind of some of the different projects or either things you've learned or taken on.
So I would say this last year was probably like an amalgamation of firsts for me. Like a lot of the things that I did and learned, I did for the first time. And I kind of just took the opportunity and ran with it. And, you know, some things did really well, some things didn't, but I learned like an amazing amount of things in this past year.
Any standout ones? Any standout experiences?
I've never been a full director on a shoot before, so that was definitely new. I've never... a lot of the things that I picked up were like small, minute things like organization when like dealing with like a batch shoot of videos being shot. We changed how we shoot videos in 2020. So it was, you know, adjusting to that, as well as a lot of the camera things that I picked up. I didn't really know a lot about cameras when I started, believe it or not. And I learned everything I know in this year. So.
Yeah. Awesome, man. And so otherwise, kind of chatting about 2020 leading into 2021, what sort of goals have you set for yourself going into 2021?
Yeah, so the first goal is definitely I want to get I honestly think I can beat YouTube's analytics on TikTok. And if I keep grinding towards that goal, I think I'm going to hit it. So that's definitely number one. Number two is I want to step back from the role of being more of like a videographer editor to more of a team leader, because I know that in 2021 we want to 10x this, and we want to bring a lot more people onto the team, and take all the skills that we've learned over this or that I've learned over this past year and teach you as well. And I'm really hoping that we can grow our team quick enough to keep up with all the things that we have planned. And I'm really excited to be a part of that.
Awesome. So what do you think someone that's maybe thinking about joining our team needs to keep in mind? Or what are you looking for in an ideal team member? Or what would someone need to bring to the table? What sort of attitude do they need in order to be a good cultural fit?
So the first thing is definitely, it's a lot more work than it seems. I feel like a lot of people we've had in the past have been like video editing. Like I sit at home in my underwear and I edit up some content, and maybe, like one video a week or something, but a video every single day is a lot of prep work. It's a lot of batch shooting. It's a lot of like trial and error. And if you can't see yourself sitting at a computer for 8 hours sometimes, or if you can't see yourself doing this in 10 years, I think that it's not the right opportunity for you. But if you're someone that's deeply passionate about making YouTube or video content, I think that this is one of the best places to be in Canada, let alone the world, honestly.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, so otherwise, like as far as culture fits and stuff,
Yeah.
like how would you describe the culture here versus like other places you've worked?
I would say this is the only workplace where I've actually felt like I fit in. Like I feel like I get along with everybody here. I feel like we're all on the same page. We all have big goals and aspirations, and it just felt like I clicked right away with Peter. Like I've never met anybody that I've really like seen eye to eye with, and Peter being the first person I met here, I kind of like set that precedent right away. So yeah,
awesome. All right, let's just go in a completely different direction and talk about TikTok.
Yeah.
So any predictions, like what's going to do well for us on TikTok in 2021?
So
what should we be doing?
Geez. So what I want to do in 2021 is I want to get like risque with it. Like you were talking about how you want to do a bunch of new things, like push yourself. Like I want to push you on TikTok. I want to turn it into like the Wild West for Matt's, like
Canadian
whether that's
real
like
estate content.
Exactly, like whether that's skits, whether that's different editing ideas, like anything that we come up with, I want to try it out on TikTok, and if it works, bring it to YouTube, right? And I think it's a place to do it. People are constantly scrolling on there. We're seeing that the analytics are going up, like more people are on it, especially now. And I think in the beginning, I definitely didn't understand it. I made a TikTok account just because I ended up running yours. Yeah. And the amount I've learned about the app in just
so what's the best way? Because there's so many people that like they hear me say TikTok and they're like, yeah I heard of that. And I'm like, just join it. Like I personally think that's the fastest way to learn. But any pro tips when you join in order to learn the most in the least amount of time?
Yeah, it's definitely important not to just scroll. It's important to, if you see something you like it, because you're going to see more of that content. Like if you're just scrolling and not engaging with things.
And it's weird because you're going to do that at the start. I feel like everyone's really precious with their likes whenever they first join a social media platform. It doesn't matter whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. Like honestly, probably for the first month, I didn't give out a like. I feel like I was that dick that just kept scrolling.
And now we don't like those people on TikTok.
No, now I hate them.
Yeah, they're the worst. But sorry, I completely lost my train of thought.
So how do you get good at TikTok? Like you were saying, like make sure you actually like it so the algorithm picks up and starts showing you more relevant posts, right? So that you can start seeing more similar type pieces of content, more competition. What other ways or what other things do you attribute to you getting better at TikTok? Because you literally went from zero to what you are today in 1 year.
Yeah, well, what we are, right? And originally it was liking posts. I found people that were making similar content to what I wanted to make.
And do you just search, or how do you find them?
Once I started liking, so originally I didn't search. I would just find people that made real estate content, and then I'd like it, and then I'd consistently see them on the feed, on your account as well as mine. And then
are you always just on Discovery or the For You page, or
usually the For You?
Yeah.
And once I figured out, okay, it seems like the creators that do the best when you look at their feed, it's like consistency, right? Like if you look at our feed, you know exactly what you're getting into. Okay, there's this guy that's knowledgeable at real estate that's going to make 2 videos a day, attacking whichever subject we decide to shoot. And I feel like one of the reasons we've grown so fast is just because when people click on it, having like a certain idea of what it's going to be, and it is that, right? They're like, okay, this guy's talking about real estate. They click it. Okay, he's knowledgeable. He has some credibility, and I'm going to get 2 videos a day.
Yeah, I'm curious how, like, and this, maybe my account isn't exceptional for it, but I seem to notice a lot of like bombs, like as in like someone like discovers our shit and then it's clear they went and watched, like they kept scrolling through our feed rather than like just like liked one and then didn't go to our page. So it's really cool to me when I see people like clearly seeking out our content and binging it.
I have noticed too that some people will send me a DM asking you a very like a paragraph question, and when I don't answer it, they'll give me a like bomb to let me know they exist. Oh,
interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's going to be the wrong feedback loop for me, but here we go. It's interesting to me for whatever reason. Like each platform feels like it's got a different level of personalness, and like TikTok, maybe it's just I haven't bought into it enough. Like I believe it's a wildly important social media medium, but I also don't like feel obligated to respond to comments or DMs or anything. And I feel like I don't have to. I have no idea why that is. Maybe it's just because I'm not fully into TikTok yet. Maybe it's because I don't feel like I've got TikTok friends. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like I've got other people, like literally you're my TikTok friend. I'm going to be like, hey, did you see that random thing on TikTok? But you know, my other friends, I know that we're all consuming similar feeds on Instagram, right? Or similar feeds on Facebook. And TikTok kind of still feels like it is the Wild West, as in like we snuck into the backstage and no one else has got there yet. So it's interesting how, while I think it's a very important medium, at the same time, I also don't feel a close connection to its content. And yet it's the only platform that I'll accidentally lose an hour to. Yeah. So it's like a really weird dichotomy there in opinions.
And I think it's really interesting too, because I actually have some friends on there that I guess think I'm you. Right? Like one of them that I interact with a lot is No Budget Babe. She's, I can't remember. She's from a small town near Toronto, and she's killing it on TikTok.
Yeah, she is.
And like I try to replicate a lot of the stuff that she does. And like we've had conversations before.
Oh, have you? Okay.
I realized that maybe I didn't make it clear I was running the account and not the account. But yeah, so you have some friends you've never met.
Okay, well there we go. A stranger's a friend you just haven't met yet.
Exactly.
Mr. Rogers was right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And so are you always just on it through my platform? Do you have your own account and is your feed different than my feed, or are they essentially the same feeds?
So my feed originally was just research. So I was like, I want to comment on stuff like obviously not on your account. But that's another one of my goals for 2021 is I want to do specifically sketch comedy on TikTok. I've been seeing a lot of that lately. And I just feel like me and Peter have wacky ideas. Like we'd be able to figure some stuff out. So.
Yeah, I think it just takes some time and energy, right, to go on there. And I think one of the best ways to get good at TikTok is literally just spend that 1 month of just binging shit, liking shit, learning things, because there's just small, little, subtle things that once you actually become a consumer of that content, that you'll start to pick up on things, right? Like the fact that these young kids make their videos so snappy that you almost have to rewatch it a second time. It's not by accident. There's thoughts and logic behind pretty much everything you see on that platform.
Another like little tidbit I learned when editing them is, so the attention span on TikTok is like 2 seconds, maybe even less sometimes. Yes. I found I used to just record and then just have like one, like no cuts almost, like just cut out if you messed up or like dead space and then just post it. And I found if I start the video with a crop in, so it's like cropped in on you, and then after exactly 2 seconds, it crops out, it almost like catches people twice. So it's like it starts in close, and you usually make a statement like Woodstock, Ontario, or like something that catches people's attention, and then they're like, okay, now what? And as soon as that I feel like I hit that point, I crop out. And I found since I started doing that, that's when like the followers really started coming in, was when I started editing it that way. And I've got a bit of a system now whereas if you watch any of the TikToks, you'll see the crop in and crop outs.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's interesting. And so any other little insights or any other little pro tips?
if you're someone who's familiar with like the general idea of TikTok, which is dancing around to different songs, you can do that, and that's great. But if you find that like you're looking to provide value, like what we've done, I would definitely recommend having like 2 separate TikTok accounts. Whereas like say you were going to say you're really good at like video editing or something, have like a TikTok for that and a TikTok for like your dancing account, rather than like pushing them together, because people are going to go down your feed and they're going to just be like, okay, they're teaching me about mortgages and now they're like dancing to like the new like rap song. Like it gets confusing. And I see that a lot in the comments. People are like, okay, when are you posting another video about mortgages or something like that? And that's like one thing I kind of picked up early on, was just like, I want the feed to be like, know what you're getting into when you go to my account.
Gotcha. What sort of trends are you noticing right now, or what sort of different types of content? Like, I know you talked about skits, but what do you see us making more of? And I guess I'll maybe give an example first. One thing that I've seen a lot of on TikTok over the last 2 weeks is tell me this without telling me this, right? So like I was thinking for our channel, it would be like, tell me you're frugal without like, like show me you're frugal without telling me, right? Or like, show me you're retired without telling me you're retired.
So
and
for
like,
you, it'd just be like you wearing those glasses
that
you've had for like years, and it's just like one picture, right?
But like people are also doing all these duets now, right? Where like it would be me doing it first, but then they'll duet you, right? And it's really interesting where there's some like people that are getting like big content creators using them as their intro. And I think that's really powerful to be able to have that sort of like sign on almost, right? Or drag along. So
something I think I'm going to start implementing for 2021 is there's a lot of these accounts that have like, it's you'd be holding the phone and they have like an image on screen and you talk about the image. So it's like they pick a bunch of, say it's whatever niche they're into. So for the one that I'm thinking of, it's like music related. So it'll be like a headline about whatever musician, and then it's behind their head, and then they're talking about it. And because it's like behind their head, they can use all these cool effects like down in this quarter. And it's kind of hard to explain without showing you one. But I think it would work really well for where there's like an ad on Kijiji for a property or something, and you're like talking about, and you can see the property and the ad, right? Whereas
or like the realtor.ca with a listing.
Whereas like right now it might be a little harder to do that, like with me behind the camera shooting. Like what would we do? Like hold it up or something like that. I don't think it would work as well.
Gotcha. And so this is like with a green screen. Do I understand that correctly?
In the future, I've got like a burner phone. It's gonna be like the TikTok burner phone. And the times we want to shoot with a phone, that'll be the go-to.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I like it. Any other ideas? Or like any sort of trends that you're seeing right now in this moment?
I honestly, I've just been thinking a lot about like turning you into characters. Like the Letterkenny one, I've binged that show.
Actually, I was going to say too. So I don't know why YouTube decided to recommend this to me, because I think it's a decade old, but because you're too young for this. But Prince Edward County Encyclopedia. You should also like. I forgot those guys existed. They were doing Letterkenny before Letterkenny did Letterkenny, so it was the exact same thing except for they're from PEI.
Oh, okay.
And so like it's just these crazy things about like how the shenanigans, being drunk. Like I was so drunk last night I killed 23 church mice, and you're just like, I don't what, like it's just such a ridiculous, and it's done in that PEI accent as well, right? So like it's your brain is like, I think that shit's going to hit so hard, like where like they almost have to listen twice because of the thick accent.
Like what I had in my mind was like you playing like a Shorzy type character, and you're like looking at people like something real estate related, and you're just chirping it. And they don't see your face, like they literally just hear your voice, but it's like a series where you're just like finding like really bad ads for houses, or like just a really bad deal. Yeah, exactly. I thought that'd be funny. Yeah, like where you have like nice Matt, like nice Canadian Matt, and then like mean Shorzy or something like that.
Yeah, there could actually be a shtick there too, where we literally just go through Kijiji ads, because like every 1 in 20 for rent ads, it's just a landlord that fucking hates his life. Yeah, and like I could easily riff on why I think that they hate their life, like because they just like, you know, it'll be like all caps like, no students, or like
Yeah.
no what insert category you're not allowed to discriminate against in Canada because it's Canada. But either way, they'll still have it in their ad. It's just like, oh man, there's a story there.
Yeah, definitely.
So I could see that.
That's exciting. Yeah, I'm excited to start doing all that stuff.
So if you guys aren't following me on TikTok, please go follow me on TikTok right now, Matt McKeever85.
Please.
Otherwise, if you want to follow Spence on TikTok.
Yeah, so I got an Instagram that's going to be getting a lot more posts this year. Indispensable Media. I'm sure Peter's nice enough to drop it in the chat. If anyone has any other questions about anything I've talked about today, feel free to reach out. And thanks.
Awesome. Well, appreciate it, Spence.
Yeah.
This was lots of fun. And again, just really happy to be able to bring on, some of the behind the scenes people. Odds are you've probably only seen Spence on maybe a couple Instagram posts, right? Like team photos. But outside of that, you've probably never seen him on the channel before. So I hope this helps just highlight for you how big the team is, how much of an effort this is. But as well, as we've talked about throughout today's live stream, we are desperately looking to grow our team. So if you think you're an exceptional fit for our exceptional ecosystem, I would love for you to apply. As Lara mentioned, we've got ads all over Indeed, so you can check that out. I think if you search employers, we're probably down there as the click. But again, just put in a little bit of effort, and I hope it'll be worth your while because, again, we're really looking forward to leveling up our team and our team members. And speaking of team members, Spence is going to go get me the next team member for today's live stream. I hope you guys are enjoying this live stream so far. If you are, smash that like button. Hit subscribe if you're new to my channel. And if you've been watching this since day one, let me know in that comment section down below. As well, if you've been watching this since we started the live stream, let me know in that comment section. Because I was thinking about whether I would announce this on this live stream. And if it turns out there's at least been a couple people watching this streaming since 12:30, I think is when we started, let me know. And at the end, once we're done talking to Shahir, I'll maybe share that little surprise with you guys. So Shahir, shall we?
We shall.
All right.
Hey guys, it's going great. How are you?
Good.
Good, man. Good.
So in case people don't know who you are,
I'd love to introduce myself. Hi guys, my name is Shahir. I'm one of the top wholesalers for Matt McKeever. I've been in the ecosystem for about a year and a few months now. And yeah, I'm a full-time wholesaler. And
when would you have moved in? It's got to be close to a year and a half now.
No, because I moved in. Yeah, so it's been
like September
a year,
or
September.
October.
September.
Okay.
Yeah, September.
Year and 4 months.
Year and 4 months. So
All
almost coming to a half.
Rounds up to a half.
Yeah.
And so, what have you done in that year and a half?
So a year and a half, I've done about 11 wholesale deals, definitely over 6 figures in gross wholesale fees. I think it's coming about like 230,000 gross. And yeah, I'm super excited to see what goes on in 2021.
All right. So before we start talking about 2021 and your big goals and ambitions, give us the backstory. So your backstory is very similar to Amar's, right? Dropped out of university, decided to really take the path less traveled. So do you mind just kind of sharing with us that entire journey and story in case people haven't heard it before?
Yeah, quick background. I was actually doing a business-to-business salesperson at a 9-to-5 job for a lift temp agency. And I remember very clearly that I used to watch Matt's YouTube videos while working. And I used to have 5 tabs open, and whenever my boss would come up, I'd switch tabs just so he wouldn't see the YouTube videos. And one day, it was funny because I added Matt on Instagram, and it was a post about, hey, DM me for an opportunity, a post like that. And I was like, you know what? I'm 21 years old. I always wanted to get into real estate. I just didn't know which vehicle I needed to choose. So the fact that I had the balls to actually DM him, and in my opinion, I was not expecting to get a response out of Matt. So luckily, I sent a nice paragraph just selling myself almost, and you replied immediately, and you're like, let's hop on a phone call. He's like, here's my number. So that was quite humbling to her. It's just he's so open that he just immediately gave me his number. He's like, yeah, let's hop on a call, whichever time works for you. We'll make it work. And yeah, and slowly after that, I got to know Adam JD Martin, and you invited me to the YWO Limo Tour. And from there on, I met the entire group, and I think it was a week time span where I was supposed to go back to university or I was supposed to move into the mansion. And I remember going downstairs after getting off the phone with you and telling my parents that next week I'm not going back to school, but I'm moving in with Matt McKeever in London, Ontario. So, so my dad's face was just like, oh my God, what are you doing, right? But slowly but surely, like I showed them the YouTube videos and showed them the legitimacy of everything. So the fact that they understood like where my vision was, and I kind of want to take a non-traditional route in terms of informal education. So they understood that, and now they're more than happy where I am. Yeah.
And so let's talk about it, like if you're willing to share a little bit, the impact that you've been able to have, right? Like this kind of summer, end of summer, you like, I feel like you kind of, maybe not a bucket list item, but like one of those moments where it's like, had to feel good.
Absolutely. So I'm very proud to say that it was the vision was in January, my sisters were about to get married, right? So right now they're looking to get married. And we always used to kind of dislike our house because our house is very small in Mississauga, right? So we have like 7 people in our family. We used to live in a 3-bed, 3+1. So we had a bedroom in the basement my dad used to live at. And it was too small for the family. So the fact that I was able to join this ecosystem and kind of help my family move from Mississauga to Whitby and kind of qualify for the mortgage and know all the steps and the pieces to actually buy a good investment property at the same time, because right now, like it's a duplex almost, right? So there's a kitchenette in the basement and there's a separate entrance. So in the future, when my sisters do get married and then leave the house, my parents can make that an investment and rent it out. So it pays for the mortgage, or at least half of it. Yeah.
And so like, let's talk about extended family. What did extended family think when they heard that Shahir wasn't going back to university?
Ooh, extended family. To be honest, one of the main reasons I don't like going to like events where there's extended family, because I know I'm going to have that question come up and I know they won't understand it. So the fact that like I don't even bring that up, but my parents, like to this day, they don't know what I do, but they know I'm in real estate and I make content, but they don't know what real estate wholesaling is, right? So when other people ask them, my mom's just like, he just prints money. That's all he does.
I've never heard that before.
He just prints money. So he just makes money in real estate. And then obviously they show the videos on your YouTube channel and whatnot. So at the end of the day, from my parents' point of view, I don't think the opinion of other parents really phases them anymore, because they've seen my development throughout, like from 18 to how old I'm right now, 22. And just see the constant improvement in the way I speak, in my demeanor and whatnot. So they're quite proud, I would say.
Awesome, Shahir. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun seeing you kind of grow and evolve since that first time we met at the first mansion. What stands out for you personally as some of maybe the highlights or milestones that you're really glad that you've crossed that off the list, or that you hit that?
So obviously buying my parents the house. So being the homeowner of a house at 22 years old, I would say passing my 10th wholesale deal. I think that's a huge milestone. And right now, like I'm just saving. So the fact that like I've saved the most money that I've ever done in my life, right? That's in my current corporation bank account. Like just be able to go back to that bank account and be like, okay, so I don't need to worry about that. I need to focus on more things that I can actually acquire more skills at, right? So that would be 1, 2.
So you're 22?
I'm 22.
You've got a corporation?
I've got a corporation, a house.
But no university degree.
No. And I drive a Toyota Camry.
And so let's talk about that, because there's a lot of people your age, a year older, a year younger, that are still chasing that piece of paper.
Yeah.
Do you think had you gone through and got that piece of paper, do you think you would still have the same highlights that we just talked about?
Absolutely not. It was such a hard decision for me to actually make, whether I should go back to university or pursue this. But one of the main things that I was keep thinking about is like, obviously I want to compress time, and you always talk about compressing time. So I knew that after I graduated, I wanted to get into real estate. So I'm just like, should I go through like 2 more years of this formal education where I'm not really focused? I'm like binging a lot of the courses like last minute, passing the exams last minute, And because those were the habits before, right? So I was like, should I do that, or should I rather just burn those boats, burn the bridges, and just go all in myself and never look back? So that decision, like I remember clearly just making it one night. I was just laying down. I'm like, you know what? This is it. Because dropping out of university obviously is a huge decision. And it's a family decision too, because I'm the only son, right? So my parents, like they're like in terms of financial stability and the knowledge as well, they're like their parents didn't teach them when they came to Canada, right? So they don't know. So I got to be that generational gap where I teach my kids on actually how to be financially stable.
That breaks the loop, right?
That breaks,
or breaks
the loop.
chain.
Yeah. So that's my main focus. So being that only son and kind of helping them throughout, like they were just like, if you don't have a degree, you're not going to get a job, you're not going to get married. So all these things kind of go in chain, right? Because that's the normal traditional way of going about things, right? But things have changed.
So for someone that's maybe on that precipice, on the cusp, they're thinking about maybe going to the path less traveled. Any recommendations, any pointers when it comes to having that conversation with friends or family on how to maybe break the ice or make it an easier acceptance for those individuals that are maybe just more used to normal?
Yeah. So obviously with me, like I ripped the Band-Aid, I would slowly let them know what your vision is, right? I would slowly help your parents understand like where you want to be at the end, because at the end of the day, parents care about you, especially immigrant parents. Like they want the best for you, right? Like my parents, they want the best for me. That's why they're like, you know what? You need a formal education. You need to be well educated. You need to go to get a nice job after. And then obviously you're going to be a millionaire after, right? Because that's what they think. But really, I think helping them understand what your end goal is and them seeing the process, because I feel like it was at the age of 18 where when I ran my own painting business, they saw a change in the way I speak, right? I speak more of an adult, right? Because before, I'm still a kid right now. I'm 22 years old, but I was way different back then than I'm right now. So the fact that they were able to see the entire transition from me to become a kid to a young adult, they appreciated that. And they're just like, you know what? This guy will do good in life. So at the same time,
try and ease your parents into it.
Ease the parents. Like you got to sell
your
your
parents. Did you tell them
on.
I'm never going back to university, or did you say I'm going to take a semester off or a year off?
I said I'm going to take a year off.
I think that's the small ask, right? That's a lot easier to say. Like, I'm just going to take a year off. Maybe the way you frame it is like, I'm going to take a year off, and instead of traveling the world like all my irresponsible friends, I'm going to go get a job.
Yes.
That frame it something like that.
That's exactly it. I was just like, you know what? We'll have this conversation next year. And we've never had this conversation yet. It's been a year. September went by. So they see where I'm at. And they were super proud that I opened up the corporation, because I'd like to say it's Kanzada Capital Inc. Kanzada is our cast name. The fact that I named it our cast name, they're just like, oh, wow, okay, so this is legit. That's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And take risks. I think take calculated risks to the point where you're confident in your abilities and your skills, where you'll be able to make it, right? Because I feel like with all the skills that I learned from with the age of 17, 18, they're all helping me right now in real estate wholesaling. So it's a constant improvement in what I'm learning.
So what's 2021 look like?
2021. So I'm going all in on wholesaling real estate. I've printed out a shit ton of flyers, sending out 120,000 flyers in January. I'm looking to make $1 million in gross wholesale fee in 2021. So I'm super pumped for that. I feel like 2020 was good, but I was not satisfied with it. Right. I feel like I could have picked, like, because you always look back and be like, you know what, you could have done better here. You could have done better here. You could have negotiated better here. So I'm also getting a speech coach to kind of help me get into sales and be able to just become a better negotiator. Right. I really want to make sure that I'm constantly improving myself on a day-to-day basis, even if it's 1%. I want to focus on 1% every single day. So that's very important for me. Aside from that, like at the same time, I do want to focus on content creation. However, that's secondary for me, because I really just want to get my money right first. I want to get my money right first. I want to have $250,000 in the bank account, and then I want to be a business partner with Matt McKeever.
Nice. I love it. Sounds like a good plan. And I guess one thing that I'd love to just highlight for the audience here is that power in having a plan, right? When you've got a clear roadmap, it becomes so much easier to move forward. so many people, like so many of your peers probably that continued on that 4th year at university and finished, they didn't have a clear roadmap afterwards.
Absolutely.
So they still find themselves completely adrift in life. And that piece of paper doesn't inherently guarantee you a successful life. It doesn't guarantee you anything in life, in fact. And I think it's really important we understand that. And secondly, I think this is even more important. Most people, when they get that piece of paper, they think that calcifies the fact that they no longer need to learn. And so they literally feel like, now that I've got the piece of paper, I've proved I've learned what I need to learn, and I'm done learning now. I think everyone in our ecosystem takes it the exact opposite. They really see like their freedom from the system, whether that's the education system, the employment system, whatever system you're coming from, as actually the freedom or the permission to start learning and investing in themselves, whether it's joining, like we've got a book club, we've done morning exercises or workouts together in the past. We're doing the real world MBA next year, constantly looking at, or whether it's hiring a speech coach, right, to invest in yourself. Back in 2019, we did improv classes together, the team. I think just constantly exposing ourselves to these different opportunities to learn, to these different challenges, is really what, given 5, 10, 20 years of hindsight, we're going to look back. And those are going to be the most important things. It's not going to be that one deal you negotiated on. It's going to be the decades you invested in yourself, understanding that you are literally your most valuable asset. And as a byproduct of that, that means your time is the most valuable thing you've got at your disposal. So I think it's amazing to hear about 22-year-old kids that have started corporations, bought their parents' houses, and are thinking about investing in themselves. And at the same time, no one today on the YouTube channel that you guys have seen was predestined for this. No one. Like, no one was guaranteed. No one's parents were in real estate or in YouTube or in social media before. Like, every one of us decided to break the path, break the mold that was set before us, and really just take advantage of the opportunities as we see them in front of us. I think that's really critical. Lots of people, there would have been hundreds of people who have seen me post that Instagram story. Maybe a handful DM'd me. And then again, it keeps getting smaller and smaller, the number of people that continue to progress. And to me, the real difference, the one thing that we can't teach, the one thing that everyone that you've seen today on my YouTube channel has in common, is they've got that hunger. They've got that spark. They've got that motivation, that inner desire. They've got at least a sense of a locus of control, where they really believe that they've got agency and the ability to impact the trajectory of their life. And I think that's so powerful once you decide to take ownership of your life. And for most people, they need to go out into the real world and have the real world boot stomp them a couple times before they're really willing to take on the responsibility of being responsible for themselves. So I think it's really cool, the ecosystem that we've been able to build here up until this point, Shahir. And I really love your contributions to it. But for anyone that's maybe curious about what's it like to live in the mansion, or what's it like to join the wholesale team, do you mind just kind of sharing what would you want in a future person joining the team? Or what do you think is going to separate the person that stays here for a decade versus the person that doesn't make it past 10 days?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, talking about the culture that we already have at the mansion, it's like a brotherhood, right? Like, we're best friends. It's like the 5 people you surround yourself with, that's who you are, right? So Mike, Amar, Tyler, Jordan, myself, we all help each other just grow, right? Like, every single day, like we're hitting tabs on each other. It's like, hey, did you do that? Did you do this? Did you do that? Oh, you're actually like reading this book. Okay, let's read it together. So we're holding each other accountable. And that's the environment that we have there, where it just makes it so much more better. And it's almost like a competitive edge too, because we're all in competition. It's a friendly competition, but we're all trying to be the best possible versions for ourselves, right? So that's very cool. Now, for a wholesaler to join, like if you were to join next year, like ideally you'd want to be the type of person who's also self-driven, because even though there are other people in the house that are motivating you, if you don't have that hunger, if you don't have that self-drive, you will not make it, right? Like, I went door to door for 2 months straight, 6 days a week. I used to start knocking at 1. I used to come home at 8, bussing every single day for 2 months to get my first wholesale deal, right? Because I was like, I don't want to go back to Mississauga and look like a failure, right? So having that drive and that self-motivation, I think is huge. But not only that, I feel like after you get over the first deal, right, it's like, what do you actually want to do, right? Because like I think about it all the time. If I had all the money in the world, what would I do? Would I still be doing what I do right now? Would I be making more content? How would I be contributing to society as a whole, right? So realistically, like a maverick would be joining the house, right? Because a lot of the wholesalers are mavericks. So people who are self-driven, are highly in sales, articulate, young and hungry, someone who really just wants to improve their life for the better. Right.
So yeah, if you guys aren't familiar with what Shahir is referencing there, he's referencing the PI test. You guys can Google that. A shocking number of our successful wholesalers turn out to be mavericks. So someone that's a maverick, they're going to be very ambitious. They're going to be relatively social. They're not going to have a ton of attention to detail. And they're going to have a relatively high sense of urgency, meaning they're not that patient. And that to me really does seem to encompass a lot of our successful wholesalers. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to be that avatar person in order to succeed. But I understand if you find yourself resonating with that avatar person, you're likely going to be a good fit. One of the things we do actually is make every person before they join our team these days do a PI test. One, so that they can better understand themselves, as well as so that we, their team, can understand them better and make sure that we're supporting them in the right way. So a maverick doesn't necessarily need a lot of collaboration. They need someone to maybe come up and clean up their messes. And that's why we bring on all sorts of additional staff to help our wholesalers clean up those messes. But they don't necessarily need someone to hold their hand through every step of the process. They're willing to rush in there, break some things, get dirty, and try and figure it out, boots on the ground, rather than necessarily having to have the absolute perfect plan or knowing before they knock on that door whether they're going to buy the house. Because there's a decent amount of uncertainty when it comes to wholesaling. And certainly if you want to be guaranteed riches in the first day, the first week, the first month, even the first 60 days, there's no guarantees in this business. But the one thing I can guarantee is if you approach it with the mentality of like, I am a wholesaler, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get a wholesale deal. After I get that wholesale deal, I'll figure out whether I want to continue to be a wholesaler. Where the mistake I see a lot of new people make is they decide, I'm going to be a wholesaler for a week. I'm going to be a wholesaler for a month. And if I get rich, then I'll continue doing it. And you know what happens? You approach door knocking, you approach answering the phone, you approach flyers, negotiating under a completely different set of like value system, really, in my opinion, where the person that is approaching this as I'm going to be a wholesaler for a week or a day or a month, they're trying to get in and out as fast as possible. The person that's I'm going to wholesale a deal and then figure out whether I'm a wholesaler for life or not, that person, they're trying to figure out whatever it takes to get that first deal. The other person's trying to figure out whatever it takes to do the least amount of work and make the most amount of money. And that's a completely different mindset. The one is so short term that you're never going to see success. And the other one is so long term that you're never going to see anything but success, because you're going to see every step in failure, not as a step or failure, but as just a step falling forward. And I think there's a very powerful distinction there that everyone in our ecosystem, everyone on our team really understands and embraces that sort of approach to life, right?
No, absolutely. Speaking of IP tests, I'm actually not a maverick, eh?
Oh, no?
I'm actually a strategist. Yeah. So with wholesaling, you don't need a prerequisite like Tyler. He hasn't had any previous sales experience, but he was good with the girls. So you just got to be sociable. That's it.
Awesome. So I don't think we've mentioned your social media handles here, Shahir. So if people want to follow along.
Yeah, absolutely. So you could follow me on Instagram as sheer.ethics. Very good name. I changed it after the Cashflow Tribe boot camp because I had a big epiphany of like, who do I want to be? And especially with wholesaling real estate, there's a stigma around it where it can be unethical. So I kind of want to hold my part in where I'm just like, I'm only ethical in it. So I'm sheer ethics. That's it.
All right. Anything else you want to say, Shahir, before we wrap up?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait till 2021. If you are looking to join our team, feel free to reach out to me on Instagram and just get my advice. Like, we'll actually even hop on a quick phone call for like 5 minutes, and I'll tell you about my experience in depth. And if it seems right for you, feel free to join. And yeah, I'm looking forward to 2021 and cleaning with you.
Awesome. Thanks, Shahir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Sweet.
All right, guys. So I think that's it for this live stream. So really appreciate. Nope. Oh, what is it? Okay.
They didn't book properly.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. All right. Well, I'm changing gears here. I'm going to be doing this for another hour. So I hope you guys are going to stick around with me for the next hour. And smash that like button. Hit subscribe if you're new to the channel and somehow you've made it the 4 hours deep that we're already into this live stream. If you haven't subscribed, please do me a favor and subscribe. And did anyone say that they've been watching since the start here?
Yeah.
Peter?
So we have Alec.
All right.
Who's been watching since Mike, and we have Charmaine.
All right. So appreciate Alec and Charmaine for watching since 12:30 today, whether it's just been on in the background or whether you've been glued to the set. Doesn't really matter to me, but I appreciate you guys listening throughout this. So next thing, I'll make this announcement now. So I've been thinking a fair bit about 2021 and some of my big goals, how I'm going to shake things up and how I really just want to give myself the white space and the permission to really grow and evolve. And so as part of that, I've decided that I never want to view myself as being it's difficult in the position I'm in with the content I create to not be categorized as the guru or the know-it-all. And while that can be satisfying to one's ego, it actually is really a challenge to keeping you hungry to learn, because it's very easy to become sedative. It's very easy to become calcified in that position. And you're really going to struggle to give yourself permission to make new failures and to embarrass yourself. And so as part of that, I constantly want to live life as if I'm an egg. And so that's something I'm going to be constantly trying to remind myself in 2021. And so as part of that, I'm going to shave. I'm going to shave off the beard completely. And I'm really excited because I notice people treat me differently with a beard versus not a beard. And I know I treat me differently with a beard versus not a beard. And I just feel like it's time to shake it up or mix up the my version of Matt McKeever. So there you guys go. Again, for me, this is constantly, life's just a giant journey, right? We're just constantly learning. I love this beard. I'm probably going to grow it back. But at the same time, I need to give myself the permission and white space to keep changing it up and mixing it up. And to be able to really step outside my comfort zone, I don't think I can have people associating me as the real estate guru with a beard. I think that that's going to slow me down, even though it really doesn't impact my aerodynamics that much. But anyways, guys, I think we've got our next guest here. So let me know whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea for me to shave it all off in the new year. And let me know in that comment section. But I think either way, it's happening. All right. Hey, Rebecca.
What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I hear we're going to have a beardless Matt in 2021.
It's going to be a new era.
Craziness. I've only known you with a beard, so I don't know what like beardless Matt is going to be like.
Actually, the funny part is there's probably like half my staff have never at least didn't work with me without a beard. I think I shaved it at the start of this year, but I honestly, 2020 has been such a blur that I don't remember. It was 2019 that I shaved. Okay, maybe it was. So it's been a while. But anyways, really appreciate you jumping on the live stream, Rebecca. So let's start this off with a quick introduction. If you don't mind just kind of breaking down for everyone on this live stream, share with them kind of your backstory and how you found yourself joining the clique.
Absolutely, guys. So my name is Rebecca. I go by Rebecca Lynn Matheson on Instagram and Facebook, so you can find me on the socials there. So I actually joined the clique in the fall of this year. So this year definitely has been wildly different from what I expected it to be. So at the beginning of this year, I was actually a week away from flying to South Africa to go referee rugby and also do a master's degree in sports science in South Africa. So this year was going to look very, very different for me. And then COVID hit and it changed everything. So I've actually been working as a personal trainer, a manager of personal trainers, and a manager of a sales team at a gym for the past 4.5 years. So that's what I did leading up to joining the clique. And I actually met you, Matt, for the first time at the gym. I remember you making a little video about the Gaim, and I met Adam, and he had been going to the gym for quite some time prior to that. And actually, several of the guys came to train at that gym for a long time. So I actually met Jeff at the gym. I met Shahir as well as Mike. So pretty much the whole crew at that point came out to get fit, and really got to know the team a little bit better. And it was at a point where I had actually came back from a fishing trip with my dad, where I went fishing and caught a bird, and that's a whole story for another time. But yeah, it was just a big transition point for me, where I wanted to level up and kind of take things to the next level. And I connected with Adam, and there happened to be a position on the team that he had been looking to create for some time. And that was the disposition role that I'm currently in. So since September, I've really stepped into this disposition and sales role with the team, where we have our team of full-time wholesalers going out and finding all of the deals, and I get to connect with our buyers. So I'm regularly talking to real estate investors and getting to actually assign those deals to those investors. And I do a lot of the marketing of those deals as well. So overall, that's been the kind of lead up in this past year to being in the position that I'm in.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate you breaking that down for us. So let's really just kind of explore how 2020 really caused you to pivot in life. So let's talk about that fork in the road. And I'd love to even hear just maybe a little bit more about your general perspective or philosophy on life. Were you always a glass half full type person? Did you find yourself struggling at first when, your plans to travel and, referee rugby all of a sudden got, askewed because of COVID?
Yeah, sure. So I definitely have been known to be quite a positive person for most of my life, if not all of my life. I'm sure my sister would argue that fact, but no, overall, my family and friends would definitely see me as a very positive person. And for me, that ability to adapt and ability to swerve definitely has been something that I've had to do in a lot of different scenarios in my life. So I played rugby for 8 years and absolutely love the game. It's one of my big passions. And it was actually due to some major injuries that I got into refereeing rugby. And, a lot of people would just never, go near the game again. A lot of people would just turn down a completely different path. But I actually used that opportunity to filter into a bigger and greater opportunity to travel and be more involved in the game through refereeing. So after 3 major concussions in 1 year, rather than just completely going in the other direction and not being involved in the game at all, I took it up times 10 and started to travel the world with rugby. So yeah, that's been for me a big thing that has been pivotal in my life, is when I see an opportunity or when I experience something that could be, in a lot of people's perspectives, seen as a big barrier or seen as maybe a failure. For me, I just see it as an opportunity to take it on. And yeah, for me, that was really this opportunity in real estate. I wasn't expecting to accomplish nearly half of what I've done in the past 3-4 months that I've been a part of the team. And I didn't even really know what the opportunity was when I first sat down and went for a coffee with Adam. And it's really blossomed and grown into such a great pathway and opportunity that you guys have really worked on the team environment so that the people in this environment can really exceed and really excel their own trajectory and accomplish their goals. So yeah, in terms of my philosophy or kind of where I'm coming from, definitely there have been many parts of my life where I could have definitely, just laid back and not really taken any action or not accomplished something just due to barriers, but I've never let that slow me down.
Awesome. I appreciate you sharing that perspective. So for some people that maybe struggle to make lemonade out of lemons, any recommendations on, if 2020 didn't go your way, maybe you found yourself unsatisfied with the results of 2020, what sort of tips, pointers, recommendations would you give to people? Because we're essentially rolling, feels like deja vu or Groundhog's Day here as we go into our second round of real quarantine, social distancing, self-isolating, all that fun stuff.
Absolutely. Just keep failing forward. Like, no matter where you're at, whether maybe your work got shut down, maybe you're unable to keep moving in the direction that you thought that you might, just take a step back and just analyze where you actually want to get to and just keep failing forward. I love Marie Forleo's quote, everything is figure outable. I think that kind of mentality and frame of mind to just take everything as it comes and figure it out as you go is such a great way to get through those really tough moments. Now, once you are able to get through those really tough times and grind through where you're struggling or maybe you're going through emotional turmoil, get to a point where you are able to just figure it out, keep feeling forward, and then start moving forward with intention. So take a step back, set some plans, set some goals, set some really smart goals. So specific, measurable, attainable, something that is time orientated. You want to have something that is really realistic for you to accomplish. So something that I jumped into right out of coming from the fitness industry was actually the 75 hard challenge. And I love from a mental standpoint what that will do for you, because you have to work out 2 times a day. You have to read 10 pages of a book. You have to drink a gallon of water. You have to actually take all of these actions. You have to follow a diet structure. And if you do any of them wrong or you don't complete a day, you have to start from the beginning. And so I would recommend just continuing to take action and moving forward towards whatever it is that your goal is, and then adding some structure in as you go. So once you're moving in that direction, then you can take a step back and actually create those really measurable and attainable goals that will actually give you that roadmap to accomplish your goals.
Awesome. Yeah. Really appreciate you sharing that with the audience. So talking about goals, what does 2021 look like for you?
Yeah, so I definitely have set some pretty big goals for media. I think it's so awesome to be surrounded by people like yourself, Matt, who have really made a big impact on the world through social media. So I really want to start to work in that direction as well. So I'm going to be, working on a couple of podcasts, which I'm really excited about for 2021, as well as starting in conjunction with that a YouTube channel and really starting to pump out some more content on the social media front. So really looking forward to just continuing to build in this niche and also bringing everyone along with me. I think for me, I started from zero in the real estate investing world, like knew absolutely nothing. So the more that I can give back and share with others through my journey and as I continue to progress into the business world and into businesses, I think being able to show that journey is for me really rewarding, because it's really great to see how many people you've really impacted, Matt, and how inspiring it can be when you do put yourself out there and become a little bit more vulnerable with the audience, with the world, and put out some content that can really be impactful for people. So that for me is a really big goal personally, is I really want to continue to evolve that social media front in conjunction with everything else that we're doing with the team.
Awesome. Love it. Yeah. And just to kind of really build upon that, I think it's important for people to understand that when it comes to social media, when it comes to content creation, a lot of people have the misnomer or the misunderstanding that you need to be the ultimate expert, that you need to be infallible, that you can't ever look weak or seem to struggle or not be 100% confident. I think it really comes down to the brand you decide to build. And certainly there are individuals that will choose to build that brand that, they're going to try and make it, untoppable, insurmountable, or be untouchable. But I actually think that where people want to go is the opposite. And I think they really want to see the human side of the equation. They want to believe that you're a real life person, and they love following along on the journey as they see you failing forward, because that's really, one, how they're going to buy into you and your story, not just your information. But two, it's going to separate you from a lot of the competition. And I think it gives you more leeway and more permission to grow in almost any direction, where the person that sets out to be, the infallible experts, they are pretty much handcuffed now to only things where they can be infallible, right? They can't afford to fail. They can't afford to look weak, or else it potentially presents a crack in their entire facade or their entire brand or the market position they've been trying to create for themselves. So I think it's really important that people, one, just give themselves permission to go out there and document versus create, something that Gary Vee talks about all the time, and something that I know both myself and Peter are extremely big proponents of. So yeah, I think that that's key. You don't have to be the expert day one. You can show how you become the expert from day one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that, Matt. And I think it definitely makes you more relatable when you are showing some of those failures, when you are showing that more personable side to your journey. So I really appreciate the fact that you've kind of shown the difference between potentially documenting versus content creation, and how powerful that can be.
Mm-hmm. So we touched upon kind of your goals for social media in 2021. Do you mind kind of talking about the business side of things?
Absolutely, yeah. So we are kind of progressing forward with the wholesale team in a pretty big way. So really looking forward to continuing to grow with that business. And I know Adam was on here talking earlier about his goal being an 8-figure gross revenue for that wholesale team, which is pretty incredible. So I'm really looking forward to continuing to grow in business with yourself and Adam in a pretty big way in 2021. So yeah, some pretty big goals there for just growing in that wholesaling niche, and continuing to evolve with that wholesale team in conjunction with starting a few other businesses. I know, Matt, we've been really working on the back end on some cottage industry niche. So really excited about that. I think there's a lot of opportunity in 2021 to really focus on the cottage business. So I'm really excited to be starting that with you and Adam. So with that cottage business, really since COVID hit, there's a great opportunity there, just in that everyone has, just like myself, canceled their travel plans that they intended to potentially go visit other countries through 2020. And a lot of people are instead looking to stay in Canada, and that cottage country is really blowing up. So there's a fantastic opportunity for investors right now, and I'm really excited to really set some high goals there to expand into that cottage niche and continue to evolve with investing in that world.
Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate you sharing that. And again, guys, just to kind of highlight here, Rebecca hasn't been on the team that long, right? You officially joined in September?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're about 4 months into it. But at the same time, I just want to highlight for you that this ecosystem that we're creating here really is a meritocracy. So everyone has the opportunity to level up to hit to progress as far as they want to. And in fact, in business, there's something called the Gervais principle. And the Gervais principle essentially states that an employee will be promoted to their level of incompetence. And so this is in fact how most organizations do work. If you're a really good salesperson, they'll promote you to sales manager, and then they'll let you just fail at being sales manager, and that will kind of stop your progression or your evolution as a employee. If you happen to get good at being a sales manager, great. They'll then promote you to VP of sales or to another position. However, it's really important that we understand that most people without professional development, without someone giving them permission to continuously change and evolve as an individual, they're going to be topped out based upon that Gervais principle. You're going to hit a level of incompetency where you don't already have the skill sets in order to set yourself up for success. And you're not going to have the resourcefulness, or you're not going to have the ecosystem, the environment that's going to give you permission to go learn and acquire those skills necessary to be able to push through this new level and make it on to the next level. And that's one of the things that really frustrated me with the corporate world and my experience and with my corporate career. And so when starting this ecosystem, when starting these businesses, it was really important to me that we don't slow people down, that if we've got good people, if we've got hungry people, if we've got people that have that spark, again, something we've talked about throughout this live stream is that everything but work ethic and that spark or that hunger can be taught. The work ethic, the hunger, the spark, I honestly don't believe it can be taught. And so definitely, I just want to say it's been great seeing you flourish in this ecosystem, Rebecca, because you've clearly got that work ethic and that spark. And we've seen you really just lean into the opportunities that have been presented. And because of that, you now find yourself on the cusp of leading our We Buy Cottages business. And this is something that is available to anyone in my ecosystem, but is only going to be offered to those that really show the hunger and the spark for it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's something that I've really appreciated about the ecosystem is that meritocracy, because you guys just lay it out there. You say this is how you progress and succeed and put those opportunities in front of everyone who's here. So it's really great that you're creating those roadmaps and wanting to push and develop and progress. I know we have some young guns on the wholesale team who chose this option over a conventional education pathway, and there's so much practical learning that can go into this. And coming from a position previously where I was working with other salespeople and training, I think there is such an intense training opportunity here for wholesalers who are looking to develop some of those sales skills in negotiation, in just dealing and working with people, and overcoming some of those objections. I think it's such a great subset of opportunities here in the ecosystem. And really with the cottage business, it's so great to see such a quick, fast track progression to having potential business opportunities like that. So it's been such a pleasure working with you guys, and I know we're only going to accomplish so much more into the new year.
Absolutely. So if someone's been watching this since the beginning, they're maybe 4.5 hours deep now into this live stream. If they're thinking about maybe leaving their old reality, their old world behind and moving into this opportunity of potentially joining our team or going full into real estate, what sort of recommendations or pointers would you have for someone that's looking to join our ecosystem?
Yeah, well, if you've been on since the beginning, you're a trooper, and make sure you leave a comment so that we can give you a shout out. But B, if you're looking to make a transition and really looking to be surrounded by support, be surrounded by like-minded people, be surrounded by people who are really driving forward, then just do it. Just take that step, reach out. I mean, the resources are all there. Michael Jordan has a great quote, and I really hope I get this right, but it's basically, some people want it, some people wish they had it, and some people will go get it, or some people will do it. So if you're wanting to to make a change, then you have to take an actionable step forward. So, you know, all of our Instagrams have been presented on the screen, all of our contacts, we're very open and available to chat. So guys, if you're looking to make a change, looking to take action, you have to take one step forward and then just jump in. So we're absolutely available if you have any questions. But my recommendation, if you're thinking about it, if you're wallowing, you just gotta do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add one other quote to that, because I love the quote you shared there. One of my favorite quotes from, you know, recent memory or recent movies is The Social Network. And there's a scene where Zuckerberg's, you know, in court arguing with the Winklevoss twins. And essentially he's just like, you would have built Facebook if you were the guys that built Facebook, right? Yeah. Like, it's just that concept of like, you would reach out to my team if you wanted to be on my team. You would watch my YouTube videos if you wanted to be on my team. It's there, guys. It literally, the cave, the door is wide open. The cave, all you need to do is turn around to leave Plato's cave. But you still need that spark. You still need that hunger. You still need that desire to step outside of your normal reality, your normal world, and embrace the hero's journey. And so few people are willing to even take on that, what I consider to be a tiny challenge. It's such a minuscule commitment that you need to make to step outside of normal. But if you're not willing to do that, you're never going to get anything but normal results if all you're doing is taking normal actions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, it's so important that you just take those steps forward. I mean, Adam reached out to you and just decided he was working for you, and you didn't even have a job for him, and you just like, he made it happen. And you know, my position didn't exist before I joined the ecosystem. It was created. And I think that's one thing that maybe is a barrier, that people just don't know where they would fit in. But if you know that you want to make a change, if you know that you want to get outside of the world that you're living in and level up and accomplish great things, then surround yourself by people who are doing that, and everything is figureoutable. You will figure it out as you go. If you don't know sales, if you don't know like marketing, if you don't know how to do any of this stuff, like, that's okay. I knew nothing about real estate. I figured it out. It's all things that you can learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to build upon that point, for anyone watching this at home, understand every single person that's been on my channel today, or I believe every single person that works for me, didn't previously do what they do now. There's not a single person that like left a wholesale team to go work for my wholesale team, or left a social media team to go work for a social media team. None of us are, in theory, trained for our positions. None of us have the experience, the credentials, any of that. We've got the hunger, we've got the spark and the work ethic, and everything else is absolutely figure-outable. And the other thing to understand is, yeah, Adam Martin decided it was going to just take whatever it took to be on my team and work for me. Mike Nowicki reached out to Jeff Weibel, right, and tried to find angles and ways in to get on Jeff Weibel's radar so that Jeff could introduce Mike to me. You know, Shahir just kept DMing me and Adam relentlessly on Instagram for a while in order to really get in our good books. So many people have taken it upon themselves to take that first step. All you need to do is take the first step, and after that, we're more than happy to help guide you. But you need that spark, you need that hunger, you need to be willing to take that first step. And then after that, we're more than happy to introduce you to the entire reality outside Plato's cave. But it's absolutely up to you guys to make that first step.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. And to build off of that, like, there's no way for us to know that you want it unless you tell us. And like, you have to take that step forward. You have to still reach out. Like, we can't read your mind. Please come forward and let us know that you're wanting a change. Let us know that you're interested in being a part of the clique. And then we can go from there. Literally, you don't even need to have pre-qualifications. We're not asking for 5 years of like experience and on your resume. Just make a video, talk about yourself, tell us tell us who you are. And we're always looking for good people to become part of this environment, to grow. I mean, there's so many opportunities right now in the media team, in the main wholesale business, in the cottage business, like admin, wholesalers. Like there are so many opportunities within the click, like even positions that don't even exist yet. So we're always looking for good people, and you definitely don't have to have a resume behind you.
100% agree. Well, appreciate you jumping on this live stream, Rebecca. If people want to follow along with you on your journey, what social media handles?
Absolutely. So you can find me at Rebecca Lynn Matheson. That should just be up on the screen there. And you can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and soon to be YouTube. Stay tuned, guys.
Awesome. Well, really appreciate Rebecca, and looking forward to seeing you crush in 2021, just like all of our other team members.
Awesome. Thanks for putting this together, Matt. Have a good
Sweet.
rest of your live stream, and we'll see you on the next meeting. Peace.
Thanks, Rebecca. All right, guys, if you're enjoying these videos, smash that like button, hit subscribe if you're new to my YouTube channel. And up next is Tyler. How's it going, Tyler?
How's it going?
Good to see you.
Yeah.
You made it here.
Decided to come to London. How's it going, guys?
So what's up?
Not much, man. Just got back from Timmins, my hometown. I went home for Christmas for a week or so, but now it's time to get those good habits in before the new year so we could start off 2021 on the right foot.
Nice. So do you mind just giving a little bit of background and context, Tyler, to maybe how we originally got connected, how you ended up joining the team, all that good stuff?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So coming from Timmins, long term, I knew I wasn't going to, invest in real estate up there. It wasn't my ideal plan. So I decided to buy a place in London. And when I was in London, I was looking into real estate content, trying to learn and whatnot. Then I came across Matt McKeever's YouTube channel. And then sure enough, after watching like 7 or 8 videos, I was definitely very intrigued. And, I was like, Matt, very intelligent in the real estate industry. Where's this guy from? What's the deal? And then sure enough, in one of his videos, he's like, yeah, just here at one of my properties in London. So then sure enough, I reached out to him, and just actually a couple weeks before he was hosting an event in Las Vegas. So Matt was hosting the Las Vegas Mastermind. So sure, at this point, I've never been to a networking event or anything like that, but I knew that if I want to get to where I want to be, I need to surround myself with the right people. So took the plunge, bought a plane ticket, bought a ticket to Vegas, bought a suit. I didn't even have a suit or anything like that. Didn't even know what I was getting myself into, to be honest. So, Matt called me and we talked about the mastermind. I headed out there, and then here we are a couple of years later. Now I'm on Matt's team. So it's funny how
let's kind of chat about that, because we've been sharing everyone's stories so far on the channel, what they were doing before they ended up joining the team. So do you mind kind of sharing, what were you doing before you decided to become a full-time wholesaler?
Yeah, sure. So I was actually a power line technician at Hydro One. I was an apprentice at the time, and it wasn't fulfilling for me. And the main reason why I got into a good paying trade job was to get into real estate. So I was in my 4th year, and I was at the point where I'm like, do I want to do this for the rest of my life, or what's the long-term plan? And I was at one of the networking events here in London, and I was sitting at a table with Jeff and Adam and all them, and they're like, yeah, like, we're doing pretty well. The business is growing and stuff like that. So sure enough, it got in my mind. And that day after that networking event, I decided, you know what, I'm going to leave my job at Hydro One, and I'm going to go all into real estate, because this is what I enjoy doing. I was working in Hamilton. I was driving back and forth from London every month to go to this networking event. And, I was 3 months away from getting my red seal. I decided to just quit the job and join the wholesaling business, and definitely been probably one of the best decisions of my life, because now, we get to work together and grow our businesses together. And I just know there's endless potential in this ecosystem, especially in Hydro One. Okay, yeah, it's a great paying job. It wasn't for me. And, I felt like I could, achieve more if I stuck around with the right people. And yeah, it's been a great year so far. I've been wholesaling since February, and very happy with how things are looking.
And before we talk about your successes with wholesaling, let's just touch upon like how important that red seal is. Like, for a lot of people, that's going to be kind of one of the pinnacles of their life. It's like, hey, I got this designation, right? I got the seal, I got my ticket.
Yeah. Having a red seal license here in Ontario is it's one of those it makes you feel very secure in your profession. So if you're an electrician, you have your red seal. At that point, you can kind of travel around and you have that license. So especially
like it was a big decision to step away from that.
Oh yeah, it was a huge decision because you get your red seal at Hydro One. At that point, you can apply for full-time positions, meaning you don't got to travel around the province like you do when you're an apprentice. When you're an apprentice at Hydro One, you're just traveling nonstop working. But when you get your red seal, you're allowed to apply for full-time spots, meaning you have one spot specifically to stay in. And I decided to end it before that because I was thinking, I know I'm passionate about real estate and this is where I want to be. So if I cut all ties before my red seal, I know there's no going back, because obviously some days in wholesaling it might get difficult, but I didn't want to have that thought in my head where it's like, oh, it's too hard now. I can just go back and, you know, enjoy that job I had or anything like that. So it's almost like the golden handcuffs having that red seal to me. So I was like, you know what, this is what I want to do. We're just going to go do it. So,
and so let's talk about, what did friends and family think when you said, I'm going to go full time into wholesaling?
Yeah, they were definitely a little confused. Obviously, you know, growing up my whole life up in Timmins, especially, trades are very popular up there. And, you know, at Hydro One, you make a good wage. So my whole life, my parents were really excited for me to get my red seal and get a full-time job at Hydro One. And deep down, I knew it wasn't for me. So I was like, you either end this now or you end this 2 years from now. But what about that time span? What are you going to miss out on, right? I'm 28 years old right now. This is a time to take a risk and go into a high-paying or a sales job, right? So, you know, definitely a lot of questions. My mother thought it wasn't the best decision because, you know, the pension and the security and all that kind of stuff. And meanwhile, at the same time, I had a mortgage. I bought a new build here in London, and I had tenants there. It was negative cash flowing, and you know, it was a huge risk, obviously, but I was very passionate about what I do. I knew being surrounded by guys like Matt and the team here that, you know, is going to sort itself out. We'll figure it out, right? And that's basically what happened, and it all worked out. So,
and so, how did 2020 work out for you?
2020 was a great year. You know, you leave a secure paying trade job and then go into an all sales job without any sales experience. You're kind of like, what's going to happen this year? And then sure enough, a month later, COVID happened. So at that point, it's like, all right, we're all into business at this point. Coronavirus is going on. And, you know, since then I've done, I think 14 deals or so, and it grows to over $500,000 in gross wholesale fees. So definitely very satisfied with how the year went, and a lot of thanks to Matt, obviously, great mentorship, great training. That's what allowed me to do this. And I've learned a bunch, and I'm looking forward to 2021, just growing and doing more and just challenge myself throughout the year. So,
and so you just came back from Timmins, went and saw friends and family for the holidays.
Yeah.
Any perspectives, any questions, any celebrations? People still confused?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Yeah, still a lot of uncertainties, right? Like, you know, you tell your mother, okay, I left a 6-figure job to go, you know, work with a guy I met on YouTube. Like, you know, how do you kind of explain? There's like the bridge, and it's really hard to connect it almost, right? So, you know, she sees how I'm doing, and, you know, she always asks, are you good for money? Are you good for this? And like a mother, obviously, right? And I just say everything is going very well, very happy with how things are looking. So there's still some confusion, is, you know, because I know deep in the back of her mind, she's thinking like pension, and she's thinking security, right? And, you know, she knows that this is like you eat what you kill kind of work environment. And, you know, my mother is more on the safe side with a lot of parents. I bet 99% of parents are. So especially like back in the 70s and 80s, it was all about getting that pension. So I knew it was a risk, and explaining it to my parents. So they're still warming up. They're still warming up. I don't even think they're not fully warmed up just yet. Even some of my friends are still kind of, they know I'm doing great, and they know like this is, you know, when Tyler puts his mind to something, he'll do good at it. But some of them still don't fully understand what I do yet, which is fair. I mean, wholesaling is kind of a difficult topic. Industry. There's no wholesaling isn't really big in Timmins, especially, right? Like no one.
They don't teach it at university, so it doesn't count.
No, they don't teach you that. And obviously, I have a lot of friends that are very happy and they're very proud of what I've accomplished and whatnot. I know some are actually watching right now. I know Hayden's probably watching right now, and he's very happy. And he's like, man, you did what you wanted to do, right? So it's awesome to kind of like enjoy those times with your good friends from back in the day. So,
and so I'd love to kind of build upon that, Tyler, because you ended up enjoying this experience, believing in it enough that you actually talked someone into it. Right?
Yeah. So sure enough, I have a friend, his name Jordan. He's on the wholesaling team as well. And, he very similar story almost. He was working at Markham Power District Energy as a power engineer. So he was also making 6 figures, pension, very good job. And as I was doing this, he was always very supportive and like, man, you're gonna crush it this year and whatnot. And as I started to get a bit more success, starting to get more deals coming in, he's like, man, this is like insane kind of how you're doing this. And like, if there's any way I could help, and he offered to even do like driving for dollars with me, and he's done some driving for dollars with me. He's like, yeah, I could even send flyers out for you and stuff like that. And I knew he's always been a good support system. And I knew deep down he was in his mind, he's like, I would prefer to be doing what Tyler's doing than working at Markham Power District Energy. He liked his job. The main reason was he was on 2 days on, 3 days off, 3 days on, 2 days off. It was shift work, days and nights. And he said it was just burning him out. And I told him, I was like, look, I know you're good for this ecosystem. I have a lot of trust and faith. It's like, hey, let me see if I could talk to Matt and Adam about it, and maybe we can see if we can get you on the team. And sure enough, he was all ecstatic and excited for it. And it took him like a couple of weeks to warm up to the idea because it's new, it's changed. He had a condo in Toronto or Markham. So sure enough, did the video, met Matt and Adam, and I talked to the team about it, and everyone's happy to have Jordan here. And now he's joined the team, and he started in October. And a week before before the holidays, we're like, okay, we want to get you a deal before you go home for Christmas time, right? Because we don't want you to come back here after the new year stressing about why didn't I get a deal. Like I made him leave his job. We kind of made him leave his job, right? So it's like it's our job to make sure you get a deal. So the weekend before I left, I was like, okay, we're going to St. Catharines this weekend. I'm coming with you to all your walkthroughs, and we're getting a deal. So we literally drove to St. Catharines, did some door knocking, went to a couple of walkthroughs, and the final walkthrough we did was on a Sunday. And I was like, all right, we didn't get anything under contract today. We need to get this under contract. In my mind, I'm saying this, I'm not telling him. And I'm like, we need to get this one under contract. So I told him, I was like, we're offering on the spot. Let's figure out the ARV right now. We could estimate renovations while we're there and all that kind of stuff. We're going to offer on the spot because we need this deal. So sure enough, did the walkthrough, and we offered $295. The seller wanted $330. We negotiated with him for a little while, and we actually got him to agree to $300. And Jordan was ecstatic. We drove to Staples, called Adam. Adam wrote the offer out, sent it to Jordan's email. Jordan printed it off, and then brought it from Staples to the place we were offering on, and presented the offer in front of the seller. And he was obviously on the conditions they see the assignment and stuff like that. So sometimes the question is, so Jordan presented the offer, did a great job, and he signed the contract. And within, I think we marketed it out a couple of days later, and it was sold sight unseen. So then he made a $20,000 or $15,000 wholesale fee, and I was happy. He was happy. He gets to go home, tell his family got a deal done. So mission accomplished.
That proof of concept's huge, right? Like that first deal is really important.
100%. And post on social media too. And, I'm very proud of Jordan because he was working hard for the past 2 months. He was door knocking, making his offers, all that kind of stuff. So like, I'm very happy that it worked out the way it did. So.
And I just wanted to highlight for you guys what obviously an exceptional ecosystem this is. And I think Tyler is a great example of the sort of people we want in this ecosystem. How many other, work environments or situations could you envision a coworker spending an entire weekend with you in a different city where they would have had to driven to commute to that city to just make sure you get your first deal so that you're not going to burn out and quit before you power through and get that proof of concept? I forget who we were talking about it earlier today with, but that first deal is critical. Without that first deal, like so many people fail because they never get the first deal, and they never go on to build an empire because they don't have the patience or the commitment to it. And one of the reasons so many people fail is they don't have a supportive ecosystem. And I think that that's really one of the things that we do that's exceptional is the supportive ecosystem. And you guys have heard Mike and Shahir and Amar earlier today, and Diego as well, all talk about how impactful and how supportive this community, this ecosystem, the workplace that we've got is. Like that story to me is the perfect example, Tyler, of just like your commitment to making sure that your team members are winning, not just you're winning.
It's extremely important. Like this is a ecosystem we want everyone to be winning, right? So I will do whatever I can. If someone joins the team, I will make sure you get trained properly. I'll go to walkthroughs with you. We'll analyze renovation costs and that kind of stuff. And it's the better everyone's doing, it's just a win-win for everybody, right? Like I want to see my coworkers and my friends winning and getting deals done and all that kind of stuff, right? So I'll just do my best to help out, right?
Yeah.
So
what's 2021 look like for you?
2021 is going to be a fantastic year. We're actually going to be doubling down. My wholesale goal for this year is going to be 1.5 million in wholesale fees. I'm very confident that will happen as long as I am disciplined and actually have those great habits going into the year. And with a lot of focus and momentum that we currently have, I feel it's very possible. My average deal I've done this year has been like a 50,000+, like 58,000. So I figure if I do 24 deals, I'm looking close to that number, 30 deals, something like that. It came up to. So if I could do 3 to 4 deals a month at an average of 50,000, I should be on pace for that. So I'm looking forward to pushing myself. I believe there's lots of opportunity right now with what's going on in the world and everything. And there's going to be a lot of landlords looking to sell. There should be lots of rental opportunities. So definitely feel like going into the new year with a lot of momentum and looking forward to seeing the team win this year again.
Nice. And what about social media goals?
If we could do...
We got him to change his profile picture. That was one of my big goals from 2020 that I managed to crush was Tyler updating his profile picture from like, I don't know, 20 years ago on a rooftop
20 years ago. Everyone's like, is Tyler a condo or is he human? We can't tell from the profile pictures. So we think he's a condo in Toronto. So we're not sure. That was one of the proudest moments this year, I think, changing the profile photo. Hey, we're on social now. We actually done a couple posts this year. So
2021, you're taking social media more seriously?
We'll take it more seriously. Yeah, we'll take it more seriously. We'll be posting more consistently, sharing the journey a bit more. So I definitely want to, kind of share some tips throughout the journey as well. Because last year was successful. I feel, I should definitely be providing more value to people through my socials. So we're going to take a step in the right direction.
Awesome. I look forward to that. Anything else you want to talk about, Tyler?
No, if you're, on the fence right now thinking about joining this ecosystem, I'll tell you it's been the best decision of my life. And I know if we're looking for people that have drive and passion towards business and real estate in general, we want people here that are going to be looking for the best version of themselves. So if you feel like you're that kind of individual, then definitely reach out to us and feel free to reach out to me. And I could, explain to you the mindset I had going into leaving a very comfortable and safe job, right? Because obviously chances are you might have a job you enjoy, you might have a safe job. And if you're looking for change because you're not fulfilled, then feel free to reach out to me because I went through that phase and I, had a great year this year. So this is the best I believe this is the best ecosystem you could have if you're looking to be a successful business owner. So you're surrounded by killers and, this is just the beginning. Like last year sounds like a great year. Okay, we did, X amount of wholesale fees, but like what's going to happen next year? Oh, we're probably going to double down and just work twice as hard. So
love it. All right. Well, appreciate it, Tyler.
Awesome. It was
Love
good.
you coming on the channel.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, guys. Again, this is just an example of what's going on in our ecosystem. So really appreciate it, Tyler.
Awesome.
And if you guys are watching this still, make sure you smash that like button, hit subscribe if you're new to my channel. And yeah, this is the culture. This is the ecosystem. This is everything that I'm trying to do here. I'm sure you guys already picked up on it, but I'm extremely proud of every single individual that you saw on today's live stream. To be able to play a part or a bit role in their success and helping maybe slightly change that trajectory and making it even more hockey stick for them. That to me I know that that's going to be a big part of my legacy. So I suspect that, who knows which ones, maybe it's everyone that you saw today, but I suspect that today you saw my best investments and how they all pay out. We'll figure that out together and it's going to be a fun journey, but I really look forward to the next, not 5 days, not next 5 months, but the next 5 years, the next 5 decades. That to me is the sort of legacy and impact we're trying to build here. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. I hope this gave you maybe a little bit more insight into what we're doing here, the ecosystems, the businesses, the things we've got planned for the future. There's a lot of moving parts to everything that I do. And I kind of wish I wish I knew a better way to share everything with you guys so that I could show you all the behind the scenes. Because there's different points in times where I feel like I'm crushing it on social media. And then there's other dates where I feel like I'm not doing nearly enough. And either way, we're going to keep pushing forward regardless. I'm really excited for 2021. I see unlimited opportunity, especially with the people and the businesses that we're focused on building. And understand that 2020 was a mixed bag for a lot of people. And a lot of people are probably looking at 2020 as a write-off. A lot of people are probably lucky if they're starting off at the same point in 2021 as they started off in 2020. However, I truly believe that every person that you saw today, myself included, their life is better for this ecosystem. Their life is better for having chosen the path less traveled and deciding to, join our cult, the hashtag click, whatever you want to call it. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with me, though, on this 5-hour live stream. Means a lot that you would be willing to spend, whether it's a moment or 5 hours with me. That is awesome. Hope you're having a great holiday season, and we're really looking forward to crushing it in 2021. I hope you guys are as well, and we will continue to be posting a video a day in 2021. 2020 has been amazing. The fact that we've produced, we just haven't released officially yet 366 videos, but I trust that it's all going to come together these last couple of days. And it's amazing what you can set your mind to. But the key is having those big, ambitious, scary, hairy goals, whatever acronym you want to give them. The key is giving yourself permission to think big and then act big. That's going to be a recurring theme that you'll notice throughout all my content, and you'll notice into the future as well. So appreciate you guys, and we'll see you on the next video.